This episode is brought to you by Vitamin Water. So much of what the world is obsessed with starts out in New York City. It's a place full of style and character that has something for everyone. With a range of flavors to meet any kind of taste, it's no wonder Vitamin Water was born there. Colorful, flavorful, anything but boring, Vitamin Water injects a daily dose of vibrancy into a watered-down life. Grab a Vitamin Water today. Vitamin Water is a registered trademark of Glasso.
Welcome to a new episode of Opening Bid. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. This indeed is the podcast where you will learn a lot about investing, and hopefully that will help you make a lot more money and just become, well, a smarter human being. I have to say, it's not often you get to talk to a legend in business, an OG, if you will, especially in the internet era. That's just what I have here today. I am so jacked. Craig Newmark, Craigslist founder. Now you're leading what, Craig Newmark Philanthropies?
That's it.
Welcome to Opening Bid. It's a real honor to have you here.
Hey, I'm really happy to be here, but please don't be too impressed.
Don't be too. So there's a lot. I go all sorts of ways with this one, but as someone, I mean, literally at the founding of where the internet started. I mean, it's Craigslist. It's Yahoo in those early days. I mean, what do you think about this moment in technology? You know, given how fast AI is moving, I've been blown away. But how do you see it?
I'm pretty excited about it. Literally 50 years ago, I wanted to go into neural networks for language understanding. Then I realized I would like a job, and I stopped looking at it. And as a result, I was caught by surprise by the rapid developments these days, which I'm impressed by. In particular, I'm really excited about the use of generative AI for customer service. I'm working with Moms First and Reshma Saujani to do customer service AI for the paid leave programs for New York and now other states, I think including California. I'm working with Consumer Reports to do customer service related AI. My deal is that real-life customer service reps working with generative AI can give much better customer service than we see pretty much anywhere these days.
Do you share some of the wild fears about AI? I mean, we're not too far removed from seeing Elon Musk interact with like these robots like waving their hands. I mean, this is this wild stuff.
Well, remember those robots, what they can do in the future might be pretty exciting. I'm more concerned with that. I'm more concerned with news-related systems and generative AI replacing search. The deal is that we need to make sure that these systems are trained on reliable sources.
Well, I know you're very, as part of your philanthropy, you are giving to the journalism industry, if I'm correct. We'll get more into that. But what do you think about, you know, now you're starting to see newsrooms or really legacy publications take the fight back to these AI platforms. I look at the New York Times, what they're doing now against one AI platform, and they also voice concerns with ChatGPT. I mean, who's right? Is there right and wrong?
Well, in that specific issue about generative AI systems scraping news sites, I have friends who are on both sides of that question, and I'm disturbed that there's no clear consensus. I mean, I'm not very smart. I've built networks of people who can help advise me, and there's nothing clear on this. I am focusing more on issues involving reliable sources, but also people who are doing or potentially doing great work on generative AI. Bloomberg GPT has a lot of potential. It's not a product yet, but they've announced it. And I'm very excited about that because I trust Bloomberg Media.
Is there a risk that as these models, you know, scrape various news organizations, that they're putting out falsehoods?
They're definitely putting out falsehoods already, depending on the people doing it and how careful they are. Journalism ethics applies to generative AI ethics, and people kind of neglect that a bit. But again, I talk to people who I know who know a lot more about that than I do. Like there's the CUNY School of Journalism, which is more or less right around the corner from her here, and I talk to them a lot.
So when you were building Craigslist, is there comparisons to when you were building Craigslist in this moment now with AI? I mean, there are things that people should watch out for. Does it feel feverish?
I don't think there's much in the way of similarities in that there's big excitement about what AI can do. It may be overblown. The problem is now they feed on each other's outputs, and people may be careless in terms of what the systems may ingest. And that's kind of scary. There's this question of AI slop, where they may be reading in the output of other people's AI engines. So I'm very excited about it, maybe because I've read too much science fiction over the last 60 years. So excited about it, cautious about it, and I need to start using it more myself.
You mentioned customer service a moment ago. Why are you so passionate about customer service? So folks don't know, I hope I have it right. You left Craigslist in 2000, but you kept a customer service role for 18 years?
I stepped down from the CEO role in 2000.
Okay.
People help me understand that as a manager, I suck. But I'm a great customer service rep. And the motivation is that Mr. and Mrs. Levin in Sunday school, way back, taught me that I should treat people like I want to be treated. Well, in customer service, I want to be treated with just reasonable, get to the point customer service. I should practice what I preach. And so that motivated me, and I've always tried to do that, even starting off with IBM. I worked for IBM for my first 17 years as a grown-up. And for most of the nearly 50 years I've been in the adult workforce, almost 40 years of that has been customer service.
Is it hard to watch this thing, Craigslist, you view it business as an organism, to not be involved with that day to day?
It's hard to let go, but I've had two big exercises in that, maybe three, when I stepped down from being CEO to retiring around 6 years ago. And the hardest step was basically giving all of my equity, my stock, to a 501c4. My deal is that I want all that money to go straight to the nonprofit world, and that was the best way to do that. I'm still wondering why there's no tax advantage, but I'd have to consult Earl, the CPA. And but my deal now is that I just have to figure out where that goes and how do I handle it over the next 5 to 20 years.
What was it like to make the decision to say, hey, I'm going to give away my wealth?
Once I thought it through, for a moment I winced, but then back to Mr. and Mrs. Levin at the Jewish Community Center in Morristown, New Jersey. They also taught me to know when enough is enough. I mean, like, how much do you need? I have all the luxuries that I want, like I can buy as many phone cases as I'd like. So know when enough is enough, and I internalized that long ago, and in the last 10, 15 years, I've been realizing it consciously. Now, this is not altruistic. It is not pious. It's just consciously returning to what I learned as a kid, as well as lessons in patriotism. The deal is that when I first decided how much to monetize Craigslist in '99, the bankers and VCs wanted to throw billions at me, but I realized what the Levins taught me and decided to follow through on that and to minimize modestly. Now I'm relearning the lessons of my parents, who were World War II kids.
So I guess in a way you agree with, of course, Bill Gates is out with his new Netflix documentary, and he had an interaction with Bernie Sanders, and I think Bill said he'd be okay having 62% less. What is it like to just, have these politicians say, hey, the wealthy is bad, but you're doing real good stuff on a grand scale?
I'm not interested in politics. I dabbled long ago, but not interested. I've joked telling my doctors, asking them if they could sedate me for the next 3 weeks. They're not interested. But the idea is that we need the politicians to step up more for cybersecurity. They need to step up more to support military families and vets. And aside from that, I guess got to stay focused and do where I need to do some good. I figure I've already given away 80, 90% of what I have. And again, that's based on minimal monetization of Craigslist. Like people ask about the billionaire's pledge. I've never been a billionaire and don't know what I would do about that. I do, again, get all the streaming services I want.
Well, that's good. You've earned it.
Yeah, and although I do suspend them when I'm not interested. In fact, when that happens automatically today, I better check on it.
Well, it's free to stream Yahoo Finance. Hang with us for a sec, Craig. We're going to go off for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's me, Tyler. Bose open earbuds are stylish. The color, it looks almost like an earring. I feel like it could go with anything. The music I'm making right now feels like a holiday. I want to look like it too. Check out Bose.com for more.
All right, welcome back to Opening Bid. I said this in the intro. It's very rare you get access to an OG/legend in the internet, but that's what we have here today in this episode of Opening Bid with Craig Newmark, Craigslist founder, and I'd say the founder of Craig Newmark Philanthropies. Before we get into when you're giving some of your money away, and I really like the thought of patriotic giving. I haven't really heard that before, so I want to dive into that. Without going too far down the rabbit hole, does it feel like, is democracy really at risk? As someone that it plays in journalism, has wealth, what's at risk in your view?
I'm narrowly focused, and I see that in cyberspace, the country is at risk because our foreign adversaries are already busy at work compromising infrastructure. Like what surfaced was a ransomware attack at a big water supply and waste treatment company. Infrastructure, including electrical supplies, are at risk. I think a lot about this, and I've started to fund networks of smart volunteers who can help people protect infrastructure, particularly when it comes to the small companies and utilities across the country who are responsible for most of our country's electrical and power supplies, transportation infrastructure, food distribution. The deal is that a lot of these systems have no protection, so an adversary could just compromise them, saying that, hey, unless you do what we need, we can start shutting off these things. And most of these systems don't have much resilience built into them. They can recover, but it could take weeks, and weeks without your water supply or electricity, that's not good. So again, the theme is that I'm not very smart, but I know smart people. I'm supporting them with cash, and I'm supporting them by getting them to talk to each other, and that seems to be pretty good. I figure if I'm going to tell all the infrastructure providers in the country, you got to do a better job, I want to do it in a respectful and helpful way, meaning that when I say that, we should have the volunteer networks evolving and hopefully in place by then. Mm-hmm. This is not going to endear them to me at first.
I think a lot of folks will be shocked to hell to think that the water supply is at risk. How severe a risk is that in our lifetime that our water supply might get hacked or compromised by an adversary?
Well, the big guys, FBI and I think Homeland Security, have testified to Congress that our infrastructure is already under attack. We need to do something. And unfortunately, sometimes I prefer to beg forgiveness than ask permission. And we've already started funding some of these folks. I will have a newsletter going out via LinkedIn tomorrow talking about some of the measures I'm taking to build the networks of protection for infrastructure. For example, Josh Corman at the Institute for Security and Technology and Jake Braun at the University of Chicago Franklin Project. The deal is our country is under attack now, and it's not like I'm in the recruiting line after Pearl Harbor, because my dad volunteered in the 40s. But that's what I guess I should be doing. I do contemplate that here I am volunteering. I'm 72, or will be in a few weeks.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you. The deal is that I'm an old man, but I can still do something. And we've started a campaign where we're asking everyone in the country to do what people did in World War II, playing whatever role they can.
Why? How did you gravitate towards patriotic giving?
It wasn't a conscious thought. It was that my intuition smelled something funny going on. I started getting into cybersecurity, and then I saw that talking to people who are the professionals fighting the fight, and they're telling me that they can only do so much. The nonprofit world, networks of volunteers got to stand up. Long ago, 15 years ago, my intuition similarly said, hey, I got to support vets because they need a lot of support. Coming back from fighting a war is really tough. So I started supporting vets groups. Now that's all handled by the Bob Woodruff Foundation. But also recently how I understood how important it is to support military families. 600,000 military families get moved around every year. And when you get moved around, you have no idea who to talk to for being part of a neighborhood, where to find childcare, food. So for that, I'm supporting Blue Star Families. The deal is that our vets and our military families and our cybersecurity fighters need a lot more help, and they're not getting enough of that help.
How much have you given toward your causes the past few years?
I don't have a good total because I'm focused on moving forward all the time. So far it's been $200 million for cybersecurity. Recently I announced $100 million more for cybersecurity. I wasn't clear that it was more. I've already committed around $100 million for vets and military families. That's close to being gone. And next month is Veterans Day, and I should recommit. And since my years at IBM programmed me to not pre-announce anything, so I'd only like to add.
So who carries in your life, who carries that baton? You know, whenever, not to get morbid, but when that time comes, like who's going to pick up your work?
That's still something I'm figuring out. For example, I'm thinking 20 years out. I'm 72. The arithmetic suggests that my primary tool of due diligence will be a seance. Now, the deal is that I think I have to finance high bandwidth Ouija boards.
Sometimes you just have speechless moments in these podcasts. I think that's one of them. Let me go back to.
Well, maybe I should just come back and haunt people.
That would be cool. I would actually love to do that. You know, when my time eventually comes. I got about 50 people I would love to haunt. Let's go back to those early days of Craigslist. You know, I think everybody's used Craigslist. We all know it. What was it like to just
creating Craigslist, getting serious about it, making a real business? I really am a nerd with all the dysfunction that implies. So it's all been very surreal. And mostly it was just starting things, building a tiny network of people who were good at their job, and then getting out of the way. So I'm not an entrepreneur.
Why didn't you monetize?
Minimal monetization was about remembering what the Levins taught me at Sunday school, that I should know when enough is enough. And frankly, back then and now, being a really good technologist is a lucrative way to make a living. So again, how much do you really need? I'm not much for fancy cars. I have no cars.
No cars.
Correct.
How do you get around? Just public transportation?
I got here on the A train.
Okay.
I think I'm going to go back on the 1 train.
Okay.
And
What listeners don't hear is, our team in the back, I think, is really enjoying this. You may hear some laughs, but it's good. This is a good conversation. I can't believe some of these things.
I think your producer expected me to come via a car, but the A train leaves off a block away.
Okay.
And I think the 1 train is like a block away. And
you have a big house, right? A big house, a pool, and
I have honestly 2 small houses.
Okay.
My problem is that I have a lot of ties back in San Francisco, family and friends, and that my wife's family is very large and likes to visit. But the next visit is in 2 days.
You are so different, in my view, compared to the modern day person that works in tech land. What's your advice to some of these folks that are rolling around in Lamborghinis? They got 25 Rolexes. They just raised $1 billion at a high valuation. What can they learn from you?
I'm not judgy at all. I try hard not to be. I tell people that, hey, the people who protect us could use some help. The amounts of money comparatively are small, and so why not help out?
Where do you see, where is a Craigslist a decade from now?
As for Craigslist, I think more of the same. Craigslist, in some respects, has been about 2 things: helping people get through the day to put food on the table, and Craigslist helped conceivably tens or even hundreds of millions of Americans learn that the internet is useful and reasonably easy to use. I'm pleased that Craigslist is one of the couple ungentrified sites on the internet. The other one is Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm. Where do you see, before I let you go, is there any tips to inspiring entrepreneurs that you would like to give? If they want to be at a point when they're 72 and giving away a lot of their wealth for good causes, how can they get there?
Well, I'd remind people of what people learned in Sunday school.
Entrepreneurs that you would like to give, if they want to be at a point when they're 72 and giving away a lot of their wealth for good causes, how can they get there?
Well, I'd remind people of what people learned in Sunday school, and to follow through with that. I'd remind people that they can do things in a way that's pretty positive. Although on the downside, remember that no good deed goes unpunished. You got to be prepared to communicate well, and that you never know when something is going to happen.
Do you think you've flown under the radar in the world of business?
Me personally, I have, despite my glamour. I'm fairly laid back, and I'm putting a lot of my time, energy, and money into promoting the people who are getting good stuff done. The exception is that when I think I'm funny, although I know that I'm not as funny as I think I am.
Okay, so no cars. You got the subscriptions to various streamings, so 2 houses. I think you're doing some good work. You are, in fact, an OG and a legend. It was so great to get some time with you. Craig Newmark, Craigslist founder. Craig Newmark Philanthropy is doing some really good things with patriotic giving.
I want to chat with you for a moment about the future. None of us can predict what will happen. Imagine this. You work hard, build a lifetime of assets, and poof, it all vanishes if you suddenly die, leaving your family at risk. No one wants that, and trust me, when you're sitting on the hospital bed experiencing a heart attack, it's too late to solve the problem. Enter SelectQuote. They can help protect your most valuable asset's future, your family. SelectQuote helped me find life insurance 12 years ago, and they can help you too. SelectQuote is one of America's leading insurance brokers with nearly 40 years of experience, helping over 2 million customers find over $700 billion in coverage since 1985. Other life insurance brokers offer impersonal, one-size-fits-all policies that may cost you more and cover you less, while SelectQuote's licensed insurance agents work for you to tailor your insurance policy for your individual needs in as little as 15 minutes. Did you know that the more life insurance cover you need, the more likely you are to overpay for it? With SelectQuote, you can save up to 50% compared to other companies, whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $50 million policy. And if you're in good health, they work with carriers that could get you same-day coverage for up to $5 million, no medical exam required. Head to SelectQuote.com and a licensed insurance agent will call you right away with the right policy for your life and your budget. SelectQuote. They shop, you save. Get the right life insurance for you for less at SelectQuote.com/beginners. Go to SelectQuote.com/beginners today to get started. That's SelectQuote.com/beginners.
On a hushed, starry night, 'neath a moon so bright, a mama and her kids share tales of delight. But deep in her heart, she holds them so tight, wishing to shield them from all trouble in sight. For that, only one thing will do. Life insurance for modern woodmen of America to always get them through. Modern since 1883.
I love this podcast because it crushes your dreams of getting rich quick.
They actually got me into reading stats for anything.
You're tuned in to the Investing for Beginners podcast.
Led by Andrew Sather and Dave Ahern.
Step-by-step premium investing guidance for beginners.
Your path to financial freedom starts now.
Starts now.
All right, folks, welcome to Investing for Beginners podcast. Today, we have another fun show for you. Today, we're going to talk about a framework as Andrew and I have developed our investing style and learn more about investing. We've created this great learning tool called Pivot. And this is a framework you can use to become a better investor. So you're probably asking yourself, Dave, what the heck is a pivot? So obviously, it's spelled P-I-V-O-T. The P stands for portfolio management. The I stands for idea generation. The V stands for valuation, my favorite. O stands for observing metrics. And T stands for thinking moats, another favorite. Today, we're going to talk about idea generation. Last episode, we talked about portfolio management. So if you're curious about that, you can go back to last week or a few days ago's episode and you can check that out. Let's talk about idea generation. What are your thoughts on idea generation for a newer or even an intermediate or an advanced stock picker?
Yeah, if you're going to pick stocks, I think this is critical. You got to be turning over rocks, and you got to turn over a lot of them, because there's just not going to be that many spectacular ideas out there. So you got to do the work to find them. And I think if there was a easy, repeatable system for finding them over and over again, just by definition, that can't continue, because as soon as everybody figures it out, now those ideas are gone. So that system no longer works. There's a lot of parallels with just stock picking in general with that. But I don't think there's some common things that I do, probably you do, we can all do to find great ideas. But there's also some randomness or just ideas that can come when you would least expect them. And so I think having your eyes open to those can also be a great way to be an investor. What are your thoughts on idea generation?
I think it was, for me, I remember when I started, for me, it was actually one of the more challenging aspects of starting to invest. like when you make the decision, I want to start doing this, the next logical question is, what do I buy? And that opens up a huge can of worms. And there's so many different directions you can go. So you have to decide what kind of investor you want to be. And once you decide that, then you have to try to narrow down the potential ideas. So, for example, with stock picking, there are, don't hold my feet to the fire, there's roughly 9,000 publicly traded companies in the world. So that's a lot of rocks to turn over. And you could start at the A's and work all the way through the Z's, but at that rate, it would take you from now until the end of eternity to get through all those companies. So you have to start figuring out ways to, air quote, whittle the list down so it can be more manageable. And I think that's probably one of the first overwhelms that a lot of new investors have is, I don't know where to start. I don't know what I do and don't know. I also don't know what I should pick. And that becomes in and of itself a big hurdle for people to get over. And so I think once you start to, as Andrew said, there's some kind of tried and true methods that you can use, especially at the beginning. And then once you get more comfortable, you can start expanding on how you come up with your ideas. But I think maybe we could start with some of the maybe more tried and true ideas that people can use and then go from there.
Yeah. So the obvious one, which we talked about a lot in the early days of our show, shout out to the archives.
Yeah. Hello.
Is a stock screener. You can use different metrics and literally filter a list of stocks. And so one that we shouted out for a long time is finviz.com. It's free. You can use it without even making an account, which is nice. So you can screen for things like price to earnings ratio, price to free cash flow, sales growth, ROIC. All those metrics can, like Dave said, whittle down the list so you have a much more approachable list. Maybe you only have 200 names to look at instead of 5,000. So that can definitely whittle it down. And the more and more you run screens and the more businesses you learn about, the more you can go down the list and be like, okay, I know them. But it's always good to still run the screen and see those names, because that's how I've come up with ideas too, is, I've seen this name over and over again. Oh, actually, yeah, it has been beaten up quite a bit. It might be a good time to buy. So that can be a great tool. I think any stock screener. Braden has a stock screener on FinChat, I believe.
Yes, he does.
There's probably other ones out there too, but yeah, a lot of great tools, and the screener is powerful for that.
Yeah, it's very powerful. One of the ways that I learned at the beginning was Peter Lynch's idea of buying what you know.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of ways you can interpret that. The way that I interpreted it was buying Microsoft because I knew it. I used the product every day at work. I was familiar with the name, and I figured that was as good a place as any to start with something I had a pretty good understanding of, at least who it was and what it was. I certainly didn't have an understanding of the ins and outs of the company like I do now, but then it was something familiar. And I know that a company like Starbucks or Netflix or McDonald's or Walmart or Amazon gets thrown out a lot because they're big names, they're brand names that most everybody is familiar with, and to a pretty large degree understand what it is they do. And so that can be a good, easy way to start. I think one thing I do want to mention, when you are starting out and you're worrying about what you're going to pick as your first potential investment, don't stress too much about it, because it's unlikely that's going to make you a gazillion dollars. And so when you're getting started, it's okay to just break the seal, buy something, get your feet wet, get in the market and start learning about things and not worrying about, is this going to be the next 100-bagger kind of idea? And so I think when you're looking for brand new ideas, try to keep that in the back of your mind if you're brand new, that, hey, take that pressure off yourself. If you invest $50 in this and it doesn't go anywhere, that's a lesson you learned. And that could be just as powerful as picking the right company. So try to remember that as well. Another opportunity that you can use to try to find ideas is just observing the world around you. Look at your medicine cabinet. What kind of toothpaste do you use and who sells that? What kind of maybe cologne does your significant other or perfume does your significant other use? And look and see who owns that. What food do you buy when you go to the grocery store? Who sells the things you buy the most? Those are real easy ways to find ideas or potential ideas as well.
And then I would say, unless you have anything else for beginners, taking that next step is, I think when you've started to become familiar with a lot of different businesses and you've done the things that we're talking about, the next step to idea generation is, in my opinion, opening up your mind a little bit. So it's good to say no to a lot of stocks, but then you also have to not say no so hard that you'll never consider a stock again. And so something I've mentioned before in the archives is like a light bulb moment where you see a stock and you see it in the screener maybe over and over again. And you're like, oh, it's cheap because of this, or, oh, it's cheap because I hate the CEO, or, oh, it's cheap because the industry is going to hell in a handbasket. If you have an open enough mind, you can't do it obviously all the time with every stock, but enough where you can stay attuned to ideas. And then if you can get a light bulb idea, and this is where I think having community with other investors can be really helpful because they can fill in your blind spots. Somebody I subscribe to and read very often is Alex Morris. And he gives me these light bulb moments about Microsoft, or I know he owns Netflix. I haven't pulled the trigger on that one yet, but light bulb moment. Okay. But yeah, those type of things, when you start to look at a stock a different way, and then you can see the value that other people aren't seeing, that can be such a great way to find deals in the market and to have that conviction that you need to go against the crowd when everybody else is freaked out about the company, and to buy it and stand firm and hopefully make good returns from it. So to me, that's like the next level of idea generation. Is getting through your blind spots.
Yeah, that's a great one. Are you a content creator, blogger, or entrepreneur just starting out? The last thing you want is to spend countless hours building a website. You've got bigger goals to achieve. That's where Bluehost comes in. With their cutting-edge AI-powered design tool, you can craft professional WordPress sites in a snap. No coding, no stress. Simply type in the vibe you're aiming for and watch your vision come to life instantly. But that's not all. Bluehost offers a suite of powerful features, including marketing and e-commerce tools to help you build, grow, and scale your online business like a true boss. Need more speed and security? Upgrade to Bluehost Cloud for ultra-fast hosting, 100% uptime, and enhanced security, ensuring your site is always up and running. With Bluehost, you're always fast, never slow, so you can focus on what truly matters, making your dreams a reality. Building your website has never been this easy or efficient. You've got the ideas, now you need the platform. Head over to Bluehost.com and start building your dream website today. Bluehost, your partner in online success. Hey listeners, with the oncoming crunch of the holiday season and the new year upon us, we know how important it is to be ready and prepared. If you're running a growing e-commerce business, you need the best tools. That's why I want to talk to you about ShipStation. Whether you're seeking efficiency during the hectic holiday season or your business has outgrown its current shipping solutions, ShipStation is the tool you need. It integrates with over 100 popular, including Shopify, e-commerce platforms, marketplaces, and carriers, ensuring exceptional shipping efficiency. With ShipStation, automating tasks and managing orders from a single dashboard is a game changer. Printing shipping labels with a click and saving on costs with their carrier discounts, all helping you improve your bottom line. Effortlessly scale your business with smart features that boost efficiency and cut costs. ShipStation offers discounts up to 89% off UPS, DHL Express, and USPS rates. Join over 130,000 companies that have grown with ShipStation. Scale your e-commerce business with the shipping software that delivers. Switch to ShipStation today. Go to ShipStation.com and use code INVESTING to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, code INVESTING. Yeah, that's a fantastic one. Another one that I like to think about a lot and have used is thinking down the food chain of businesses. And when I say that, looking at kind of the no company makes everything itself that it sells. And so they all rely on different things to produce whatever it is they sell, whether it's a service or an actual physical product. And so you can find the term gets overused a little bit, but like the picks and shovels of AI or the picks and shovels of the cloud. It's an overused term, but it fits. And you can look at who those people are buying from. Who's Google buying their data centers from? Or who is Amazon buying their chips from? Or where do they get their electricity to power the data centers which power the cloud? Those are just some simple ideas. But I know Andrew has done this a lot with the housing industry. And he's found some fantastic ideas by doing that, by working down the food chain, but also observing what's going on in his real life. And so those kinds of things can be very powerful ways. And to his point, having your eyes open enough to think about those kinds of things and not just focusing solely on the particular company, because sometimes you can find competitors in the same industry that are a way better potential investment than the one you're trying to focus on at that current time, as well as companies that are down the food chain. So that can be a really powerful way to find your next great idea.
Oh, yeah, 100%. What about Scuttlebutt?
Oh, Scuttlebutt's a real good one too. And when we talk about Scuttlebutt, I think of the Philip Fisher kind of Scuttlebutt. What does this mean to you?
I'm no expert at it. I've started to try to incorporate it in my investing process, and a lot of it ends up not going anywhere. But I try to ask questions of somebody who knows something, and they'll have an unbiased opinion about it. For example, like my brother-in-law and my sister, they shop at Trader Joe's. So I was like, okay, what do you think about Sprouts? And they gave me the lowdown on it. And you just ask those questions like, okay, why? Why do you feel this way? Why do you feel that way? Why are people going here versus going there? So I might not be the type of person who would shop at Sprouts, but I can still get the information I need. And then I can overlay that with my understanding of competitive advantages, moats, mental models, valuation, the metrics, and then put pieces together so you can find a good investment. I found Builder's First Source. I asked our builder, actually, I was like, out of all the companies you work with, I'm not asking about your company because nobody's in, especially
bad things. At least they should.
If they're worried that Siri's listening to them, they're not going to tell you exactly what you're trying to hear. But asking about, okay, what companies you interact with, who do you buy from, what's a really good company? And so threw out a few names, and then wow, it is doing really well. And so you can, when you have these experiences, and then one more I'll throw out there is a friend of mine who's a contractor, and I asked him about another housing related stock. And are they really, management says they're the industry standard. Are they really? Right? Confirm these things that management is saying. Those are all ways to open your mind about a stock again. And those things can help you think differently than Wall Street is, especially if Wall Street's not doing the same kind of thing. If they're so focused on the numbers, or they're so focused on management or what earnings are, or blah, 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 then they might miss that. And that could be an opportunity for you as a stock picker.
Yep, exactly. A newer thing that we actually haven't talked about between the two of us that I just read about a few days ago, which I thought was brilliant, was looking at online reviews of different services and products and seeing what customers are saying that are actually buying the products. So you can obviously you can look at all the 5 or 4-star reviews, but the gold is really in the 1 and 2-star reviews, because that's where you can really, sometimes you can tell that somebody is just complaining to complain. But sometimes if you see a lot of the same complaints, then that adds up to those are actual real problems that maybe the company is having in selling their product. And so if you find a company that doesn't have a lot of negativity, that can be a positive signal that, hey, maybe what they're doing is really good, and that their customer service is good, the way they treat their customers is great, and customers really like what they're selling. And that can be a good kind of under the radar scuttlebutt way of determining, hey, people really seem to like Meta's new glasses, for example. And that can be a sign that this is something you might want to consider looking at. And another one that I've read about, I've never done, is actually asking people when they come out of stores. I've read about investors that will go to the mall, for example, and wait for customers to come out of J.Crew, if that's even a thing anymore. And they'll ask them what they bought, What do you think of the store? What do you think of the rebrand? What are you going there to look for? Just general questions, just to get customers' feedback. And that can be instructive, not criticism. It could be constructive information that you can use. Now, trying to stalk people out at the mall in this day and age is maybe a little not the greatest idea, but is something I have seen people talk about. And I know I won't do it, but it could, for those a little braver than I, that could be an opportunity as well.
Yeah, I think trying to stay curious about a company rather than feeling like you made up your mind about it, I think can help you find some opportunities too.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Do you have any examples of that in your life where you've maybe earlier closed off your mind to a potential idea and then later on when you tried to open up your mind that you found something that was interesting?
All of them? No, if someone's pitching me a stock, I've already said no. Like the N sound is coming out before you finish your pitch. So I'm a hard sell. What about you? Do you have ones that stick out? Because I feel like I've talked about Starbucks all day long.
Yeah, there are companies that I have probably passed on that in hindsight I shouldn't have. There are companies that I've never bought just because I just didn't feel like I knew enough to invest in them. I know there have been a few companies that when you and I have talked about them before you bought them, that I was like, no, like, no way. One in particular was Watsco. When you first brought that to me, I was like, HVAC company? Yeah, ooh, that sounds exciting. But the more you talked about it, and the more I learned about the business, I was like, you know what? I need to stop being so closed-minded just because it's an HVAC industry. This could be actually a fantastic investment. And it's turned out to be a fantastic investment. I guess another one that I was probably maybe a little more, I wasn't quite so skeptical, but I was like, okay, this is probably one of the most boring things we're ever going to buy. And that was Simpson, just because of what they do. But because I learned my lesson from Watsco, I tried to have an open mind about it when you were talking to me about it. And again, it's another fantastic investment. So those are two in my life that I know for a fact that I was like, And then once I forced myself to have an open mind about it, I was like, okay, yeah, he's right.
That's cool. Yeah, I like the Watsco example.
Yeah. I very clearly remember when we were talking, the first time we talked about it, I was like, who? And then I looked it up and I'm like, okay, Watsco. HVAC? All right. But then the more you talked about it, and then I went and read myself, and then I discovered, okay, yeah, he's onto something here.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
Here to talk to you about Mint Mobile and saving a few bucks. Sorry, no Ryan Reynolds or Deadpool today. So, you know the drill. You walk into a store, see a great deal, and then bam, your first bill hits you like a ton of bricks. Surprise! That air quote affordable plan is now a financial black hole. But fear not. Mint Mobile is here to save the day and your wallet. Say goodbye to the days of complicated bills, hidden fees, and upcharges that make your head spin. We've all been there, right? With Mint Mobile, what you see is what you get. When we say $15 a month for a 3-month plan, we mean it. No smoke, no mirrors, just straightforward savings. Shocking, I know. Wave bye-bye to jaw-dropping monthly bills and unexpected overages. Mint Mobile offers a premium wireless plan starting at just $15 a month. Yes, you read that right. Enjoy high-speed data and unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network, because who needs limits? Not you. Keep your phone and your number. Just bring them along for the ride with any Mint Mobile plan. Ready to ditch overpriced wireless? Get 3 months of premium service for just $15 a month. It's like finding a unicorn, but better. To snag this new customer offer and your shiny new 3-month premium wireless plan for just $15 a month, head over to mintmobile.com/beginners. That's mintmobile.com/beginners. Cut your wireless bill down to size at mintmobile.com/beginners. $45 upfront payment required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customers on first 3-month plan only. Speed slower above 40 gigabytes on unlimited plan. Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply. See Mint Mobile for detail. HelloFresh, making grocery stores jealous since day one. Enjoy farm fresh ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip the store and the "where did I park" panic. Been there.
Home cooking is now easy, fun, and affordable. It's no surprise it's America's #1 meal kit. The holiday season is just around the corner, and we're all looking for ways to spend and stress less. HelloFresh makes mealtime nearly hassle-free with delicious, home-delivered, chef-crafted recipes that come together quick and are less expensive than takeout. Whether you're craving hearty comfort food, trying to please picky eaters, or looking for a calorie-smart meal plan, HelloFresh has all those options and more available in a rotating menu of 50 recipes to choose from every week. Step out of your recipe rut and make fun, flavorful meals without needing to hunt for specialty ingredients. And HelloFresh's pre-portioned ingredients mean less food waste. Easily customized recipes so each meal is just the way you like it. There are always options available to trade or upgrade proteins or swap out side dishes. HelloFresh makes cooking fun. You can experiment with different dishes and explore the fun of cooking with your daughter, for example. I have started teaching her the valuable life skills of cooking for herself, just like my mom did for me. Get 10 free meals at HelloFresh.com/freeinvesting. Applied across 7 boxes. New subscribers only. It varies by plan. That's 10 free HelloFresh meals. Just go to HelloFresh.com/freeinvesting. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. All right. Maybe we talked about a screener and you gave some examples. Maybe let's talk a little more in depth of like how you can use that screener, because it's a really powerful tool.
Yeah. So go back to FinViz, going back to some of the metrics that you can do if you're looking for a sample screen that can start you on the road. I like to stick to USA. That's just my personal preference. And our GDP growth is pretty nice, so we'll do that. Price to earnings, I put profitable because I don't want to look at negative earnings companies. Sales growth over the past 5 years, I want it at least 10% a year for this screen. Return on investment, which is FinViz's equivalent of return on invested capital, I want that over 10%. I don't want low capital inefficient businesses. And then price to free cash flow under 40, just to get stuff that's maybe it's on the higher end of the valuation or hopefully it's cheap. So just pulling that list up, the top 10 names, if I might say so myself, are pretty nice. Alphabet's on there, Meta, MasterCard, Adobe, American Express, Qualcomm, Bookham Holdings, Applied Materials, Uber, and Progressive. So a lot of nice names, a lot of, you could argue, industry leaders, or at least like top 2, top 3 companies. And interesting to see that, all right, they might not be screaming fat pitch at the valuation, but you can dig in deeper and see, is this thing fairly valued? Is it maybe still a little bit expensive? So those kinds of things. And I think going down a list, especially of more quality businesses, I try to do that when I have more time, more research time than normal. I'll try to venture more into the higher quality stuff and then force myself back to reality eventually. But I think it's good practice to even learn about businesses, even if you have no intention of buying them, because you never know when that information might be helpful.
Exactly. And to that point, any knowledge that you do gain about a company is not wasted if you don't buy it, because it's more knowledge you've acquired, and the more knowledge you acquire, the more it's going to compound on itself. So when you think about those different kinds of metrics that you use, is there a reason why you chose those? Like, how does that help you narrow down the field, if you will?
Yeah, that's a good question. The sales growth, I'm probably more lenient on that normally. But that's, if I'm trying to do a screen where I'm just trying to find high quality businesses, that can be a good place to start. And then I mentioned like the ROIC thing. What is nice about the ROIC specifically is it can keep you away from those businesses that might be great businesses, but the CEOs are not great capital allocators. So maybe they're empire builders and maybe they gobble up other businesses at really high prices. So that essentially they're taking shareholder money and just lighting it on fire. You can use something like ROIC to keep you away from stocks like that. So these are more even, yes, they're filters, but almost like guardrails, where I don't want to look at a PE of 120 because the range of outcomes of a stock like that are pretty wide ranging. And I'm trying to not only grow my wealth, but also preserve it. So you can put those checks and balances into your process and automatically save yourself so much time by staying stringent on some of those metrics. And it does keep you away from a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it absolutely does. Do you ever screen by sectors?
If I'm doing what you talked about, following the food chain, then not like I'm screening, but I'll go in there. FinViz has a nice feature for this where every stock has a clickable sector and a clickable industry. Mm-hmm. So you can click on the industry and see every company that they've categorized in that industry. And that's a great way to, you can quite easily visually look at the different metrics. And yeah, I love doing that.
Yeah, I do too. It's awesome because if you feel like you have maybe a hole in your portfolio and you're looking for some ideas, maybe in a particular sector or an industry that you'd like to see if there's an opportunity, then that's a real easy way to look through those particular industries or sectors and see what opportunities there might be there. Sometimes there's just not anything. There may be lots of great companies, but depending on valuation or profitability or something, it just may not be the right time to buy something like that. But it's certainly good to help keep it on your radar, if you will.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I guess the last thing, how do you think about, like, when you are looking at idea generation and something like a screener, are you using that to gather ideas and then start whittling down the ideas, or are you looking for a idea and then digging into that a idea?
It depends on what stage of the research I'm in. I would say probably there's not a good hard and fast rule for that. It's more like a feel thing. What about you?
I look at it for a range of ideas, depending on where I am. And to me, it's more looking for opportunities to find ideas and then taking, let's say that I run the screen that you just ran, and there's maybe 4 or 5 of those companies. I'm like, okay, I'd like to learn more about those. And then I might try to whittle them down by tightening the screen, looking at maybe those 4 or 5 companies and tightening the metrics. Or I may just put them on a list and try to read about what it is they do. And it could be as simple as, I don't understand what they do. I'm not going to be able to figure this out. That's out. So it may be something as simple as that as well.
What's nice about that too hard pile, it saves you time. Mm-hmm. And then if that stock continues showing up on your screen again and again, then when you have the time or you have the mental capacity to look at it again, then you can always do that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, that in essence, that's what I did with Visa. It was a company that I kept seeing, and I just didn't have the bandwidth to really understand it. And then during the pandemic, I had time to figure it out, and I figured it out and opened up a whole new world to me. But that was, to your point, I didn't understand it for a long time, and I just couldn't get it.
How much do you want, like, investors who might be struggling or feel lost to have that kind of whole new world outlook?
Oh, I would kill for that, to have that ability to learn how to do those things and to talk to other people that are going through the same thing. That with the School of Investing and what we're doing now with Value Spotlight, that is really what we're building to try to help people do that, because that is a real struggle. And it's a real struggle I went through, and I was lucky I had you. But other than that, if I didn't have you, no, I would have been lost in a sea of curiosity and abyss. And with what we're trying to build with the Value Spotlight and the School of Investing, and to give them the knowledge to understand what it is they're trying to look for when they're looking for ideas, but also the community. That, I think, is really the big one. So many people out there, when they're investing, they're on their own. Like, we were talking to Jeff and Jason from Investing in Scripted yesterday, and they said this more than once during our conversation. We don't have anybody else besides each other and you guys to talk about this in our own life. Yeah. And investing is so hard. And having other people to bounce ideas off of, or to get advice from, or get guidance, or see what they're doing or what they're struggling with, can be just an eye-opening thing to me.
What do you say to somebody who has like a closed mind to that idea? No, I'm good. I can do it by myself.
More power to you, but I think there's a lot of logic in the more brains you put towards figuring out a problem, the better solution you're going to come up with and the easier life is going to be. And so that's the way I've always tried to look at things. Yes, it's nice to control everything and have that ego that says I did it all myself. But the reality is, if you look at all the great people in the world, they've all had somebody else to rely on. Warren has had Charlie for a long time to be his abominable no man. And that helped him mightily, helped move Warren to a different type of investor, give him new experiences. And you could argue that his success for himself and Berkshire Hathaway wouldn't have happened without what Charlie contributed to their relationship. And he may not have told Warren to go buy Coca-Cola or to buy See's Candy or to buy American Express, but his influence certainly helped Warren open his eyes that, hey, I could buy this, or I could buy these things, and these things would be really good investments. I think having an open mind to those kinds of ideas, and I'm not saying that you're going to find your Charlie Munger in the Value Spotlight community, but you may. And I think the chances are better that you will than you won't. And so that's, to me, I think would be a really mind-moving experience to have other people that you can talk to, because again, investing can be a very lonely game, and somebody that you can celebrate your wins with and somebody you can celebrate your losses with, I think would go a long ways towards helping everybody in the community become better investors.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to throw shade on other platforms or anything, but if you can build a relationship with somebody over time where you begin to trust each other and tell each other the hard truth when you might be getting really excited about something, but have you thought about this? And somebody who's doing that from a loving place. I don't think it's very hard to find that online.
Yes.
Because it's very easy to write people off to say, oh, they're just a hater. But if you can build a relationship with somebody, bounce ideas off of, learn each other, and then have that person like throw up the red flag when it's needed. Huge.
Yeah. Powerful. Very powerful. Yeah. Very powerful. Yeah. To your point, there are some platforms out there where you can meet people for sure, but it's much harder. And there is a lot more challenges, a lot more things you have to wade through where they're not, air quote, pre-vetted, if you will. And so that tends to create, it just makes it harder. There's more hurdles to get over that. After having said all that, one of the things that we're doing at Value Spotlight is we're building a school of investing, which is a great place for you to go and learn more about investing and do it in the wild. So you're working with Andrew as he builds out his different portfolio picks every week. We're going to include resources that are linked to those that give you a way of a roadmap, if you will, of how to learn. And a lot of times when we read stuff, we don't know what that is. This will be that opportunity to figure that out. And we also have, as we mentioned, a community as part of this that's connected with the School of Investing. It's also connected with the stock picks. And all of that can give you resources to become a better investor and to work alongside with other people and connect with Andrew and I so we can help you more than just listening to the podcast or interacting with us on social media. So those are other opportunities that we can all help each other. And that's what we're building now at Value Spotlight.
And there's actually 3 sub-communities. So you can pick which topic most fascinates you.
Yes.
And it's tied to the pivot. So you could go jump in the portfolio management community or the idea generation community or the fundamental analysis community, which makes up those last 3, the valuation and all of that. So all of those are great places to, maybe you're struggling for ideas. Boom, idea generation. Maybe you don't know, you're agonizing. Do I sell this stock? How much do I put in this stock? Throw it out there. See what other people that are like-minded, that have similar values as you, what they have to say. And yeah, I think it can really be of great value for people. Because one of the things that I've found when people ask me, what do you do for a living? And I tell them what I do. I teach people how to invest in the stock market. Not everybody says this, but the most common response I get is, oh, that's awesome. That I should do that someday. I should do that someday. I hear that so much. And It's make today that day. We're doing this huge launch. We've never done something like this before. Complete transformation. A bunch of people are going to enter the community. A bunch of people are going to get into school. Make today that day. This is the time. So it's a limited time because we want you to take action. So take action. Connect, learn, and grow with Value Spotlight. Peace.
We hope you enjoyed this content. 7 Steps to Understanding the Stock Market shows you precisely how to break down the numbers in an engaging and readable way with real-life examples. Get access today at stockmarketpdf.com. Until next time, have a prosperous day. The information contained is for general information and educational purposes only. It is not intended for a substitute for legal, commercial, and/or financial advice from a licensed professional. Review our full disclaimer at einvestingforbeginners.com.
I've got a lot of grandbabies, like a lot. And when it comes to finding a gift for each of them, it could add up. But this year, while I was making my way through Walmart, I realized I don't have to spend a lot to get the gifts they'll love.
An OPI mini mani set! I'm gonna do so much nail art. Oh yeah! A Lego set! My own Awala water bottle!
Ooh, and that's just half of them.
Shop great gifts they're sure to love for $25 and under at Walmart.
Welcome to Morning Brief from Yahoo Finance, streaming on your favorite podcast platform. This recording is the podcast version of our daily live video broadcast, so at times you might hear references to visual content such as charts or graphics. For additional information, check out the original video linked in the show notes. And now, Morning Brief.
It's 9 a.m. here in New York City on this Thursday, November 21st. Welcome to Yahoo Finance's flagship show, The Morning Brief. I'm Shauna Smith alongside Brad Smith, and let's get you the 3 stories that you need to know today.
Good morning, everyone. First up, NVIDIA dipped buyers jumping in after the stock dropped following earnings. The AI chip giant initially fell after its revenue forecasts and assurances on Blackwell chip demand failed to impress Wall Street. CEO Jensen Huang spoke on the earnings call, though, saying the highly anticipated product will ship this quarter.
The supply chain team is doing an incredible job working with our supply partners to increase Blackwell, and we're going to continue to work hard to increase Blackwell through next year. It is the case that demand exceeds our supply, and that's expected as we're in the beginnings of this generative AI revolution, as we all know.
Plus, Bitcoin is nearing a historic milestone. The digital token inching closer to $100,000 is coming amid continued optimism that the Trump administration is going to be supportive of digital assets. Now, according to reports, the administration is holding discussions on creating a new White House post solely dedicated to cryptocurrency policy.
And the Department of Justice seeking a forced sale of Google's Chrome browser in the wake of a landmark ruling that Alphabet illegally monopolized online search. The DOJ and a group of states proposing the major changes in a court filing, citing the judge's earlier ruling that the browser fortified the company's dominance. Google says that the government is pushing a radical agenda beyond the case. Well, U.S. stock futures are pushing higher this morning. This is shrugging off some initial disappointment following NVIDIA's results here. There you're taking a look at the screen at a move higher fractionally for the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ. And this really comes back to what has been and what is continually the earnings bellwether in NVIDIA and how it continues to, at least to some extent, try to fortify the AI theme that's played out for the better part of 2 years at this point. As we've seen NVIDIA shares here as well this morning, of course, there's been a little bit of a move lower fractionally as they may be initially, but as of right now, you're seeing pre-market move higher by about 1.9%, so reversing some of the earlier losses that we had seen even prior to coming to the set here. And one of the things that jumps out is what analysts are also saying about the company coming off of this. And you've got one call out from friend of the show, Dan Ives over at Wedbush, who says NVIDIA delivers flawless results with Blackwell as the LeBron chip release here. He goes on to say, the LeBron of chip releases, the next generation Blackwell appears to be ramping faster than expected. No overheating issues, appears to be on a massive demand trajectory here from Wedbush. You got a LeBron James mention early in the morning here.
Ives is always good for that. I think that this is sort of a recalculation, and I don't think it may be a huge surprise to some waking up this morning, taking a look at the pre-action or the pre-market moves that we initially saw, especially on the heels of the results that we got last night, and then, of course, a bit of a reversal here ahead of the open. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that it's more of a supply issue than a demand issue. And I think any sort of hints of a demand issue really would have rocked the boat when it comes to the bullish thesis surrounding NVIDIA. So the fact that it seems to be more of a supply, I don't even know if I would say issue, but supply challenge here, at least in the short term. I think that is giving some comfort here to analysts as they look out over the next several quarters and try to exactly game out what exactly that growth rate is going to look like. I also think the fact that we are seeing slower growth and expect to see slower growth here, not necessarily a huge surprise here to analysts. We've been talking about that time and time again. You can only run at that 200% growth rate for so long. So we are seeing a bit of a slowdown here in terms of the guidance and the expectations. That not being too much just in terms of rocking the boat too much on those bullish thesis. You had Citi opening up the catalyst call on NVIDIA here ahead of the CES presentation in a couple of months, and some of the expectations there and what we could hear a little bit more about when it comes to demand for the Blackwell chip. So I think a lot of people are seeing reason to buy on the slight weakness maybe that we did see here after hours. But again, it could be a volatile couple of trading days as we do kind of work out some of the kinks here within the system.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just tough to sustain at Usain Bolt-like levels here when you're looking at the growth for a company like this. Eventually, yeah, there needs to be a retirement or at least stepping away from some competitive sprinting. And NVIDIA, for right now, they're just trying to figure out, okay, more long-term, how can we make sure that we're still staying in the game and having demand and dominance of the overall theme that's playing out here, regardless of where some of the chips may fall off of our plate and onto some of the rest of the competitive landscape. And I think that's where a lot of analysts are calling in and summoning names like AMD into the chat as well here. So that's going to be interesting to continue to track here. A great, but not quite great enough quarter. That's how the street is really interpreting another quarter of surging sales for NVIDIA. Joining us now with his top takeaways from the print, Yahoo Finance's Tech DH, Dan Howley. Dan, got to know what you are making of the overall situation at NVIDIA and what you heard.
Yeah, Brad, Sean, I think you guys nailed it. They can only go 200% plus on revenue, and I think it was 400% plus on EPS at one point for so long. I mean, you know, the growth is still huge there. I think it was 94% up year over year for overall revenue. I think maybe 112 for data center, if I recall. So they're still absolutely exploding as far as the growth goes. There's no doubt that the growth is on a incredible upward trajectory still. It's just not the insane stuff that we had seen at the very, I guess, takeoff of the generative AI revolution, if you want to call it that, or the big kind of, you know, blow up with generative AI. But I think the main takeaway here for me is that Blackwell seems to be in perfect shape as far as Jensen Huang and CFO Colette Kress say. They say that Blackwell's in full production in the hands of all of their major partners. They shipped 13,000 sample Blackwell chips in the quarter, and we had them say that the NVIDIA is on track to exceed previous Blackwell revenue estimates. So Blackwell clearly doing very well. Jensen Huang saying that it's in great shape, that they continue to be on pace to execute on their annual roadmap. That's as they go from Blackwell to the next chips, and that their Blackwell production is full steam, and they will deliver more, as I said, this quarter than they previously estimated. So Blackwell seemingly doing great. The kind of concerns over overheating, the issues with the mass procedure are kind of in the rear view, and they're just kind of plowing forward. The overall revenue numbers were obviously very, very good. They came in at $35.1 billion versus $33.2 billion in expectations. The anticipated revenue for the current quarter now, Q4, is $37.5 billion, plus or minus 2%. Wall Street had that pegged at $37 billion. So it just looks like Wall Street's getting more on track with what the expectations are for the coming quarter. And, you know, we saw that dip, as you guys pointed out, just as they had announced, and then in the post-market action, the shares fell, perhaps because the expectations weren't up to snuff for the sky-high expectations that have been set in the prior quarters. But, you know, we're looking now, it's just about below 2% up this morning. So clearly there's been a turnaround. Brad, you pointed out some of the analysts that are saying, you know, this is a great quarter. Sorry, it's not 200%, but it's still really good.
All right, Dan Halley, thanks so much for breaking that down for us here. We want to stick with NVIDIA. Our next guest has a $173 price target on the stock. That's above the street median price target of $167. Joining us now to discuss the results, we want to bring in Antoine Chkaiban. He is a New Street Research technology infrastructure analyst. Antoine, it's great to have you back here on Yahoo Finance. So it looks like initially there was some disappointment playing out in the street from the numbers that we saw. And here we are this morning, a bit of a reversal. I'm curious what your biggest takeaway is from this report.
Yes, thanks a lot, Sean and Brad, for having me. So yes, I would just reiterate that NVIDIA printed a strong third quarter, you know, with a solid 17% sequential growth for data center. That's above expectations, and the guide for 4Q was strong as well. That implies another 10% sequential growth. And on one hand, you have demand for Hopper that remains very strong, broad-based. You have, you know, H200, just Hopper GPU that's ramping very well. And on the other hand, you have the Blackwell ramp that's very much on track. NVIDIA, you know, is planning to exceed its previous guide of several billions in 4Q. And most importantly, demand is set to exceed supply for several quarters in 2025. And so now I think that the key question is what happens in 2025.
How far out do you think investors are apt to look when evaluating this company? Because you continue to hear on the call that you've got staggering demand for Blackwell, incredible demand, they went on to say. Colette Kress, the CFO and EVP over at NVIDIA, also saying Hopper demand is exceptional. So all of this and the superlatives that they layer on to the demand that they're seeing, how far out do you think investors should be keeping in mind with regard to some of these demand projections and then layering that into what seems like a fair valuation for them to get in at?
Yeah, so again, I think now the key debate is what happens in 25, right? And on that front, I think I would say two things. First, there are no signs of overcapacity building for GPUs. On the contrary, you know, you have all the latest models like OpenAI's O1 with a chain of thought putting pressure on compute requirements. That's driving very strong demand at the moment. And we also monitor very closely hyperscale capex, and hyperscalers are indeed on a trend to spend enough for NVIDIA to beat next year. And the second thing is really NVIDIA's supply chain and all the data center power capacity that is increasing at a very rapid pace. And so you have NVIDIA who is carefully allocating clients based on power capacity. So that's really unlikely to create like a bottleneck at an industry level next year. And so here, the conclusion is that there is no bottleneck preventing NVIDIA from meeting its expectation, from meeting consensus expectations next year, and even buy-side expectations as well, which we estimate, you know, maybe are in the $200 billion for data center. So bottom line, yes, is NVIDIA is very well positioned for 2025. They're set to generate, you know, over $4 of EPS. And even if we expect growth to slow materially beyond, we still see NVIDIA approaching, you know, $6 of EPS. And how do we value that? Well, over the last 10 years, NVIDIA has traded on 38 times forward earnings. And so if you put like a 35 multiple on these $6 of earnings, well, and you discount that back to today, that still, you know, gives you quite a bit of upside. And that's how our $173 target price is based on.
So Antoine, it sounds like you think investors should be using any sort of pullback as a buy the dip opportunity.
Yes, I mean, the stock actually ended up opening in the green, right, this morning. But yes, we would definitely have recommended investors to buy on any weakness. If you look a few years out, I think we have a lot of data points that are increasing our confidence that a lot of compute demand is going to be required. You have that was a big debate on the call. That compute is now shifting from pre-training to reinforcement learning. Like the pre-training phase is when you take all the text on the internet and you teach a model how to make sense of it, of all the data. And there has been some concerns lately that there may not be enough data to keep increasing the performance of models just by doing that. But thankfully, researchers at OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, and elsewhere have found new ways to improve the performance of model by having the model speak with itself or with other models. And you can increase further the performance by having the model spend time, at the moment you ask a question to it. That's kind of analogous in some ways to what we do when we spend a few seconds thinking before we answer a question. And all that will drive very significant compute demand in coming years. And that's definitely like the underlying reason why we would be buyers of any weakness here.
Antoine, you've got calls on the street like that from Wedbush saying that this is the LeBron James of AI right now. I mean, is that a fair analogy? Is there some other analogy we should be thinking of? Do you think this is the LeBron James of AI?
So I'm not a big expert in basketball, but what I can tell you is that in the field of AI infrastructure, NVIDIA today leads, and they lead for two reasons. The first reason is because they have a very, very strong ecosystem. They've been around for a very long time. They know how to tackle these AI workloads very efficiently, how to find every bottleneck in the workload and develop solutions, chips, and systems that can address these bottlenecks to take model performance to the next level and allow to make a better and better model as we move from one generation to the next. And second, yes, their chips have much more flexibility than what other AI XPU, you have CPUs, you have GPUs, you have TPUs. So GPU is one category. The GPU is a very flexible architecture. It allows, to tackle future workloads, even if you don't know what the future workload is going to be. And so those are the two main reasons, today why we see NVIDIA as a leader in AI, and we expect them to remain so. That doesn't mean, of course, that there's not going to be a market large enough to make room for other vendors to do very well as well. And there you could mention Broadcom, you could mention AMD, but we definitely expect NVIDIA to remain dominant.
All right. Antoine Chkaiban, who is the New Street Research Technology Infrastructure Analyst. Thanks so much for taking the time here today. Appreciate it. Coming up on Morning Brief, we count you down to the opening bell on Wall Street. Futures right now ticking higher for the Dow, the S&P 500, and the NASDAQ. Plus, we bring you more coverage on NVIDIA as the stock looks to open in the green after reporting earnings. Also, the Department of Justice seeking a sale of Google Chrome to curb Alphabet's monopoly. We'll discuss that and much more on Morning Brief.
This episode is brought to you by Polestar. Electric performance is at the core of every choice that went into the all-electric Polestar 3. Like merging a spacious interior with the torque and handling of a sports car, or the ability to go from 0 to 60 in as little as 4.8 seconds, and get an EPA estimated range of up to 315 miles per charge. Choices like this all lead to making your decision to choose Polestar 3 obvious. Book your test drive today at Polestar.com.
Now time for some of today's trending tickers. You can scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. Let's get to it. First up, Snowflake soaring after better than expected third quarter results, with product revenue up 29% from a year ago. The software company also issuing a strong sales outlook for the fourth quarter and the full year. The stock has fallen about 35% this year on concerns about competition and leadership changes. Shares, though, shrugging it off and saying, hey, we're not even paying attention to that. Perhaps a little bit of a rebound off of some of the levels that we had seen in October, though. But ultimately here, shares popping pre-market right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of the focus here this morning is on some of that margin improvement and the commentary that we got on the earnings call last night. Their CFO, Mike Scarpelli, was talking about the fact that they've taken a few initiatives in order to improve it, and they've done it through, quote, rigorous process to reevaluate their cost structure. Some of those efforts seem to be paying off. Their CEO also went on to further comment on that, talking about the fact that the company's removed some management layers and did some internal projects to try and boost some of those efforts there. You talk about the cost-cutting efforts and certain trend of certain themes that we have seen playing out on Wall Street for many of these public companies here over the last several months and several quarters here. So Snowflake right now has about 542 customers that spent more than $1 million over the last 12 months. That was compared to 510 the previous quarter. So when you take a look at the macro environment and what's happening right now, I'd say that's pretty decent growth here for the company going forward. I think in terms of what that trajectory looks like, trying to game out what those growth opportunities look like here. You mentioned the fact that the stock had been under pressure here, but at least you look at some of the optimism that seems to be sweeping the street this morning. It seems like a lot of that commentary that we did get from executives on the call is really the focal point here for investors.
Yeah, within that $1 million customer total that you had mentioned a moment ago, the 542 customers with trailing 12-month product revenue greater than $1 million. What that directly correlates through to as well, though, is another figure that they had mentioned in that net revenue retention rate of 127%. And perhaps for some of the investors, they're saying, okay, this might set in a new basement or at least a new baseline for them to build off of, and factoring that into the stock here this morning, too.
Let's take a look at Palo Alto Networks, topping profit and revenue estimates for its fiscal first quarter results, boosted by some steady demand. Still, though, the cybersecurity company's guidance did fail to impress. Second quarter outlook mostly in line with expectations. The company also announcing a 2-for-1 stock split. That's set to begin December 16th. You can see the stock under slight pressure here this morning, off just about 2.5%, trading right around $3.83 per share. When it comes to some of the, biggest factors here within this report, we talked about how so much of these expectations when it comes to Palo Alto Networks, when it comes to other bigger names within the cybersecurity space, very lofty expectations. So even though they did raise slightly, although it was in line with expectations, clearly proving not enough to be for the street right now. We have seen a rise in some cyber crimes and hacks here. It has certainly spurred many companies to invest more within these types of products. We have seen a bit of a wave in terms of some of that momentum surrounding Palo Alto Networks and many of its competitors here over the last several years. I think it's safe to say, but again, lofty expectations going into this print, and the beat and raise just not enough.
Yeah, some really interesting tidbits within the call and how the company is thinking about this next phase of the cybersecurity industry. And they were talking about this during the call, saying the cybersecurity industry is embarking into its next phase where the market will continue to converge towards a fewer set of platformization players over the next 5 to 10 years. And then additionally here, they're also looking at the industry to continue to be robust, continue to grow faster than the overall technology market. So they're a little bit of a comp versus some of the other subsectors or sub-industries within technology more broadly. But despite the acceleration of technology spend due to AI, cybersecurity continues to outpace technology spend here. So that is particular. And I think as we kind of hear from some of the other companies and have heard from other companies over the course of this earnings season, I think back to what Palantir continues to say in their own platforms in AIP and how cybersecurity is going to take even more of a role because of where the geopolitical tensions around the world really drive more of the government contracts and the private businesses and private sectors, I should say, to also securitize themselves, as well as the new warfare, as Palantir has discussed it, is increasingly more cyber. And so with that in mind, Snowflake and some of the other companies, Palo Alto Networks, two of those names that the markets have really had to digest what that future means for where they're seeing some of the recurring revenue come forward and more big clients as well try to securitize themselves. Also, everyone, we got to talk about this one. Google could be forced to break up. The Department of Justice is pushing for Google to divest its Chrome browser, plus divert any interest the tech giant has in search distribution products and search AI products. The formal request that comes after a ruling in August found the company illegally monopolize the search market. Yahoo Finance's senior legal reporter Alexis Keenan joins us now with more on the DOJ's proposals and everything surrounding Google parent company Alphabet right now. Hey, Alexis.
Yeah, so this is a big court filing. We've been waiting for it. There were some leaks earlier in the week by a Bloomberg source. But this proposal by the DOJ, this is the formalized ask for Google's monopolization, illegal monopolization of the search and search text advertising markets that came down in DC in a district court in August. The DOJ's proposals, what they really do is they center on search distribution. So you have to have that in the back of your mind, is how does Google get its search product out into the world as you go through these different asks? And I'm going to go through some of the main ones here. And you mentioned one already, big one. The DOJ wants Google to have to divest its Chrome browser. The browser holds 61% of the browser market, and also to not own any browsers for 5 years. There are also asks for Google to divest any interest at all in rival search products, as well as AI-based query products, a big one there. And they want them to do that within 6 months of whatever deal is finalized here. Also, there's a contingent divestment for Android, the operating system, and that would only come into play if other remedies are not effective. Now, what we were expecting in this case, and really that goes to the heart of this case, is an ask to not divest, but to end contracts that secure search, Google search, as the default on dozens of devices, right? All kinds of mobile devices, laptop, desktops, etc. But that's mostly, if it happened, it would impact Apple. Why? Because Apple's on the take in these agreements for roughly about $20 billion a year. That's the bulk of it. All told, with all of the devices included, it's about $26 billion a year. Now, those are 2022 numbers. Also in this request, for Google to have to sell its search data. That is huge for Google. That includes its indexing of its search engine. That includes a lot of the algorithms that it uses to provide what it thinks are quality searches. And Google has long protested this very strongly, saying that is our intellectual property. It would have to be paid for. Now, the DOJ says it would have to be offered, as far as the index, on a nominal cost basis for rivals and potential rivals. As far as ad data, that's the other part of this case, the search text advertising. They say, well, they want Google to give that away for free. So we can expect that on December 20th, a month from now, when Google will have an opportunity to put forth its suggestions for remedies, that they are going to push back on each and every one of these suggestions. In a statement on Monday, they did react to the leak, saying the DOJ continues to push what they called a radical agenda. They said the agenda would harm consumers, developers, and American technological leadership at the wrong time.
Alexis, I'm going to ask you this question. I think so many people have this when they're hearing cases like this, especially when it comes to antitrust. But with the new Trump administration, the timeline of that, how much uncertainty does that then maybe invoke into this situation?
I think a fair amount. While there have been dozens and dozens of antitrust experts that think that Trump will continue to push forward with this case, some say he may be more of a negotiator, that his DOJ could come in and try to find a more common ground as opposed to asking for the world, I guess is maybe how Google would take it. But there are other hurdles too. Not just a new administration. You also have Google planning to appeal. You also have to think about the idea that there would have to be a suitable buyer for any divestment, and who is on the table to put up the kind of funds that it would cost to acquire a Chrome, let's say.
Didn't this case originate under the first Trump administration?
It did. It absolutely did. So we would expect the new Trump administration would continue on.
You never know. All right, Alexis, great stuff. Thanks so much. Yeah. Coming up, it's opening bell on Wall Street. That's coming up when Morning Brief returns.
With Lululemon, the real gift happens when they're living in it. When you give them the softest loungewear set, the real gift is this. And this. And this. This holiday, Lululemon makes it easy to give a gift that goes beyond. Open the moment. Shop now at Lululemon.com.
Welcome back, everyone. You're taking a live look at the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. You've got iShares by BlackRock, and you've got some funfetti on the right side of your screen over at the NASDAQ. Meet the Mets. They're ringing the opening bell. Big LGM energy. Let's go Mets, but also let's go Phils. Anyway, let's take a look at the markets here on the day. We've officially opened up and kicked off today's trading session. All baseball allegiances put to the side for a hot second here, or at least until 4 p.m. The Dow Jones Industrial Average as of right now opens up by about 0.4%. NASDAQ Composite, that opens higher by about 0.5% here this morning. And the S&P 500, you're seeing that to begin the day to the upside, fractionally as it may be, by about 0.4%. Let's get some sector activity in it here for you. At the opening cross, you're seeing more green than red. But pulling up the caboose as of right now, communication services, it's down by about 0.2%. Technology, right now, you're seeing that higher by about 1% to kick off today's trading activity. And let's go to the tech-heavy NASDAQ here just to give you a glimpse at how things are opening up here on the day. You asked for it, we got it. NVIDIA, it's up right now to begin the day by about 3%. This coming off of yesterday's earnings report, where the company talked very positively about the continued ramp for demand and the outlook for demand for its main and poster children chips within its larger business here. And of course, investors peppered them on the call about Blackwell. And so we'll have much more on that throughout the day and continuing coverage and conversations with some analysts here. But before I get ahead of myself, let's get on over to Yahoo Finance's Jared Blickery for a look at what's moving here today. Hey, Jared.
Well, thank you, Brad. I just want to focus on the small caps for a minute because they've been lagging a bit. They saw a kind of fierce downturn after the election, and I'm going to pull up a 12-day chart. That's how many days have passed since the election. Here was an initial rise and then a steep sell-off, and you can see the Russell 2000 and its ETF pulling off of those lows. So that's a very constructive thing here. Year to date, you can see all it did was come back to the prior breakout level and then re-accelerate. Not a lot, but I think investors will take that. And we're seeing that also in the S&P 500. Here's S&P 500 year to date, and here we just tested that election level over the last couple of days, and now we have bounced off of it. Let's go back to the sector action where we have tech and cyclicals in the forefront. We have both energy and financials leading along with tech. Let me just show you what has been leading since the election. That's energy, financials, and then consumer discretionary. Then we get communication services. I don't know what happened there. And then we got tech. There we go. So a lot of a decent mix there of growth stocks and also cyclical stocks. And you see what's not working. Healthcare, although healthcare was the leading sector yesterday. Let's just see how it's doing today. XLV looks like it's down today, 24 basis points. All right, I want to get to some of our leaders here and just keeping in some of the same vein as monitoring some of these election winners and losers. We can see Bitcoin. I'm going to get to that in a second. That's nearing 100,000. That has been a leader today, but over the last 12 days, it's been about software. It's been about a little bit of chip stocks, but it's also been regional banks. It's been a lot of crypto. And so as the interactive lags here a little bit, not sure I'm going to get that back. There we go. We can see Bitcoin up about 40% in that time period. And then I got to mention disruption too, because ARC Innovation components led by Tesla, those have really been taking off. Tesla up 37%, Shopify up 30%, Coinbase up 64%. I'm going to mention quickly that gold has been up 4 days straight. It saw a little bit of a downturn after the election, but I do want to get to Bitcoin with the rest of my time here because Bitcoin has just been on an absolute tear. I want to show you this chart as it nears 100,000 for the first time ever. That's just a price target, kind of a psychological price target that people have picked up on. And here we go, 97,368. I'll put the year to date on there. You can see up 120%. And we only cleared this massive resistance level that had held since March in the last few days over the last election period. So constructive action in crypto and some other areas in the market today, guys.
All right, Jared, thanks so much. It's time now for today's strategy session. NVIDIA earnings were the major market catalyst for many investors to see whether the AI-fueled rally still has legs. Today, dip buyers swooping in and buying. So can the market continue to power higher? Joining us now, we want to bring in Michelle Schneider, MarketGauge.com, a chief strategist. Michelle, it's great to have you on here again with us at Yahoo Finance. Talk to me just about how you're looking at NVIDIA results and maybe what that signals for the broader market's momentum.
Well, we certainly have had an interesting shift as we got through the second half so far of 2024, where tech started to underperform and we started to see some of the other sectors pick up. And that broadening out of a rally is probably overall more positive than just a growth tech stock leading. So at this point now with NVIDIA, what basically we're saying is that could shift back to a more growth environment. And so that makes me wonder how sustainable if we don't get the rest of the market to join along, if you will. So the way I'm looking at it is, I think there's great opportunity in the tech. Obviously, NVIDIA through 150, that was an area that we were looking at to clear. And some of the other tech stocks that have been lagging might be interesting. Like, for example, right here at home, Intel would be one that we're watching. But as far as the rest of the market, I still have major keen eyes on the consumer sector, because that has been in this consolidation for 10 months now, more than 10 months, tried to break out and didn't. And I think if we really want to see the future of where we're going overall in everything, we have to see how the consumer responds to the possibility of higher inflation and higher rates.
And so for the most consumer sensitive parts of the market, what would the trade be around some of those names right now, especially looking out to some of those larger catalysts that you just mentioned, Michelle?
Well, we can see the trend right now. Walmart and Costco did very, very well in their earnings, and they're both obviously expressing concerns about tariffs next year and having to pass those costs on to the consumer. So, the big box stores like that have really attracted a higher income shopper, where they used to go more higher discretionary, like Louis Vuitton. We're seeing them going to Costco and Walmart. And so the lower class shoppers, where we saw tremendous Dollar Tree losses, et cetera, are suffering. So we have to kind of balance it out. So I think that's why I like, Brad, to really look at the ETF XRT, because it's that wonderful balance between consumer staples and consumer discretionary. And that is the most exciting thing to me right now, because if you look at it, it hasn't been above 80 and it hasn't been below 70 for over 10 months. So that's why I don't think it necessarily means that you have to watch one store over another. Obviously, Target was dismal this week. And I know today Ross is coming out. That'll be interesting, because that's another one of those sort of middle of the road type stores. But if you look at XRT and we can get through this 80, it doesn't really matter what anybody says in terms of the impact on the consumer. I think that would be a very good sign for getting into 2025.
Michelle, I'm getting even more of, and we are in our newsroom, getting even more of the outlooks for next year, and we're starting to get some of the S&P 500 projections as high as 6,600, and I mean, there's a wide range of outcomes because of some of the multiple unknowns that still have yet to come to fruition. With that in mind, how wide of a range should investors really be positioning their portfolio for going into 2025?
Well, I still think that you can't dismiss having a position in the metals, by the way, which of course is completely different from the S&P 500. But what we can see is that gold is still acting a little bit like a flight to safety. Obviously, if we remove Bitcoin from the equation, because that's running on its own fumes. But in terms of the S&P 500, we have to realize that the market always likes to go up. And it's always in a hopeful state of going up until reality sets in, which of course then has a setback. And then the degree of the setback depends on how much of the reality. So we have to watch some of these realities that right now are still on the back burner, like the geopolitical situation, like what happens with tariffs, like really what the Federal Reserve does with interest rates. And so essentially, I think that at this point we can see time march on positively, but that's why I don't like to make a projection. What I rather say is you stay with the momentum and you stay with the trend, but you have to think more actively as an investor and realize that if you're not willing to sit through any kind of potential downturn, you take your profits along the way, you have your trailing stops. But at this point, you can't deny that everything looks positive, but I'm going to go back to my initial statement. Watch that consumer sector, because I really believe that that's going to rule the overall sentiment next year.
All right, I'm just going to walk around with a mirror then, because I am that consumer. Michelle Schneider, who's the MarketGauge.com chief strategist. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, everyone, demand is no problem for NVIDIA, but how much longer will supply be a headwind for the chip maker? We'll discuss that next.
Ready to launch a career and future you can be proud of? Welcome to Merrill, where an industry-leading advisor training program will help you get licensed. And with lead gen support from Bank of America's vast customer base, you'll get the referrals you need to establish your own practice. It's time to see your career charge forward with Merrill. Apply now at careers.bankofamerica.com. Copyright 2024 Bank of America Corporation.
It's time now for our chart of the day. Let's send it on over to Catalyst co-host Madison Mills for a look at NVIDIA buybacks. Hey, Maddie.
Hey, Brad. So I'm actually going to take a look at some of their cash flow operations here. You can see the huge gains that we've seen quarter over quarter in terms of their announcements. And I liked this chart because this came up in NVIDIA's presentation, but it wasn't part of the 10Q or their financial statement. So we got a little bit more intel in this chart that they included in that presentation here. You can see here Q4 fiscal year 2024. This was an increase of 57% in their cash flow from operations from the prior quarter. It was up 411% from a year ago. So huge gains. No surprise to hear that coming from NVIDIA. They defined this in that presentation, by the way, as their cash coming in minus their debt. As a reminder of that, they've got $26 billion in gross cash right now, only $9.8 billion in debt, leaving them with $16 billion in cash. So certainly seen their higher revenue that didn't necessarily blow out expectations, but did still beat them, reflected in this chart here. Now, another thing that I thought was interesting, like you mentioned, Brad, those share repurchases coming in at $2.7 billion. Also, the dividend payments coming in at $99 million, so just shy of $1 billion there. As that continues to pick up, maybe that area that they can play with on their balance sheet in terms of how they're using their cash could be used to sort of outweigh any super lofty investor expectations moving forward. Maybe that's a way that they could lead to some joy from the street following their earnings prints if, say, we don't see a massive expansion in revenue coming from outside of those 4 hyperscaler names, you guys.
All right, Maddie, thanks. NVIDIA's issue is not demand, it's meeting that demand. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang telling analysts that production for the company's highly anticipated Blackwell chip is, quote, in full steam, but demand still outpaces supply.
The supply chain team is doing an incredible job working with our supply partners to increase Blackwell, and we're going to continue to work hard to increase Blackwell through next year. It is the case that demand exceeds our supply, and that's expected as we're in the beginnings of this generative AI revolution, as we all know.
Joining us now, we want to bring in Ben Beharin. He is a Creative Strategy CEO and Principal Analyst. Ben, it's great to have you. I know you own NVIDIA through some of your mutual funds. I'm curious how you're looking at the results that we got last night, some of that commentary about the relentless demand, it sounds like, here for NVIDIA's chips, and maybe what that signals in terms of an investment opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is they're going to be up against a lot of supply constraints, just because we are working with an advanced manufacturing process for Blackwell, and from that regard, right, TSMC is scaling a new process in terms of advanced packaging. So as that ramps, I think some of those supply constraints will start to ease. But the bottom line is, just from the demand we see from the hyperscalers, we talk to a lot of people in cloud. We talk to a lot of CIOs and CTOs investing in these enterprise AI workflows. We're confident there's going to be a continued demand cycle here for at least the next year, if not into calendar 26. And I would expect that NVIDIA remains just supply constrained throughout that time, if not longer.
Do you expect the spends or the purchase orders that they're receiving from their customers to remain at the same level? And I guess I ask that because we're seeing this demand really show up in even some of the larger kind of S&P 500 targets that we're seeing from banks and investment firms as well, who are talking about the level of spend that AI is expected to receive over these next several quarters.
Yeah, I think the big thing there, and this is just reflected in the hyperscalers' CapEx increase in their spend, is when you just look at the demand today for AI, This is a large amount of organizations just piloting and doing projects. So this is not being deployed yet to every person in their enterprise, nor is this being deployed to every person on the planet with a computer who are using these functions on a regular basis. So that's why you look at this and say we are in the very, very early stages of a transformational moment in computing, and the vast majority of data centers are not AI factories, as Jensen likes to say. We are in the midst of an early transition from general purpose servers, which things that just run the internet, Walmart.com, Amazon.com, Netflix, et cetera, to these AI servers. And that's single digit penetration in terms of the general data center now. So we have a long ramp of spend as they start to transition those data centers from general purpose servers to AI servers. And NVIDIA is going to be one of the main beneficiaries of that over that timeline. And that is a 2-3 year arc if you just look at where CapEx is today.
Ben, how are you looking at valuation? Obviously, valuation concerns we have seen creeping into the market. Do you then think it sounds like maybe the valuation is justified given that opportunity that lies ahead?
Yeah, I think it just goes back to the point as to what happens when enterprises and really every service company starts deploying this at scale, because it's not today. And once we start seeing this move into full deployment, which if you read a lot of commentary from CIOs and CTOs in terms of their spends with their budgets, that's going to be mid to end of next year that they expect to start rolling out those broader AI projects at scale. And that's not even to their entire enterprise. That's to Salesforce. That's to marketing, that's to engineering for coding. Once this really fully moves out to really every knowledge worker, if you will, and really beyond, like the scale for that is going to be significant. And so I think we'll start to see those ROI justifications, those spends start to move to software on that timeline, again, mid to late next year. But we're in still this just build infrastructure stage here. And it's still going to be a multi-year cycle of infrastructure build.
And with that multi-year cycle of infrastructure, are we focusing specifically on data centers, or is there something else that needs to be factored into that infrastructure, such as energy powering those data centers? We've even heard Oracle and some of the other major tech companies talk about nuclear reactors and investing there to make sure that these data centers that have thousands, tens of thousands of chips in them could eventually see, maybe 1 million chips, and that would require much more power.
Yeah, so the biggest trends here, right, is all of this does consume more power. So they are working on obviously bringing in more power. This also requires a new way to cool. So you're hearing a lot about liquid cooling coming into all of these different parts of the data center. That's not something they had to do before. So they're having to add piping, and they're having to add a whole new slew of electricity, ways to deal with that water. So we're in a redesign, if you will, rethink of the architecture of data centers. And that's causing a ton of different implications throughout the entire supply chain, right? People who build racks, all forms of infrastructure for those buildings, and they're getting bigger. They are expanding the sizes of their data center with some of these new builds. So it's really a fascinating time, because the infrastructure change that's needed here is so significant, and I think that's why you're seeing so many projects and so much initial spotlight on just how expensive of a problem this is. But everybody believes it will pay off. But like I said, that's why this is a multi-year transformational cycle in infrastructure.
Ben Beharin, who is the Creative Strategies CEO and Principal Analyst. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Yeah, anytime. Thanks for having me.
Coming up, shares of Adani Group taking a hit after its founder was charged by U.S. prosecutors. We're breaking down all the details after the short break.
Ryan Reynolds here.
Details.
Welcome back. We're taking a look at some of the trending tickers this morning, and we're doing it in 30 seconds each here. Let's go. First up, shares of Adani Group plummeting for its worst day in nearly 2 years. This is after U.S. prosecutors charged its founder in a bribery scheme worth $250 million. Billionaire Gautam Adani accused of attempting to bribe Indian officials in order to receive green energy contracts. Adani Group also scrapping plans for a $600 million stock sale. This was a 54-page indictment, and of course we will see what ultimately nets out and what the payment is here ultimately as well.
All right, let's take a look at Starbucks reportedly exploring the sale of a stake in its business in China, meeting with potential local partners. That's according to a report out from Bloomberg. Now, in the most recent quarter, Starbucks did see a double-digit decline in same-store sales in China, its second largest market globally. We had Brian Niccol, the new CEO of Starbucks, on Yahoo Finance with Brian Sazi and Brooke DePalma just a few weeks ago, and they asked him about the China business and what his plans are for them. He talked about the fact that the competitive environment there has changed, quote, pretty dramatically in the past couple of years. He then went on to talk about the fact that as you think about the future, they are evaluating, and what he's alluded to in the past is what it looks like in relation to strategic partnerships. So very much hinting at that during his conversation with Yahoo Finance. So it will be interesting to follow this story as it develops.
Absolutely. And finally here, let's take a look at Volkswagen. It's just days away from a potential strike. Union representatives called on management to take a big step in their third round of negotiations. The company is looking to cut salaries and is considering closing plants for the first time in its history. If an agreement is not reached by December, Volkswagen workers could strike for the first time since 2018. Employees were seeking guarantees and in the form of job security, especially across those 9 factories in Germany as well here.
That does it for Morning Brief this morning, but keep it right here on Yahoo Finance. My co-host Madison Mills and I will have you for the next hour. We've got more analysis on the biggest catalyst in today's market action. We'll be right back.
You just listened to the Morning Brief from Yahoo Finance. Heard a reference to a chart or graphic? For more information, you can watch the full video broadcast by finding the link in our show notes. Thanks for listening.
Investing success relies on 2 things, skill and stamina. At New York Life Investments, we're an asset management partner built to help you master both. Tap into forward-thinking strategies and real-time insights at NewYorkLifeInvestments.com.
In today's data-driven world, you need real data to shape an effective marketing strategy. That's where Ahrefs comes in. Ahrefs is a marketing intelligence platform powered by big data. It shows you exactly what your target audience is searching for and how you measure up to your competitors. Whether you're making day-to-day marketing decisions or defining your long-term digital strategy, Ahrefs delivers real-time insights that help you grow your brand. Head over to ahrefs.com to get started. That's AHREFS.com.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Podcasts, radio, news.
I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. We have gotten confirmation of what Bloomberg had already reported. The president-elect Donald Trump is nominating Scott Bessent of Key Square Group to be the Secretary of the Treasury. Donald Trump, in a statement posted on True Social, describing him as someone who has long been a strong advocate of the America First agenda, Joe.
We actually spent some time with the 62-year-old Scott Bessent right here at this table in Washington, D.C., Kaylee, not that long ago when it was still unclear who was going to win the election. And of course, since then, we've heard any number of names bandied about. Scott Bessent has always been on the short list. We spent some time talking about his relationship with Donald Trump and what Donald Trump's relationship with the Federal Reserve will be. Let's listen.
He has a deep understanding of financial markets as opposed to most politicians. So he wants to be involved in the conversation. He has very well-formed opinions. He has a lot of private sector friends. So he just wants to be a voice.
Just part of our conversation that touched on a lot of themes, Kaylee. One thing that Scott Bessent was able to do was to convince the markets, to convince the news media that this idea of combining tariffs and tax cuts could result in meaningful growth. This is an idea that has had many, from economists to market watchers here in Washington, suggest that it could bring great deficits to Washington, D.C. Scott Bessent has been very effective in arguing against that idea to the point where Donald Trump thought he was the messenger for this job.
Yeah, and it's going to remain to be seen to what extent it is Scott Bessent's voice in the role of Treasury Secretary, if he is indeed confirmed for it, that will be the most defining or authoritative on economic policy. Keeping in mind here that someone else who was in contention for this position, Howard Lutnick, has been named to be Secretary of Commerce with, according to the president-elect, jurisdiction over trade and tariffs specifically. So how these departments will be working together in order to make Donald Trump's campaign agenda an actual reality is something something we'll be watching here, as well as those who will have yet to be named to top economic positions, including on the National Economic Council and the Council of Economic Advisors. In part, in the statement Donald Trump has just put out on Truth Social, he has described that Bessent's role will be about putting the U.S. fully in a position of the world's leading economy and the center of innovation in entrepreneurism. He goes on to say that America will have the greatest economic boom, and the great people of the United States of America essentially will be benefiting from Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary.
Will ensure that no Americans will be left behind in the next and greatest economic boom. Glowing comments, as you would expect from the president-elect here, talking about somebody, by the way, who is a friend. They've spent a lot of time together talking about economic philosophy. Scott Bessent worked throughout the course of this campaign as an economic advisor to Donald Trump, and in fact helped to craft some of the speeches that were directed most specifically at the economy. Assuming that he is confirmed, Kayleigh, we should also note the fact that he would be the first openly gay Treasury Secretary in American history as the 79th Secretary of the U.S. Treasury.
Yeah, certainly historically significant. And as you talk about this notion of friendship and having the ear of the president-elect, someone else who does, as we've come to understand, is Elon Musk, who actually, if we all recall, just days ago weighed in on the jockeying for Treasury and described Bessent as a business as usual choice. He was advocating for Howard Lutnick, but he said business as usual is driving America bankrupt. So we need change one way or another. Clearly, Donald Trump has not sided with Elon Musk on this, as he has named Bessent now to be Treasury Secretary. But I wonder if business as usual is actually what financial markets will have been looking for. And we'll have to wait and see the reaction to this pick when futures open on Sunday evening.
That's for sure. We have to wait till 6 p.m. on Sunday. Now, interesting timing how this all dropped. The markets will have the weekend to decipher this. We have seen, by the way, a bit of a drop in Bitcoin, which is the one thing that we can kind of factor in. We talked a lot about, though, the impact that immigration, or the relationship that immigration has with our job market, and the impact that a mass deportation might have. Here's what Scott Bessent had to say about it.
In this cycle, when we had the massive inflation, we get, whether it's 11 million new arrivals, or as President Trump thinks, 21 million new arrivals, it does push down wages on the bottom quintile, which I think is abominable. These are working people, Americans, who are seeing their wages get pushed down.
But of course, as we consider the prospect of mass deportation of a lot of the economic policies, including around taxes that Donald Trump has talked about, it is not going to be entirely up to individuals like the president or the Secretary of the Treasury to actually enact those policies. There has to be a relationship here with Congress, who has authority over a lot of these monetary matters. So the relationship that Bessent will have on Capitol Hill is something to watch. In fact, most immediately, his ability to get confirmed by those on Capitol Hill in the U.S. Senate.
That's right. And after some of the other more controversial names that we've been talking about, this is not considered to be a very heavy lift for the transition team in achieving this confirmation. We'll have a long way to go here talking about this and the relationship that the Treasury will have with the Commerce Department, suddenly now overseeing the U.S. Trade Representative. When it comes to tariffs, this is going to be an interesting combination.
Yeah, and that reminds us that we still have yet to learn who the next U.S. Trade Representative will be, who will lead the National Economic Council, have those roles inside the White House. That also could be formative in the actual defining of policy and the implementation of it. But this was a large selection for a president-elect who campaigned almost entirely on the issue of the economy. We knew he was taking the role of Treasury Secretary very seriously. He took his time in making this decision. But now we've understood and we've learned that it is Scott Bessent who ultimately gets the nomination.
Interviews at Mar-a-Lago on Wednesday with Bessent, with Warsh, with Rowan. Clearly with 3 boxes to check: MAGA, Wall Street, and ready for TV. Donald Trump has made his pick. Scott Bessent now officially the nominee for Treasury Department.
In today's data-driven world, you need real data to shape an effective marketing strategy. That's where Ahrefs comes in. Ahrefs is a marketing intelligence platform powered by big data. It shows you exactly what your target audience is searching for and how you measure up to your competitors. Whether you're making day-to-day marketing decisions or defining your long-term digital strategy, Ahrefs delivers real-time insights that help you grow your brand. Head over to ahrefs.com to get started. That's ahrefs.com.
This podcast is supported by BetterHelp, offering licensed therapists you can connect with via video, phone, or chat. Here's BetterHelp Head of Clinical Operations Hesyu Joe discussing who can benefit from therapy.
I think a lot of people think that you're supposed to be going to therapy once you're like having panic attacks every day. But before you get to that point, I think once you start even noticing that you feel a little bit off and you can't maintain this harmony that you once had in relationships, that could be a sign that maybe you want to go talk to somebody. There's always a benefit in talking to someone because we can all benefit from improved insight about ourselves and who we are and how we behave with other people. So if you're human, that's like a good indicator that you could benefit from talking to somebody.
Find out if therapy is right for you. Visit BetterHelp.com today. That's BetterHelp.com.
Harvard Business School Executive Education develops leading ideas. Learn more at hbs.me/go. That's hbs.me/go.
In today's data-driven world, you need real data to shape an effective marketing strategy. That's where Ahrefs comes in. Ahrefs is a marketing intelligence platform powered by big data. It shows you exactly what your target audience is searching for and how you measure up to your competitors. Whether you're making day-to-day marketing decisions or defining your long-term digital strategy, Ahrefs delivers real-time insights that help you grow your brand. Head over to ahrefs.com to get started. That's ahrefs.com.
Bloomberg Audio Studios.
Podcasts, radio, news.
I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. We have gotten confirmation of what Bloomberg had already reported. The president-elect Donald Trump is nominating Scott Bessent of Key Square Group to be the Secretary of the Treasury. Donald Trump, in a statement posted on Truth Social, describing him as someone who has long been a strong advocate of the America First agenda. Joe.
We actually spent some time with the 62-year-old Scott Bessent right here at this table in Washington, D.C., Kaylee, not that long ago when it was still unclear who was going to win the election. And of course, since then, we've heard any number of names bandied about. Scott Bessent has always been on the short list. We spent some time talking about his relationship with Donald Trump and what Donald Trump's relationship with the Federal Reserve will be. Let's listen.
He has a deep understanding of financial markets as opposed to most politicians. So he wants to be involved in the conversation. He has very well-formed opinions. He has a lot of private sector friends. So he just wants to be a voice.
Just part of our conversation that touched on a lot of themes, Kaylee. One thing that Scott Bessent was able to do was to convince the markets, to convince the news media that this idea of combining tariffs and tax cuts could result in meaningful growth. This is an idea that has had many, from economists to market watchers here in Washington, suggest that it could bring great deficits to Washington, D.C. Scott Bessent has been very effective in arguing against that idea to the point where Donald Trump thought he was the messenger for this job.
Yeah, and it's going to remain to be seen to what extent it is Scott Bessent's voice in the role of Treasury Secretary, if he is indeed confirmed for it, that will be the most defining or authoritative on economic policy. Keeping in mind here that someone else who was in contention for this position, Howard Lutnick, has been named to be Secretary of Commerce with, according to the president-elect, jurisdiction over trade and tariffs specifically. So how these departments will be working together in order to make Donald Trump's campaign agenda an actual reality is something we'll be watching here, as well as those who will have yet to be named to top economic positions, including on the National Economic Council and the Council of Economic Advisors. In part, in the statement Donald Trump has just put out on Truth Social, he has described that Bessent's role will be about putting the U.S. fully in a position of the world's leading economy and the center of innovation in entrepreneurism. He goes on to say that America will have the greatest economic boom, and the great people of the United States of America essentially will be benefiting from Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary.
Will ensure that no Americans will be left behind in the next and greatest economic boom. Glowing comments, as you would expect from the president-elect here, talking about somebody, by the way, who is a friend. They've spent a lot of time together talking about economic philosophy. Scott Bessent worked throughout the course of this campaign as an economic advisor to Donald Trump, and in fact helped to craft some of the speeches that were directed most specifically at the economy. Assuming that he is confirmed, Kaylee, we should also note the fact that he would be the first openly gay Treasury Secretary in American history as the 79th Secretary of the U.S. U.S. Treasury.
Yeah, certainly historically significant. And as you talk about this notion of friendship and having the ear of the president-elect, someone else who does, as we've come to understand, is Elon Musk,
That's right.
who actually, if we all recall, just days ago weighed in on the jockeying for Treasury and described Bessent as a business as usual choice. He was advocating for Howard Lutnick, but he said business as usual is driving America bankrupt. So we need change one way or another. Clearly, Donald Trump has not sided with Elon Musk on this, as he has named Bessent now to be Treasury Secretary. But I wonder if business as usual is actually what financial markets will have been looking for. And we'll have to wait and see the reaction to this pick when futures open on Sunday evening.
That's for sure. We have to wait till 6 p.m. on Sunday. Now, interesting timing how this all dropped. The markets will have the weekend to decipher this. We have seen, by the way, a bit of a drop in Bitcoin, which is the one thing that we can kind of factor in. We talked a lot about, though, the impact that immigration or the relationship that immigration has with our job market and the impact that a mass deportation might have. Here's what Scott Bessent had to say about it.
In this cycle, when we had the massive inflation, we get, whether it's 11 million new arrivals or as President Trump thinks, 21 million new arrivals, it does push down wages on the bottom quintile, which I think is abominable. These are working people, Americans, who are seeing their wages get pushed down.
But of course, as we consider the prospect of mass deportation of a lot of the economic policies, including around taxes that Donald Trump has talked about, it is not going to be entirely up to individuals like the president or the secretary of the Treasury to actually enact those policies. There has to be a relationship here with Congress, who has authority over a lot of these monetary matters. So the relationship that Bessent will have on Capitol Hill is something to watch. In fact, most immediately, his ability to get confirmed by those on Capitol Hill in the U.S. Senate.
That's right. And after some of the other more controversial names that we've been talking about, this is not considered to be a very heavy lift for the transition team in achieving this confirmation. We'll have a long way to go here talking about this and the relationship that the Treasury will have with the Commerce Department, suddenly now overseeing the U.S. Trade Representative. When it comes to tariffs, this is going to be an interesting combination.
Yeah, and that reminds us that we still have yet to learn who the next U.S. Trade Representative will be, who will lead the National Economic Council, have those roles inside the White House. That also could be formative in the actual defining of policy and the implementation of it. But this was a large selection for a president-elect who campaigned almost entirely on the issue of the economy. We knew he was taking the role of Treasury Secretary very seriously. He took his time in making this decision. But now we've understood and we've learned that it is Scott Bessent who ultimately gets the nomination.
Interviews at Mar-a-Lago on Wednesday with Bessent, with Warsh, with Rowan. Clearly with 3 boxes to check: MAGA, Wall Street, and ready for TV. Donald Trump has made his pick. Scott Bessent now officially the nominee for Treasury Department.
In today's data-driven world, you need real data to shape an effective marketing strategy. That's where Ahrefs comes in. Ahrefs is a marketing intelligence platform powered by big data. It shows you exactly what your target audience is searching for and how you measure up to your competitors. Whether you're making day-to-day marketing decisions or defining your long-term digital strategy, Ahrefs delivers real-time insights that help you grow your brand. Head over to ahrefs.com to get started. That's AHREFS.com.
This podcast is supported by BetterHelp, offering licensed therapists you can connect with via video, phone, or chat. Here's BetterHelp Head of Clinical Operations Hess Yu Zhou discussing who can benefit from therapy.
I think a lot of people think that you're supposed to be going to therapy once you're like having panic attacks every day. But before you get to that point, I think once you start even noticing that you feel a little bit off and you can't maintain this harmony that you once had in relationships, that could be a sign that maybe you want to go talk to somebody. There's always a benefit in talking to someone because we can all benefit from improved insight about ourselves and who we are and how we behave with other people. So if you're human, that's like a good indicator that you could benefit from talking to somebody.
Find out if therapy is right for you. Visit BetterHelp.com today. That's BetterHelp.com.
Harvard Business School Executive Education develops leaders who make a difference in the world. In our programs, experience the power of fresh perspectives and connect with a world of new ideas. Learn more at hbs.me/go. That's hbs.me/go.
In today's data-driven world, you need real data to shape an effective marketing strategy. That's where Ahrefs comes in. Ahrefs is a marketing intelligence platform powered by big data. It shows you exactly what your target audience is searching for and how you measure up to your competitors. Whether you're making day-to-day marketing decisions or defining your long-term digital strategy, Ahrefs delivers real-time insights that help you grow your brand. Head over to ahrefs.com to get started. That's ahrefs.com.
This is Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston, bringing you stories of capitalism. This week, explosive growth in the world of racing. We talk to the drivers, engineers, and power players in the business of Formula One. But we start with a story about saving for the future. It makes sense for an entire country to put something away for a rainy day. And when doing something so sensible could lead to a whole new set of problems.
We'll create America's own sovereign wealth fund to invest in great national endeavors for the benefit of all of the American people. Why don't we have a wealth fund? Other countries have wealth funds. We have nothing.
In the final weeks leading up to the election, Donald Trump and Joe Biden found some common ground on at least one thing: the wisdom of creating some form of sovereign wealth fund for the United States. But that they've worked for some countries doesn't necessarily mean they'd worked for the world's largest economy. Over 80 countries around the world have sovereign wealth funds, state-owned funds that invest the country's cash reserves for the long-term good of its citizens and the economy. Globally, assets under management in all SWFs totaled $12.8 trillion, up more than tenfold over the last 2 decades.
We have invested in 9,000 companies around the world. We own 1.5% of all the equities in the world. In Europe, we own close to 3%. And then we own bonds and we own real estate.
That's Nicolai Tangen, the man in charge of Norway's sovereign wealth fund valued at roughly, get this, $1.7 trillion.
It's a big fund in a small country, right? And you have a lot of stakeholders, people who want to have a say in pretty much everything, right? And so you have to navigate this. I would say the ministry has been tremendously important in the success of the fund. I think we have great politicians in the country, but we need to navigate all these stakeholders, and that's a very, very interesting exercise.
At the end of 2023, Tangen's Government Pension Fund Global topped the list of such funds, followed by China's CIC and SAFE Investment Company, with 2 from the Middle East, Abu Dhabi's and Kuwait's, rounding out the world's top 5. It's no coincidence that so many of the countries with large sovereign wealth funds, like Norway, are rich in oil and other natural resources.
Initially, the strategy was to invest mostly in equity, in real estate, so to invest definitely outside their natural resources, although they also invest in oil companies outside their countries.
Ruth Aguilera is a professor at Northeastern University who has studied the origins of sovereign wealth funds and how their mandates and strategies have evolved through the years.
Now they have become very sophisticated. They are investing in AI, data centers, and also a huge push towards green infrastructures and renewables. So that's another kind of like big asset class that they're investing in. So it has totally switched from investing more in, they definitely invest in all the publicly traded companies, but now the focus has switched towards what many investors are doing, AI and sustainable investment.
As the largest sovereign wealth fund, Tangen's NBIM in some ways sets the pace for others.
So Norway is the poster child of sovereign wealth funds, mostly because it's super transparent in their goals. So not only they have a council of ethics, which has existed for a long time, but in 2012 they decided that they would only invest in companies that they have good corporate governance.
You are the CEO of the largest sovereign wealth fund in the world. Where did it come from? Where did NBIM come from?
Well, it's very interesting. So in Norway, they found the oil in '69, and it was the last attempt. They were drilling the last well, and if they hadn't found oil then, they would just have needed to pack up the toys and go home. You know, it was announced to the Norwegian people the day before Christmas Eve in '69. And in many countries, it had been a curse. You know, it had crowded out industries, it had led to corruption and so on. And so the politicians in Norway decided to set up this fund. And it was set up in '96, started with 2 billion Norwegian kroner, and is now grown to 19,000 billion Norwegian kroner, or $1.7 trillion.
Along with its scope, its mission has also grown over its 26 years. I wonder if there's another function of a sovereign wealth fund. In fact, it's described in some of your materials online, which is sort of a almost wealth transfer from the current generation to the future generation. Is there a function for that, even if you don't have a surplus?
Perhaps there are some philosophical reasons for doing that, but I do think you would need to have, it's basically to save and safeguard the wealth for the future. But I wouldn't borrow today in order to spend in the future. But if you have one of these windfall gains like we've had on the continental shelf, I think it makes a lot of sense.
You have a mandate, obviously, to maximize return, but also with an element of sustainability on various indicators: economic stability, climate, environment stability. Do those things come into tension with one another?
No, I don't think they do, because we believe that climate risk is a financial risk. And the reason for that is that you know, if you have, we own 1.5% of all the equities in the world, and if we have one company polluting, well, it's being picked up by all the other companies we have. We need to care about, you know, the future. We need to care about the climate. We see that a deteriorating climate is causing worse harvests, it's driving up prices. We see it now in coffee, olive oil, orange juice, and so on. And so it's basically a financial risk, and it hasn't been the case before, but it's increasingly the case.
Do you even take a look at some investments that might have an adverse effect on climate? For example, brown coal, as I understand, you don't invest in any company involved in brown coal.
No, that's correct. And that's a separate entity from us. It's called the Council of Ethics, and they exclude things for ethical reasons. So there are a lot of different types of weapons we don't do. We don't do coal, we don't do tobacco, for instance.
How do you take into account changes in governments? In Norway, for example, to what extent does your investment strategy vary with who's in power?
We have a very constant investment philosophy. And I think that's really one of the success factors behind the fund, is that our investment mandate is widely anchored. So all the political parties agree on kind of the big guidelines, the main guidelines for the fund. It means that when we have a change of government, our investment philosophy does not change. It remains constant.
Given your emphasis on the environment, do you see a retrenchment in a lot of companies in their commitment?
Yes, there is retrenchment. There is a backlash against ESG and against climate. So it's moving slower than we would have hoped for and than we would have wished for. But you know, I do think if you are really serious about your business, you are serious about your stakeholders, about your employees, you need to take these things seriously.
Essential to that philosophy is NBIM's focus on transparency in its holdings, weighting, and its market value.
If you go there, anybody goes there, they have a very, you know, a building that's like all glass to represent their transparency. They are very open to, we have talked to them many times, and everything is publicly available. So that's, I think, very constructive. And I think they are an example for the rest of the funds on how to follow the Santiago principles, how to invest responsibly, because that will lead in the long term to better financial returns.
The Santiago Principles are a set of 24 voluntary guidelines for sovereign wealth funds, created in 2008 by the IMF and a group of the largest funds in order to address concerns about risk-taking and governance. How do you compare with other sovereign wealth funds? I mean, there's one in Singapore, obviously there's one in UAE. How are you similar? How are you different?
Yeah, there are a lot of really fine sovereign wealth funds out there. I would say how we, the main differences, well, one, we are 100% transparent, right? We even have a live tracker on our website showing the real value of the fund. And you know how often it's updated? What do you think? Well, 13 times a second. So that's really live value of the fund. And it's actually the most looked at number in the country, which is quite interesting. Then we are very long term. We are not in the private market. And then we also have, I think the fact that it is so broadly politically anchored is a bit different.
The fund's website tells us just how broadly anchored it is. 72% is in equities of those 9,000 companies, 26% in fixed income, and the rest is in real estate and renewable energy infrastructure. How do you look for alpha? When you go out there and look to beat returns, what sorts of indicia do you look at?
Well, we try to find great companies which outperform their peer group. Quality companies which can compound at higher rates, high return on capital with some moat, which means that these returns can be sustainable. So that's what we try to do.
How much of it is ground up, that is company by company, as opposed to certain sectors or certain styles?
The alpha we try to create is all company specific. We have delegated mandates. We have roughly 100 portfolio managers who have a specific portfolio, and they try to outperform the market on a daily basis. Now, we try to have a longer term time horizon in what we do. So typically we would measure results over a rolling 3-year period. And I think that's important in this market to be increasingly long term in your thinking.
You are, last time I checked, 70% in equities. Yeah. Does that vary, and who decides to vary it?
Well, it's the ministry who decides. Now it has been pretty constant for a long period of time. We increased the equity portion from 40 to 60% during the financial crisis. So actually during 2008, 2009, we were probably the biggest buyer of equities in the whole world. Now, in retrospect, that turned out to be a good thing.
Unlike some of its peers, none of the fund is invested in private equity. You didn't mention private equity or private credit. Why do you not invest in those?
Well, that's not in our mandate. So we only invest in listed equities. We have suggested that to the Parliament, that we should be allowed to go into private investments, but so far we cannot do it. There is a political process, and then we'll see where that will lead, because we do think we should have all the tools in the toolbox, but for the moment we haven't.
Even without all the tools in the toolbox, few would argue that Norway's sovereign wealth fund has been anything but a success for the country. But Professor Aguilera says that's not always the case around the world.
Other funds have not worked so well. One of them is the 1MDB from Malaysia. The other one is the one from Libya, and I would attribute to that mostly to poor corporate governance.
Still ahead, the fastest business in the world. We travel to the UK for a report on Formula One. That's next on Wall Street Week.
Harvard Business School Executive Education develops leaders who make a difference in the world. We bring together executives with varied backgrounds from influential organizations around the globe. The viewpoints of a diverse peer group inspire deep learning and challenge your thinking. In our programs, you'll experience the power of these fresh perspectives and connect with a world of new ideas. Learn more at hbs.me/go. That's hbs.me/go.
Success is more than the final destination. It's a path you take one step at a time. It's discipline, it's teamwork, and it's the drive and passion inside of us that comes before all recognition. It's what Stifel's been doing for over 130 years. Quietly, yet strategically, Stifel's become one of the fastest growing wealth management and investment banking firms in the country. Our financial advisors go beyond traditional wealth management to provide clients with direct access to one of the industry's largest equity research franchises and a leading middle market investment bank. Because success is the drive it takes to keep climbing, the passion to keep investing, the best of each of us made better by the best in all of us. And that is where success meets success. Start your journey at Stifel.com. That's STIFEL.com.
Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
an amazing sport. Crazy because of everything that's involved with it. And expensive because of what it costs.
This is a story about winning. Winning in investing, winning on the track, and what it takes to win at both together. The mid-sized English city of Milton Keynes dates back to the Bronze Age, got its name from a family manor created in the wake of the Norman Conquest, and today has a quarter of its land given over to parks. It might seem a long way away from the hard-charging world of Formula One racing, but it is the home to one of the sport's leading innovators, Oracle Red Bull. Christian Horner is its CEO.
I think the biggest changes have been just in technology. I mean, if I look at the amount of simulations we're running now, and our relationship with Oracle has really exposed that. We're running, literally millions and millions of simulations during the Grand Prix.
Formula One traces its origins back more than 7 decades.
Jumping into an early lead is Juan Fangio, number 1, the former bus driver from the Argentine. And today...
With the very first World Championship race held at Silverstone in the UK in 1950. F1 created this montage in 2020 to celebrate its 70th anniversary. Since its founding, it has spread across the globe. But in recent years, it has exploded, with over $3.2 billion in revenues in 2023, up 25% from 2022. And second quarter numbers this year climbing an additional 20% year over year. Those most directly involved in the sport give the credit to a certain Netflix hit documentary series following the sport, and to Liberty Media, which bought F1 in 2019.
It's been huge for us in the US, and I think, ever since the Netflix series, embraced a whole new generation of fans and different countries, and the US was one of those. And without that, Oracle becoming our title partner, Ford becoming our engine partner, ExxonMobil, AT&T, all huge, companies that are getting a great return out of Formula One.
Today, an average of 1.1 million Americans watch each race, double the figure in 2018. The surge in popularity has sent shockwaves through the sport, but one team that's benefited most is McLaren, headed by Zach Brown.
There's been a big shift in the United States with respect to Formula One, partly because of the series, Drive to Survive. How much has that driven revenue from your side? Have you seen a big uptake?
Huge. If you look at the brands that we are associated with, the Googles, the Ciscos, the Dells, these Goldman Sachs, these companies weren't in Formula One 5 years ago. I think half of our partners come from the United States now. So I think Netflix did a wonderful thing for Formula One. And when Liberty acquired us, we went from being a very exclusive sport to now we're a very inclusive sport. We weren't very digitally savvy. Now we're very digitally savvy.
All of us. But
oh, say can. Ooh, good question. And there's lots of different wins you need to win in Formula One. It's all about people. Obviously, we're in technology business. It's about never giving up. It's about incremental gains every single day and learning from your mistakes. And you're constantly making mistakes. You need to win with people. So you need to be a great employer and have a great work environment, take care of people and their families. Of course, we need to have state-of-the-art technology. We need to have great commercial partners, because they're the ones that are the big financial contributors to us being able to get the greatest technology and hire the best racing drivers. And with a Formula One team, if you don't have all of that put together, you're not going to win. And in our sport, you lose more than you win. So you better get used to that and get ready to respond for the next race.
If it takes all that to win in Formula One, how do you put together the team to get it done? Gunther Steiner is the former team principal of Haas F1 and author of the book Unfiltered. He put the Haas team together for investor Gene Haas in 2014, so he knows what it takes.
The first thing is you need to find an investor which is happy to invest money in a business which at the time nobody knew where it was going. You need to put together the team with the people to actually go and design a Formula One car, which by no means is easy. You need a race team, you need a commercial team, you need all the administration, and then you can go racing. And that is how we did it.
If all that sounds expensive, it's because it is. F1 limits teams to spending $140 million per year. Driver salaries and the 3 highest earning staff members are exempt, but everything relating to the performance of the car is included, from parts to payroll and even the office Christmas party. It means the sport's leading innovators also have to be efficient.
You have got a cost cap of around 50 to 60 million on capital investment, and then outside of that it could be from 10 million up to 100 million, depends how much you want to pay your drivers, and obviously drivers like Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen are paid a lot, these guys. So if you want one of the good drivers, that's a lot of money. So in total, I would say if you use everything up, it could go from around 200 million to about 350 million.
How do you make decisions about where you allocate that money as opposed to not? I mean, you need to compete on that as well.
100%.
You have to be smarter than the other guy.
Well,
how you spend the money.
Now we have a cost cap, which has been wonderful for the sport. We didn't before. So before, you could spend whatever you had, so you didn't have to make decisions. You just went. Now that we have a cost cap, we can't afford to not have every dollar or pound that we spend translate to performance that goes on the car. So our financial department, led by our CFO, Laura, is very integrated into the racing team. So we're constantly, kind of like any other business, looking at what's the best ROI. Do we want to spend $1 here or $1 here? Well, if this one's going to give us $2 back, this one's going to give us $1.50 back, we're going to spend it here.
Of course, spending money is never the problem. If you're going to have even a hope of making it back, you're going to have to find a good deal of revenue to cover all these costs.
There are two sources of revenue. One, what is called the prize fund in F1, which every team gets from FOM. That is part of the FOM profits, of EBITDA of the FOM. And that depends partly on where you finish the championship, the Constructors' Championship, not the Drivers' Championship.
Now, I think to finish 10th in the championship is about a $80 million payday. To win it is double. And then, it kind of ladders in between. So it's a significant amount of revenue, which obviously goes into funding our racing team. So the difference between first, second, third, fourth, down to 10th is quite significant. Then a lot of our sponsor partner contracts will have performance-related bonuses in it.
E-commerce technology company Rokt is one of those sponsors for the Oracle Red Bull team. In deciding to sponsor the F1 team, CEO Bruce Buchanan said he was looking for a unique way to strengthen his firm's branding.
We've been growing at about 40% every year, and next year we'll have over $800 million in revenue. And we wanted a position in the marketplace where we wanted a partner that was going to serve us well from B2B, so who we could connect with clients at that level, at the C-level suite that we do a lot of the relationships with. How can we create connections? Because our business is about creating opportunities for different businesses to work with each other. That's how we really flourish. And then we also wanted a business that would be good for recruiting brand, good for potential investors when we get to IPO. So how can we get traction there? We wanted something that was global, so it covered the markets that we were in. And then we wanted something that was a good brand fit. And we went through all of that. There was very few things that ticked all those boxes, but F1 came up as something that was strong in all of our markets, very strong amongst the audience we want to talk to, has a billion people following around the world.
As I look at one of your McLaren F1 cars, there are a lot of names on it, as in any F1 car. How much does it cost to get a name up on that car?
Investments range anywhere from $5 million a year to $75 million. So it ranges quite a bit. It's not an inexpensive sport, but it's a very efficient and drives a tremendous amount of value because we're broadcasting to 200 countries. So while the numbers are quite big, the reach is second to none. It's the largest annual single sporting event in the world.
Despite the money that a successful F1 team like Oracle Red Bull receives from the sport and its sponsors, it's still hard to turn a profit on the racing itself, though that's changing thanks to the cost cap and the growing popularity. McLaren reported profits of around $38 million last year, a staggering jump from a loss of around $12 million in 2022. And Brown expects the trend will continue.
We're now commercially the most successful team in the history of Formula One. If you look at the amount of partners we have and the revenue, because we're having a fantastic year, so our numbers will exceed what you've recently read, which was our last year numbers. Your question about the commercial side, the Googles, the Dells, the Ciscos, these are all brand new companies to Formula One. We had before Liberty One. We needed a younger audience, which we now have, a more diverse audience, which we now have, and we weren't as impactful in North America. And so when you talk to these corporations, because 90% of them, North America is hugely important, we've substantially moved the needle on all those areas, and this is what a racing car looks like when you do that.
While sponsorships form the foundation of Formula One revenues, in the end, it's all about winning races, both because of the money it brings in and because it's the reason people are in the business to begin with. So that's where we turn next, from what it takes to build an F1 team to what it takes to win.
Harvard Business School Executive Education develops leaders who make a difference in the world. Our renowned faculty members are skilled educators. They combine real-world experience and a variety of distinctive teaching approaches to create an exceptional learning environment. In our programs, you'll experience the power of fresh perspectives and connect with a world of new ideas. Learn more at hbs.me/go. That's hbs.me/go.
Success is more than the final destination. It's a path you take one step at a time. It's discipline, it's teamwork, and it's the drive and passion inside of us that comes before all recognition. It's what Stifel's been doing for over 130 years. Quietly, yet strategically, Stifel's become one of the fastest growing wealth management and investment banking firms in the country. Our financial advisors go beyond traditional wealth management to provide clients with direct access to one of the industry's largest equity research franchises and a leading middle market investment bank. Because success is the drive it takes to keep climbing, the passion to keep investing, the best of each of us made better by the best in all of us. And that is where success meets success. Start your journey at Stifel.com. That's STIFEL.com.
Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
When you jump into Formula One, there's nothing that can prepare you to it.
Formula One is all about winning, at the business and on the track. And in the end, you can't win commercially if you're not winning a good share of those races on Sundays, which, as in so much of business and life, comes down to the team.
People talk a lot about the drivers, but there is a lot of people out there that are in the similar stages of their careers. They have given everything, and they are at the pinnacle of the motorsport. Whether you're a mechanic or an engineer or team principal, you are at the pinnacle of the sport, and this is your career, and you want to do the very best possible.
That's Sergio Perez, who drives for Oracle Red Bull Racing alongside three-time world champion Max Verstappen. A 14-year veteran of the sport and six-time race winner, Perez knows better than most that it takes much more than a world-class driver to win in Formula One. For Oracle Red Bull, it all starts back at the factory in Milton Keynes. Christian Horner is its CEO.
Across the whole campus, there's just under 2,000 people.
One of those 2,000 people is Phil Turner, the team's chief future mechanic. As this season winds down, he's already looking ahead to build next season's car.
Some years we've had a complete clean sheet of paper, and the car's been designed from scratch year on year, but with the cost cap now, we tend to try and carry over the good bits of the previous year's cars. So from maybe some of the good parts from this year's car will go into next year's car, but again, some of it depends on packaging. Maybe the good parts we want to keep won't fit in next year's package of car, and so we have to tweak it and make it fit the new package.
So all these dynos are basically recreating track conditions. So we're running the engines in a steady state condition, where we're tuning them, developing them, evolving them, running race distances, Grand Prix starts, pit stops even. So yeah, we're basically proving out the engines in a controlled environment.
It typically takes around 12 months to build an F1 car. But given that Oracle Red Bull won a staggering 21 of 22 races last year, it was more about refining the car than building a new one. For Turner, that means taking input from the 22 different departments at Oracle Red Bull to come up with what the team feels is the best car to take to the track.
There's loads of different departments that go into putting the car on track and I suppose making it go around the track as well, trackside. Electronics, composites, mechanics, technicians, hydraulics, gearbox technicians. There's the different concepts that come through, and obviously design, the DO talk to each other quite a lot and quite frequently as they're producing a new car and designing it. Aero might come up with a package and say, we want everything to fit within this shape, and then mechanical will get involved and say, it's not going to happen. They'll try, but maybe sometimes it doesn't happen. There's compromise on both sides. So this is all about front aero. We can change the flap angle on this, reduce it, increase it, depending on how much front downforce they want on the car. Depending on the circuit as well, we can have different types of flaps with different cambers. They may design something, and we go over to the DO and have a look and say, well, we can't work on that. And then it's, maybe you go back to drawing board slightly, different tooling, or they may have to change things slightly to help us work on it.
Once the car's built, it's prepped for racing. Drivers test the car before the season starts, and the team runs simulations to see how it performs in different weather conditions, different tracks, and in different race settings.
This here is a race plot, which is really one of the main tools that we use in strategy to kind of see what's happening during the race.
And that's where Hannah Schmitz comes in. She's Oracle Red Bull's principal strategy engineer.
As principal strategy engineer, it means when I'm at the track, I'll be sitting on the pit wall, making the decisions about when we pit the car, what tyres we fit, basically trying to come up with a way that we can win the race. And then when I'm here in the operations room, then it's more trying to gather all the data together to give to that person on the pit wall and make sure they can make the right decisions in the race.
The team runs some 8 billion simulations before a race, helping them settle on a strategy tailored to each competition, working out optimal times to take pit stops, which tires to use, and when to attack and when to defend.
Before we've even got to the track, we will have run billions of simulations, looking at various things. We will already have an idea of what we think the race strategy will be, because obviously we've got to make decisions right from the first practice session. So you've got all the actual data points, so that's things like what we're expecting the pace of our competitors to be, the speeds, the tyre degradations. Has something changed at this track compared to last year?
But of course, F1 is unpredictable, and sometimes even the 8 billion simulations can't prepare you for what happens on the track. And so the team is always adapting. Schmitz is stationed on the pit wall, while a team of around 50 analysts are poring over live data back at the team's NASA-like control room at Milton Keynes. Some monitor the weather, some monitor lap times. Some are even tasked with trying to decode rival teams' strategies.
Live in a race, we're now running simulations all the time, so every time we update a bit of data, we can see how that would impact what strategy we're going to do. And so we use the Oracle Cloud infrastructure to do that, and that means we're still running billions of simulations during the race itself, which is extremely helpful for us. And then when you're here in the operations room, it basically feels like you are at the track. That's why we don't have any windows, so that you don't know what time of day it is. And it's instant. Like talking on the intercom's instant. These are wind indicators, so they're kind of showing the speed of the wind and the direction, and we'll have that at different points around the track, which we get from the weather stations at the track.
Schmitz takes all that data on board and uses it to make real-time adjustments to the driver's race strategy. It's a role that requires a sharp, decisive mind and a steely nerve.
It's important to try and take a breath, tell people to stand by if you need them to, make sure you're getting the most important information. So for me, when I'm on the pit wall, that'll be the information coming from here, from the operations room, because they'll be the ones looking at the specific data. They'll also have done, some of them have done the strategy role on the pit wall, so they know exactly what you need to know that might impact your decisions. There is also the race engineers and Christian and Pierre, and we'll all have a kind of conversation about what the plans are. You know, I'm planning to open the safety car window on this lap, and I think the next tyre should still be this one. Do the race engineers agree? Do they have any data that might mean something different? What's the driver saying on the radio? Does that impact the strategy I'm going to do? And then we're also listening to all the radios of all our competitors, because at the end of the day, we could do the best strategy in the world, but we're actually racing other people. So what they do has an impact on what we should do.
Of course, when Schmitz does make the call for a driver to pit, it's then over to the mechanics to ensure no time is lost.
Everything looks synchronized. You can tell a fast stop because even the sound of the guns, everything is in synchronized, and the car just, the whole thing is just like in one beat. Whereas if it doesn't quite go so well, even a 2.5 second stop, you could hear it without even looking at the stopwatch.
Oracle Red Bull has won F1's fastest pit stop award each of the past 6 seasons, an art refined by practicing twice a day. 3 mechanics are stationed on each wheel. One is the gunman, responsible for loosening the old tire and tightening the new one. One removes the old tire, and another places the new tire on the car. One mechanic jacks up the car, and 2 more are on the side holding it steady. When it comes off, teams can have a car in and out just like that. For the pit crew, it's a matter of split seconds. For the driver, it's a game of inches.
It's very important when you come in to stop right on your marks, because for the boys, it's less of a movement. If you stop right on your marks, that if you go over or under, they have to move a little bit more. They're amazing. The amount of practice they're doing for a pit stop, because if you think about it, half a second can make the difference on winning a race, and that half a second can come from the pit stop. So they're very important. This is why it's a team sport.
As we head into the final races of the season, Max Verstappen is set to seal a 4th Drivers' Championship for Oracle Red Bull. But the race for the Constructors' title is closer than ever, in part because Perez, as the number 2 driver, has fallen behind.
You need both drivers delivering and performing. I mean, it's the constructors' points that are where the distribution of the prize fund is based upon of where you are in the constructors' table. You don't get a single dollar for winning the Drivers' World Championship.
But the drama of the 2024 F1 season is also a product of improvements made at Oracle Red Bull's rivals, Ferrari and McLaren. Improvements made throughout the season at a breakneck speed.
Pace of development in Formula One is awesome. So if you took the car that qualified first at the beginning of the year and you left it untouched, it would be last by the end of the year. So that's the pace of development of our entire sport. About 2% covers the best to the worst. So to make small incremental gains can have big material impact. Imagine in an airport, everybody's walking, but then there's a few people that are on the moving walkway. And so we just out-developed them over the course of the year to get in front of them, as has Ferrari, and it's been remarkable. Development on the car is primarily aerodynamic, so you'll see things like our side pods change over the course of the year. So we're trying to put as much downforce on the car as possible and reduce drag. That's ultimately where the performance comes in. But you do get into things, suspension changes, so you change 80% of what's allowed to be changed. But you'll see all of our wings, and it's very small changes that can make a big difference. And then a lot of the downforce is also created under the floor.
The 2024 Formula One season has turned out to be one of the closest and most dramatic in recent memory, particularly where it matters most for a team's revenues, the Constructors' Trophy. It's about winning on the track in the last few races, winning in the design and engineering, winning in the pits, and whoever wins there will stand to win a great deal financially as the value of teams continues to surge.
Formula One is the biggest team sport in the world, and people, what they don't see is, you just see our shop window at a Grand Prix weekend. It's what's going on behind the scenes throughout the organization. The amount of people that are involved is phenomenal, and it takes every one of those personnel to design, develop, and operate cars that we are achieving these incredible results with. I'm a racer at heart. I enjoy it most of all when the red light goes out and the race is underway and it's just you and your team and your drivers. I think you have to keep a calm head and try and read a situation. You're not always going to get it right, but you certainly try and get more right than you get wrong and learn from the ones that you do get wrong. That's life, that's Formula One.
That does it for us here on Wall Street Week. I'm David Weston. We'll see you again next week for more stories of capitalism.
This podcast is supported by BetterHelp, offering licensed therapists you can connect with via video, phone, or chat. Here's BetterHelp Head of Clinical Operations Hesyu Zhou discussing who can benefit from therapy.
I think a lot of people think that you're supposed to be going to therapy once you're like having panic attacks every day. But before you get to that point, I think once you start even noticing that you feel a little bit off and you can't maintain this harmony that you once had in relationships, that could be a sign that maybe you want to go talk to somebody. There's always a benefit in talking to someone because we can all benefit from improved insight about ourselves and who we are and how we behave with other people. So if you're human, that's like a good indicator that you could benefit from talking to somebody.
Find out if therapy is right for you. Visit BetterHelp.com today. That's BetterHelp.com.
DeWalt knows carpenters are built different. You notice that eighth of an inch gap and have the patience to get it just right. Because to you, it's not just a project done well, it's excellence from every angle. Explore the full lineup of carpentry tools from DeWalt. We get you. We got you.
Get the tools you need to help build your brand. Discover more apps to help manage your everyday. Head to trym365.com. That's TRYM365.com to learn how you can get more done with Microsoft 365.
What's your boldest, truly ambitious life goal? Everyone has one, and everyone deserves a way to get there. That's why State Street offers a wide variety of ETFs to give all investors access to the market and the chance to reach their goals. Like with DIA, where you get 30 U.S. blue chip stocks in a single trade. Wherever you're heading, getting there starts here with State Street.
Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Visit ssga.com for prospectus containing this and other information. Read it carefully. DIA is subject to risks similar to those of stocks. All ETFs are subject to risk, including possible loss of principal. Alps Distributors, Inc. Distributor.
Good Friday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Morgan Brennan here at Post 9, along with David Faber at the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah Eisen's on assignment. Coming off the best day for the Dow since November 6th and adding a little bit more. Dow's up almost 300 points, 5966 S&P. Got the best PMIs since 2022, and that has lifted the front end of the curve, although the 10-year remains a little suppressed.
Well, we're 30 minutes into the trading session, so here are three big movers that we're watching this Friday. Shares of Gap soaring. The retailer raising its sales outlook for the year after reporting market share growth across its brands in the third quarter. The stock's had a volatile ride this year. It's really a turnaround story. Shares are up almost 8% right now. Shares of Intuit, though, those are falling after its earnings guidance came in below street estimates. The company delaying promotions for its desktop version of TurboTax. You can see those shares are down about 4%. And we are continuing to keep a close eye on the crypto trade. Bitcoin hitting new all-time highs again, hitting $98,525. We are getting so much closer to that $100,000 milestone. A lot of chatter, though, that maybe we're overbought here. We've got more on this trade ahead in the show.
Let's get some UMISH with Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
Yes, there's more warm data here, Carl. So we look at University of Michigan. These are November finals. So we take the mid-month reads and we toss them. So 73.0 was the mid-month read. That now becomes 71.8. So that gets downgraded a bit. Now, if we look at current conditions, that gets downgraded to 63.9 from 64.4. And if we continue to look at the downgrades, University of Michigan expectations, one lies ahead, moves from 78.5 mid-month to 76.9. But here's where it gets interesting. The inflation data, the one-year inflation remains the same, up 2.6%. And up 2.6% was actually made some progress. When it was released mid-month, that was the lowest month-over-month one-year inflation going back to December of 2020 when it was with 2.5. But the 5 to 10-year inflation is sticky. It moves from 3.1 to 3.2. 3.2 equals where we were in November of last year. To find a higher number, get this, you have to go all the way back to June of 08 when it was 3.4. So that's most likely going to keep some of those lighter full-month reads on the sentiment under wraps a bit. And the long end, you got it right, Carl. The long end is a little squeamish here. It's at 440, down 4 on the week, where the 2s at 435 are up 4 on the week. 2s to 10s moving 8 basis points, as you could see on the week. Back to you, David.
All right, Rick. Thank you, Rick Santelli. Well, it has been a volatile week for the Mag 7 names. A winning week overall, though, for stocks. Mike Santoli, of course, tracking all of the action. Let's get over to him now as we wrap up this week. Mike.
Yeah, David, I mean, look, the Mag 7, first of all, a lot of differentiation among those stocks. Clearly, you see Alphabet really on the outs. It's got lowest ever relative valuation. And then you have things like Tesla getting a real jolt from the election sentiment and all the rest. They've done what they're supposed to do in terms of delivering results. In terms of all the operating cash flows and everything else, they're exceeding estimates. The issue is, and we sort of had this telegraphed, that earnings growth is less scarce. It's not as concentrated in these stocks. It's been broadening out, and therefore the market performance has been broadening out. If you look since the low from early August, after we had that little pullback, the average stock in the S&P 500, or the median stock, has doubled the performance of the Mag 7. So clearly, this is what people had wanted to see. You're seeing a little bit more of a all-inclusive market. This week, it somewhat mirrored that, although, I have to say, even outside the S&P 500, as we've discussed, a lot of the sort of high-energy moves are in even more speculative stuff, and it's less about delivering earnings today.
Yeah, and we spent a lot of time talking about that with Jim at the top of the last hour, Mike, as you put it, sort of the high-energy moves in more speculative names. I don't know if there's anything that history can show us here or what you think is causing it, but I'm certainly curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there is this sort of hot money flow that is mostly concentrated in crypto. I think the Bitcoin move is essentially the beacon of all of this, and it's creating this sense of just open-ended upside. There was definitely, after the election, a massive short squeeze. One of the best performing factors yesterday was heavily shorted telecom, media, and technology stocks. So you have all of this kind of offsides positioning and then just really active retail flows. You look at some of the double leverage or triple leveraged long ETFs, and they're surging in assets relative to the others. So everyone knows the year-end rally, the backdrop is favorable, and the play money is working in those parts of the market. Meanwhile, the big cap indexes are having these very sort of constructive and orderly uptrends and not really giving in to that kind of frothy action.
YOLO, I think that's the word you've used.
That's right.
Earlier today.
I belatedly have adopted that acronym, yes.
We'll see you next hour. Mike Santoli, thank you. Let's dig into the broader markets with the second Trump administration. How should investors best position trades within AI and tech? Our next guest examines trimming positions in Apple and Amazon and leaning further into NVIDIA and Tesla. Ben Snyder, Goldman Sachs senior U.S. equity strategist, joins us right here on set. Ben, welcome.
Good to be with you.
YOLO? Is this a YOLO, FOMO, frothy market to you, or is this exactly what you would expect given seasonality, given the fact that we just got through a presidential election, you got a red wave, and you have earnings continuing to power higher?
I think, before the election, the outlook looked really solid. We had good earnings growth. We're forecasting 11% earnings growth for next year. You have a Fed that is in the progress of a cutting cycle. That's a good backdrop. And the real question is, how much has that changed post-election? If I look at what the market is telling us it's incrementally more confident in the growth outlook.
Okay. So what are you confident in? What would you be buying in this market right now?
Well, one thing we've been focusing on is, of course, the extremely elevated degree of concentration in the market and relatively elevated valuation multiples compared to history. But if you pair that with a pretty good fundamental backdrop, as I was just discussing, there should still be very attractive pockets of the equity market for investors to look at. And for us, one interesting and overlooked pocket is mid-cap equities. you have this big group of stocks. They trade with very large market caps, very high profitability, and most investors have completely overlooked them. And the result of that is they trade almost exactly in line with their historical average valuation multiples.
So in terms of the tech trade, obviously we got NVIDIA earnings this week. That was seen as kind of a key catalyst one way or the other for the broader markets. Didn't really play out that way because even though it was a beat and raise quarter, it wasn't as strong as investors were hoping and the street was whispering. And yet we're poised for gains for the major averages. So what does that tell us about the concentration you just talked about and thus the rotation we're seeing?
I think it's very clear that the Mag 7 or the AI stocks, whatever group you want to look at, the earnings growth continues. But it's also clear that the acceleration in that growth seems to be slowing. And likewise, the beats that we're seeing every quarter, they're getting a little bit smaller every quarter. And so investors are asking themselves, what's the next part of the AI trade? And we've been focused on software. We are calling that phase 3 of the AI trade. Basically, so far, investors have been focused first on semiconductors, then on the broader infrastructure, what we call phase 2, including electrical utilities. And we think now it's time to start looking at phase 3, which is mostly the software companies that can use AI to generate revenues for themselves.
Although the move lately has been out of chips and into software. So is that story already well understood by the street?
I think it's starting to be understood. You know, just this week we published our quarterly analysis of position filings in the hedge fund universe. We looked at almost 800 hedge funds. And of course, we saw something we see almost every quarter, which is the Mag 7 are the most popular long positions. But what we also saw is, on average, funds shifted a little bit away from those stocks and towards software. And this was really the first quarter where we saw that move take place.
So you think there's more to go on that?
We think it's just the beginning of this trend.
We've been making jokes about the 12-month index projections. A lot of them are around 6,500 S&P. Is that sort of a standard, let's give it 10% because so much of policy right now is not clear? What's on the way?
There's certainly a lot of policy uncertainty. We're trying to work with what we have and where we have clarity. As I mentioned earlier, one place we have clarity is the health of the economy and the health of earnings growth. Even before the election, we were forecasting about 11% earnings growth for next year. That corresponds with about a 10 or 11% return. Right. That's how we got to 6,500.
So the question then is, what is a baseline China tariff, right? No one really knows, although some base cases are taking it to 60. Yeah?
Our base case is smaller than 60. We're assuming a 20% tariff. On the other end, we're expecting some modest tax cuts, perhaps some deregulation. When we put that all together, we think it nets out to not a major change for earnings, but of course we'll be watching the headlines like everyone else.
Well, mid-caps and small-caps have benefited as a result of the belief that there's going to be a lower tax rate domestically, right? I mean, can that continue to play out?
Yeah, mid-caps benefit from, as I said earlier, strong earnings growth. As you said, they're relatively insulated from tariffs because they tend to be more domestic-facing. And yes, they're more exposed to the U.S. economy. So if there's deregulation, tax cuts, other factors that boost U.S. growth, they should continue to outperform. But we'll have to see what policies are implemented in late January.
It's a lot of wait and see at this point, isn't it?
I think that's right.
Yeah.
The other thing, a note from you guys in the last few weeks, which we talked a lot about, was the longer-term look at maybe suppressed returns over a decade relative to prior decades because of that concentration, and Costin's talked about that. Has that view evolved in recent weeks at all?
When we're looking out over 10 years plus, it shouldn't change very much week to week. It hasn't changed very much week to week for us. Really, we're trying to think about the world in two different investment horizons, right? The first is, what does growth look like? What does policy look like? What does that mean for investors in 2025? When I look out 10 years, it's very hard to know what the next administration will even be. So we're really thinking more about where are valuations today, where is concentration today, and it's hard to argue with the fact that those are very high compared to history.
How do you game out the trajectory of rate cuts from the Fed? Because we've had quite a bit of Fed speak this week. Officials are tilting a little more hawkish or cautious looking to 2025. We've seen the backup in yields in the 2-year. What does that do to the equity picture, especially if you continue to see that move higher?
And so when it comes to equities, of course, rates are very important. But I think it's important to differentiate two questions. First, why are rates moving? Right, if it turns out that yields are moving higher or the Fed is cutting less because the economy is very healthy, that's a fine backdrop for stocks. If it turns out it's because of concerns about the deficit or concerns about inflation, that's a different story. But right now, that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems more that the economy is running at a healthy rate. And the question is, how much does the Fed really need to cut against that backdrop?
I guess we'll find out. Ben Snyder, thanks for joining us. Well, as we head to break, here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour, the very latest on President-elect Trump's possible Treasury pick. We'll head live to West Palm Beach.
As Bitcoin hits new all-time highs and crypto-related names continue to be on the move, we're going to be continuing to track all of that action.
Shaping up to be a big weekend for the box office with the release of Wicked and Gladiator 2, or Glicked, as they've talked about. We'll talk to the CEO of IMAX, Rich Gelfond. A big show ahead as Squawk on the Street continues.
Stripe helps many of the world's most influential companies grow their revenue and build a more profitable business. Whether it's Hertz, making checkout a smooth ride for their customers, OpenAI, answering unprecedented demand, or PGA, chipping away at back-office inefficiency, Stripe's financial infrastructure platform helps companies achieve ambitious goals. No matter what success looks like for your business, Stripe helps ensure the complexity of financial systems doesn't get in your way. Learn more at stripe.com.
There are lots of people you might want to share a Vrbo with, but the host isn't one of them. When you book a Vrbo, the host doesn't stay with you. So the only people you'll share the space with are your people. Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Relax. You booked a Vrbo.
And now, a next-level moment from AT&T Business. Say you've sent out a gigantic shipment of pillows, and they need to be there in time for International Sleep Day. You've got AT&T 5G, so you're fully confident. But the vendor isn't responding, and International Sleep Day is tomorrow. Luckily, AT&T 5G lets you deal with any issues with ease, so the pillows will get delivered and everyone can sleep soundly, especially you. AT&T 5G requires a compatible plan and device. 5G is not available everywhere. See att.com/5G for you for details.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. The president-elect naming some more picks to his top team. But we're, of course, waiting on Treasury. Our Megan Cassell is in West Palm Beach with the very latest this hour. Hey, Megan.
Hey, Carl, that's right. Still a lot of moving pieces down here, but at least one new name becoming official overnight. Trump announcing that he would tap Pam Bondi, the former Attorney General of Florida, to be his next pick to lead the Justice Department. And Bondi is about as loyal as they come in Trump world. She was part of his impeachment defense in 2020, then later that year part of the team that tried to overturn those election results. But it goes back further than that. As Florida's Attorney General back in 2013, she declined to take on a case involving Trump University. Her office had received about 24 complaints about it. Aides said that she was considering it. Then she took in about a $25,000 campaign donation from Trump and then decided not to join the case. Now, both sides do deny any quid pro quo there, but it shows you just how far back their relationship goes. And we will see if any of that comes up in her confirmation process. Her nomination, of course, coming out just a few hours after Matt Gaetz, Trump's first pick for Attorney General, withdrew his own name from consideration. Gaetz was always likely to have trouble getting confirmed by the Senate. And after spending the day meeting with senators, he said that his nomination appeared to be proving a distraction and that there was no time in this transition for what he called a needlessly protracted Washington scuffle. So, guys, Gaetz out, Bondi in, and amidst all of that, as you said, we continue to wait for a Treasury Secretary. We also continue to think that the short list we've been talking about all week remains the short list of contenders that Trump is considering. But we also know that he was meant to have wrapped up interviews with those four on Wednesday. It's why we thought the pick was imminent yesterday. So the longer that time goes on, guys, the more and more speculation we keep hearing that Trump might not be satisfied with any of those picks, and the search might have to broaden even further. Guys?
As we discussed yesterday, the other good story right now, Megan, is Doge. We've had the op-ed by Ramaswamy and Musk. Now we're going to get these Doge casts where they're going to talk about it on YouTube. And now this element of Marjorie Taylor Greene cooperating with the commission through House oversight. What do we know about that?
Absolutely. I think one point to make a note of on that committee is that it's part of House oversight, not part of House appropriations, which of course controls more of the funding. I think that's one sign that some folks I was talking to, including our Emily Wilkins, who pointed out that that shows it might be more for show than it is meant to have any real authority. But of course, the oversight committee can, of course, call people to the Hill and talk to them about it. So what we do know, Carl, is that this is going to be a big fight. And in that op-ed, I thought it was so interesting how they said that the law was on their side, they believed, but they also believed that the Supreme Court was on their side in all of this. So while some people say they wouldn't have the authority to do anything, they argue that they might have to take this to the courts, and they think that they'll win. Something to watch.
Megan, thank you. Keep an eye out for anybody going in and out of Mar-a-Lago who's potentially going to be the next Treasury Secretary. Megan Cassell,
you bet,
down there in Palm Beach. The stock market's up about 3% since the election. Confidence surging beyond stocks. Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman's here. He's got more on what that means. Steve?
Hey, David, yeah, several recent regional Fed surveys registering a surge in economic optimism that shows post-election enthusiasm among businesses is not limited just to Wall Street, but it also comes with a rise in a gauge of policy uncertainty that could limit how much real economic gains come from that optimism. Take a look here. The Philly Fed Manufacturing Survey's outlook, that is 6 months down the road for business conditions, rising 20 points to 56.6. That's the highest level since 2021, even while the assessment of current conditions remains pretty depressed. The Kansas City Fed's 6-month outlook jumping 4 points to its highest level since January. And the New York Fed's Empire State Survey shows an unprecedented 43-point surge in the current conditions. That's the biggest gain since the pandemic. These gains in manufacturing optimism can be linked to increases in new orders for capital goods, not one for one, but a pretty good match there, which is a proxy for business investment. It has been lackluster, by the way, the past several years, might be set for an upturn here. The regional Fed surveys were conducted largely after the election and suggest the optimism over potential tax cuts and deregulation that has gripped Wall Street, also capturing the imagination of leaders in the manufacturing sector. It could also coincide with a bottoming of the manufacturing sector as well. But rise in economic policy uncertainty could limit the real economic effects. A measure of this uncertainty from the universities of Stanford and Chicago, drawn from newspaper articles, shows an increase in uncertainty likely linked to the unknowns of the Trump administration's tariff policy, together with a lack of clarity on taxes and deficits. The gains in optimism, they highlight a challenge for the Trump administration, which has generated great hope among investors and business leaders. Also has to deliver, though, on the hopes of the low-income and working-class Americans who shifted towards Republicans and ultimately won President-elect Trump the election. Guys?
I want to go back to this idea that maybe the industrial part of the economy, which we know has been basically in recession, could be bottoming, could be turning. What do we need to be watching so closely to see that that's actually being realized?
I think the order, good question, by the way, Morgan. The orders for capital investment are one thing to watch as well. These surveys, I think what we find when we look at this post-election surge, Morgan, are going to have a partisan aspect to them. So you want to be a little careful to see that this surge in optimism remains and watch the actual policies that come and watch that uncertainty index. Because on the one hand, you can say, hey, good stuff is coming. And I think maybe it could be a good time to make an investment. But if you don't know when it's coming, how it's coming, that's going to limit the kind of calculations for some of these big investments that are going to kind of move the needle. Also, we've had a big surge into the tech investment. And the question is whether or not some of the more sort of old line investment ideas, if they start to get some traction there, Morgan.
All right. This is great insights, as always, Steve. We've got Martin Marietta Materials CEO Ward Nye on Closing Bell Overtime later today. So tends to be an early indicator of some of this industrial activity and these big projects coming to fruition. So we'll have to ask him these questions. All right. Well, still to come, we're tracking Bitcoin. That's nearing the $100,000 level. That's up around 40% in the month of November alone. We're going to take a closer look. That's next.
Shouldn't every vacation be a rewarding experience? Vrbo certainly thinks so. Which is why, on top of host-free stays and 24/7 support, Vrbo now offers One Key rewards. With One Key, you'll earn rewards on eligible stays that can be used for even more stays. One Key, that's something the other guys don't have. Make your next vacation a little more rewarding. Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Relax, you booked a Vrbo.
At JPMorgan Chase, we help increase economic opportunities for the people of Greater Dallas-Fort Worth, helping them gain skills for in-demand careers at our company and throughout the region. That's why we're here, to help make careers happen. Learn more at jpmorganchase.com/DFW.
The thesis of the shorts is if the premium and the equity disappears, we can't make money. What they miss is that when we actually borrow money at 6% and we invest it in Bitcoin, and Bitcoin goes up 30%, and by the way, Bitcoin's going up 60%, we're getting a 90% BTC spread, but it would be 80% BTC spread, which means a $3 billion fixed income raise in preferreds or bonds generates the same $125 a share and $30 billion over 10 years.
That was MicroStrategy's Michael Saylor, of course, responding to Citron Research short position in the company. The stock rebounding, as you see a bit. It did drop 16% yesterday. Of course, it has been on an amazing tear all year and certainly since the election. And behind Bitcoin's big surge as well, hitting all-time highs. Moved up a lot more, in fact, than Bitcoin has during that period. Dom Chu is back at HQ. And there's been so many different moves in crypto and crypto-related names, haven't there, Dom?
It's been crazy just how volatile things have been so far. But just to kind of emphasize your point here about MicroStrategy, the roller coaster ride has really been mostly to the upside, especially over the course of just the last few weeks here, especially since the election. Over the last year, a 722% gain. But for the better part of the year, you can see it was kind of just moving between a channel here. But MicroStrategy, very indicative of that leverage to the Bitcoin trade. Now, the reason why Bitcoin is such a big focus, as you guys have been pointing out, is the record highs. And just to kind of give you an idea, it's at 98,480 right now. The high watermark we did hit was right around 99,525 earlier today. So we were less than $500 away from hitting that six-figure mark, the 100,000 move here. And by the way, from a market cap perspective, you were talking about a $730 billion market cap a year ago. And right now, that market cap, according to data from CoinMarketCap, currently stands at $1.95 trillion for that Bitcoin ecosystem overall. So Bitcoin prices nearly $2 trillion. And of course, since the election is where we've seen most of the action so far. So if you take a look at some of the names within that Bitcoin ecosystem, the names levered to it, names like Coinbase, Mara Holdings, Robinhood, Riot Platforms, all since the election up between anywhere from 20 to 55%. Coin has been the real outperformer, Carl, there. So as the adoption picks up, as more chatter picks up about deregulation in cryptocurrencies and maybe even more further regulation of certain aspects of it, keep an eye on some of those names, Carl. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Dom, thank you very much. Dominic Chu getting some SCOTUS decisions today out of D.C. Let's get to Eamon Javers on that. Hey, Eamon.
That's right. We've got an interesting and unusual ruling here from the Supreme Court in a case involving Facebook and, of course, Meta. The ruling here is that a case involving Facebook is now dismissed as improvidently granted. And what that means is the Supreme Court is saying, you know, in retrospect, we never should have taken this case in the first place. That means that a lower court ruling will stand from the Ninth Circuit here in this case. And that would seem to be bad news for Facebook. How bad? That's some nuance and up for interpretation. We're waiting for Facebook to comment. They don't have a comment ready just yet. But this case was all about the Cambridge Analytica scandal back in the last decade, Carl. And the question here was whether or not Facebook was fair to investors in its disclosures in SEC filings about risk factors that it faced. If it knew that there was a certain risk that had already occurred and only disclosed that risk as a possible hypothetical when speaking to investors, but knowing that it was an actual real situation that had already happened, was that fair to investors? In that case, they're facing shareholder lawsuits around that. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court and now back down again. The Supreme Court taking a pass here on making a decision. So Facebook called the Ninth Circuit ruling extreme at the time that the ruling happened, saying that it opens up companies to sort of rearview mirror lawsuits saying that they should have disclosed X and Y risks, which they should have known about in the past. We'll see what Facebook has to say about this decision from the Supreme Court here. But, Carl, the Supreme Court taking a pass now on a Facebook case at the highest court. Back over to you.
Interesting. What a week it's been for social. You got this part. There's this bill in Australia, Eamon, that would, if passed, ban social media for kids under 16. You had Adam Mosseri of Meta yesterday talk about Threads trying to respond to Blue Sky, emphasizing less on the algorithm and more on the actual people you follow. But on this one, I do wonder what you think some of the broader implications may be.
Well, I mean, if you're another company looking at this and you're filing reports with the SEC, the question is how much do you have to change what your filings say about known risk factors as you go forward? And do you have to disclose things that you might not have disclosed in the past? I think a lot of lawyers are going to burn a lot of billable hours right now looking at this ruling from the Ninth Circuit, trying to decide what it means for them in terms of anything they know about a negative factor that has impacted their company and whether they have to disclose that or not. I think there's going to be a lot of wiggle room here and a lot of room for interpretation. But, you know, spinning forward, Carl, you look at this incoming Trump administration and what its policies will be toward big tech. And you can imagine a world where things get very different for big tech in Washington in months and years to come.
Eamon Javers, thank you.
You bet.
Well, want to bring your attention to the latest space flight, the 9th human space flight, commercial human space flight by Blue Origin with its New Shepard suborbital vehicle. Countdown is happening right now. And it's going to carry a 6-person crew just past the edge of space, past the Kármán line. This is going to be a 10 to 11-minute suborbital trip. There's going to be weightlessness. They're going to see the curvature of the Earth. This is the 28th launch of Blue Origin's New Shepard vehicle overall. And as I mentioned, this is the 9th space tourism mission. So that is West Texas on your screen. Let's listen into this countdown.
5, 4, command engine start. 2, 1, ignition.
New Shepard has cleared the tower and is heading to space. Follow along with us on your screen. We have velocity picking up. We're
Six-person crew, including Emily Calangelli, who's known as the Space Gal. She's a best-selling author, science communicator, has hosted a number of shows. You also have some repeat Blue Origin customers on board as well, which speaks to perhaps the appeal of traveling to the edge of space. And of course, this is the latest mission, as I just mentioned, for Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin, which has a number of other projects underway as well, including its orbital semi-reusable rocket, New Glenn, which is still pushing towards possibly a first launch before the end of this year. And just earlier this week, Blue Origin and SpaceX both getting awarded new contracts by NASA for their lunar lander projects as well. So just keep an eye on that. This is going to be about a 10-minute flight past the edge of space. And it's the latest in this commercial space evolution, this era that we talk so much about.
Paying passengers on here?
Paying passengers.
Okay.
We don't know how much they're paying, but they are paying.
Speaking of SpaceX anyway, after that heavy launch this week, the comments about another 400 maybe launches in the next 4 years, we're going to get used to this stuff.
We have gotten some very ambitious comments from Gwen Shotwell, the president and COO of SpaceX, perhaps unsurprisingly. This is, of course, how Elon Musk's companies operate. They put these very ambitious forecasts out there. Maybe they hit them on time, maybe they don't, but at some point they typically do. And I think that's the thing to watch when you're talking about DOGE and the policy implications and the deficit implications, because taking that approach, that lean and mean, move fast approach, disruptive approach to government is going to be very interesting to watch.
Meanwhile, losing some of the opening gains, Dow's up 190. Curve is now higher across the board after we got those better than expected PMIs and that elevated number on University of Michigan 5-year inflation expectations up to 3.2. Back in a moment.
Welcome back. I'm Silvana Henao with your CNBC News Update. The State Department issued a health alert today for U.S. citizens traveling in Vang Vieng, Laos, after a 6th person died from drinking tainted alcohol. An American tourist is among the victims, but U.S. officials have not confirmed his identity. It's not clear yet where the methanol-laced drinks came from. Local police say a number of people have been detained in the case, but no charges have been filed yet. The ex-girlfriend of former Marvel actor Jonathan Majors dropped a civil lawsuit accusing him of assault and defamation. She filed the suit shortly after Majors' conviction last December on 2 counts of misdemeanor assault for attacking her in the back seat of an SUV. According to a court filing, the civil suit was dismissed with prejudice. And former Philadelphia Eagles center Jason Kelce is taking his talents to late-night TV. He will host a They Call It Late Night with Jason Kelce on ESPN starting in January. ESPN says the show, which starts at 1 a.m., will be filmed in front of a live audience on Friday nights in Philadelphia, Morgan.
All right, I'm sure there'll be viewers for that. Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
President-elect Trump's pick for Energy Secretary Chris Wright has to make some major moves before officially joining the cabinet. Pippa Stevens joins us now to explain. Pippa.
Hey, Morgan. Well, this is not the first time a president-elect has tapped an executive for a cabinet position, but it can be complicated because these individuals often own assets that are a conflict of interest. So in order to ease the blow of going from the private to public sector, you're allowed to defer capital gains taxes on the assets that you're required to divest. In the case of Liberty Energy CEO Chris Wright, who is the nominee for Energy Secretary, he owns 2.2 million shares of the company, worth roughly $39.2 million, according to data from Equilar. Now, once the U.S. Office of Government Ethics decides what he needs to sell, he'll be issued a certificate of divestiture, allowing him to roll those taxes. He'll have 90 days to sell his stock and then 60 days to reinvest the proceeds if he wants to take advantage of the tax deferral. There are restrictions around what he can buy, with 3 choices: a blind trust, diversified mutual funds, or U.S. Treasuries. When those assets are sold, he'll have to pay capital gains on that sale as well as the prior sale. Now, he does also own about $13.1 million worth of restricted and performance shares that have not yet vested, which he will most likely have to forfeit. Carl?
It's important to keep note of, as we have an administration that's going to rely heavily on private sector. Thank you very much, Pippa Stevens.
BGC trading down 4% on similar dynamics with Howard Lutnick over there as well.
Yeah, Apollo shares, by the way, we should point out, have rebounded a bit as Rowan's chances seem to decline, perhaps. But I did note, I mean, if he were to leave, there's a lot of stock that he owns there. So that would actually be potentially market moving, not to mention he's led an entire revamp of their strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other Trump trades.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll keep our eye. Obviously, Street wants that Treasury name as soon as possible. Still to come this morning, it is a big weekend ahead for the movie industry, with Wicked and Gladiator 2 out this weekend, hoping to recapture the magic of Barbenheimer. We'll talk with the chief of IMAX in a moment. Don't go away.
Take a look at shares of Amazon up slightly. The company announcing this morning that it is investing another $4 billion in the AI startup Anthropic. That is the company behind the Claude chatbot. It was founded by OpenAI research executives, or former executives of OpenAI. The new funding brings the tech giant's total investment to $8 billion, though Amazon is still going to retain its position as a minority investor.
All right, well, let's get to Kate Rooney with a news alert. Kate.
Hey, Morgan. So I just got off the phone with Dan Gallagher. He is the former SEC commissioner. He is Robinhood's chief legal officer right now, and he has been rumored as Trump's pick for new SEC chair. He spoke for the first time on the record about those rumors. He told me he's not going to take that role. Quote, he told me, "I have made it clear to the relevant people that I am not interested in being considered for the role." He said the way things are going at Robinhood, they're hitting their stride. Robinhood, he said, is now enjoying some good times. They've also been through some tough times, but the company's been performing, and analysts on Wall Street are seeing it and giving it some credit. The stock's up about 30% in the past month or so. Says he can have more of an impact on financial markets from within Robinhood in some ways than he could if he went back to the SEC. Says he hopes that he would also have a big voice when it comes to some of those market structure issues through this administration. Was bullish on whoever the new SEC chair is. Gary Gensler, the current SEC chair, said yesterday he was going to step down on January 20th. Widely regarded as sort of an enemy of crypto, issued Robinhood a Wells notice, also sued Coinbase. Robinhood shares, I mentioned, up about 30%. There has been this hope that there's a less hostile environment when it comes to the SEC, might let them ship products faster. On the SEC appointment, finally, he jokes that kind of like having a friend who buys a boat, every name that has been floated as someone he likes and respects and has worked with. He said it's going to be hard for them to go wrong with the names that he has floated out there, whether that's folks like Paul Atkins, you have Bob Stebbins, Matt Andreessen, who worked at Citadel. But that is the latest, guys. Back to you.
So, I mean, he was very much, this is very newsy for folks that are tracking this, particularly in the crypto world, Kate, because he was really seen as like the name that was being floated around for SEC.
Yeah.
So what is your sense of others that might be on that short list, especially if he's removing himself from the situation?
Yeah, Morgan, it was interesting. We interviewed Vlad Tenev, the CEO of Robinhood. He described Dan Gallagher as the crypto king this week. So there was a lot of hope that he might be in that chair. The hope among some of the crypto crowd out there in terms of the new SEC chair, even if it isn't somebody who comes directly from that industry, is that looser regulation, basically anybody but Gary Gensler would be seen as bullish. And there's also been a huge impact from some of the funding. If you look at Gary Gensler's social media right now, you'll see it right away. I mean, he's getting slammed by some of the people who supported, whether it's House members or donated to Trump on being sort of single-issue crypto voters. There's a lot of people that supported that. So anyone else in the SEC, I think, is seen as good news at this point.
Okay, Kate Rooney, thanks for bringing us that breaking news. Up next, it's shaping up to be a big weekend at the box office. Wicked and Gladiator 2, hoping to recapture the magic of Barbenheimer. We're going to speak with the CEO of IMAX to find out what he is expecting. Stay with us.
Just wanted to clarify something we reported earlier on Reddit, citing a report that had the Newhouse family, which owns about 7.8 million shares, selling that stock. Latest reports we have are that they're not actually selling. They will use the shares for a new credit facility that they will use to obviously take in some funds and borrow against those shares, but no actual selling. You can see some weakness after an incredible run, Carl, for Reddit shares over the last few weeks.
Meanwhile, it's a big weekend ahead for the box office as Gladiator 2 and Wicked hit theaters. The anticipated big box office weekend is coined Glicked by fans. And in the year ahead, IMAX expects to deliver a record $1.2 billion at the global box office in 2025. Rich Gelfond, IMAX CEO, joins us here on set. Talk about what's in store for the weekend on a stock, which we're already looking has been crushing it so far this year.
Yeah, it's been a good time, and I think there are two reasons. One, I think the narrative around theatrical in general has been a lot better. Premium has been better. Everybody thought streaming was the answer to everything, right? You were going to lock yourself in your house, chain yourself to the couch, and what a shock. It didn't turn out that way.
Well, I remember during COVID when you were having to think about what happens if we don't exit this in a while, right? What other toys can we bring in safely? That's all a distant memory.
Yeah, actually, that might have been a different guess, Carl. I was a real believer in theatrical, and I thought, COVID, you're locked in your house. Guess what? You're going to watch in your house. But once you're allowed out again, and that's not only proven true for movies, but you look at concerts, sporting events, races. People came out with a bang, and this weekend is really, we're going to see some of the culmination of that.
Yeah, what's on the line for the quarter mostly? Because we're trying to catch up here, right, on Q4 box office overall?
We are. The quarter didn't start that strong overall, but I think this weekend is going to be big. But what's even more interesting to me is what comes. So they're whispering numbers like 200 million domestic box office for this weekend, but I'll go out on a limb and I'll say next weekend is going to be bigger, because in addition to these two, you have now Gladiator and Wicked. Next weekend you have Moana, which is one of Disney's biggest movies of all time. So you have all three of those on a global basis, and I think a lot of records are going to be shattered.
How does this position us for 2025? I mean, there had been a lot of talk last year with the strikes and the freeze on content being created that you were going to see an elongated cycle. Is the expectation that things that maybe got delayed through that process a year ago now come to fruition next year?
I think that's what's starting to happen even now, because I think they probably wouldn't have planned 3 blockbusters of this type at the same time. Usually they would have spread them out. But for 25, as Carl alluded to, we guided to a much larger box office than this year. And that's because so many films that were in the queue, whether it's Formula One or whether there's 3 Marvel movies or Tom Cruise's next movie, Mission Impossible 8, the new Superman coming out. I mean, I can't even remember all of them. And in IMAX, we've got 14 movies that we've actually filmed with IMAX cameras, which is about double that we've ever had in our history. So I see this Thanksgiving as kind of the on-ramp for 2025. And I think one reason all of the stocks, and ours included, have done well is people aren't only looking at the next few weekends. It's an insight into 25. And 26 is even more crazy. At the end of 25, you have Avatar, which will play into 26. In 26, you've got The Avengers, the new Chris Nolan movie. Dune 3.
Star Wars?
Star Wars. Yeah, what kind of year can you forget Star Wars? I mean,
Wow.
I
I can't remember the last time we brought you on, Rich, where your stock price was up 60+%. It's been a lot of years you've been coming on. How long you been CEO of this company?
31 years.
30. Has this been the best performance you've seen in a year of the stock?
I don't know.
You're at a 5-year high.
But I do remember, David, years, we're talking back, we're the only ones still alive from then.
Well, 31 years is exactly how long I've been here. That's how long you've been CEO.
But I remember I'd come on and you'd say, oh, it's a good story, but when's the stock going to move?
Yes,
and I'm
it's
happy
true.
to be back today and say it's happening now.
It really is. Do you think you can sustain that given what you just outlined in terms of the upcoming schedule, so to speak, for 25 and 26?
I mean, I do. Literally, when you forget Star Wars or you forget Avatar, it's really crazy.
Well, David did a great interview with Ben Affleck last week, and part of the discussion was about AI not infringing on the art, but maybe the process, the production. You can bang out another season of a show or maybe another
James
film.
Cameron says this,
I
too.
wonder if you think the schedule can accelerate safely given costs.
So I'll give you a related anecdote. I was on the set of the new Star Wars Mandalorian, and they're thinking about how to use AI. But what's interesting is they have a library of like 10 films with outtakes and all of that data. And if you put in the computer lightsaber, you have so many looks of so many. So I do think, especially for some of these franchises, that AI is going to make a big difference to them.
I wonder if that means we're entering a sweet spot, potentially, if the promise of AI is realized. Because James Cameron came on, as he's filming Avatar on Closing Bell Overtime a couple months ago and said the same thing. And for these big budget, blockbuster expected movies, if you can do more with less, as you can continue to drive sales at the box office and in the theater, whether this is now going to be a golden age in terms of profitability.
I do think so, but I'll put an asterisk on it, Morgan. Every new innovation you think is going to save money. I think it'll create more content and more opportunities, but somehow Hollywood always finds new ways to spend money. So on the other one, I'll leave that out.
It's
there
like when you get a raise, the life stays the same. You just spend more.
Right. You don't even know.
Like the government.
Rich, we can't wait for this weekend. Good to see you.
Thank you,
Rich
Carl.
Gelfand.
Our live market coverage right here continues. Have a great weekend, everybody.
All opinions expressed by the Squawk on the Street participants are solely their opinions and do not reflect the opinions of CNBC, NBC Universal, or their parent company or affiliates, and may have been previously disseminated by them on television, radio, internet, or another medium. You should not treat any opinion expressed on this podcast as a specific inducement to make a particular investment or follow a particular strategy, but only as an expression of an opinion. Such opinions are based upon information Squawk on the Street participants consider reliable, but neither CNBC nor its affiliates and or subsidiaries warrant its completeness or accuracy, and it should not be relied upon as such. To view the full Squawk on the Street disclaimer, please visit cnbc.com/Squawk on the Street disclaimer.
There are lots of people you might want to share a Vrbo with. You may want to do a romantic getaway, enjoy a beach house with friends, or book a trip for the whole family. But one person you'll never want to share your stay with is the host. When you book a Vrbo, the host doesn't stay with you, so the only people you'll share the space with are your people. Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Relax, you booked a Vrbo.
Ever wanted to stay on vacation longer? Us too. With Vrbo's long stay discounts, you can stay longer and save more on select properties. Gotta love a win-win. Book the perfect summer getaway today with Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Your future self will thank you later.
What's your boldest, truly ambitious life goal? Everyone has one, and everyone deserves a way to get there. That's why State Street offers a wide variety of ETFs to give all investors access to the market and the chance to reach their goals. Like with DIA, where you get 30 U.S. blue chip stocks in a single trade. Wherever you're heading, getting there starts here with State Street.
Before investing, consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Visit ssga.com for prospectus containing this and other information. Read it carefully. DIA is subject to risks similar to those of stocks. All ETFs are subject to risk, including possible loss of principal. Alps Distributors, Inc. Distributor.
I'm Jim Cramer, and you're about to hear a sample taken directly from today's CNBC Investing Club morning meeting.
We have a very confused market, Jeff, because
If you have a stock that goes up after being down a lot, like NVIDIA, and it goes up a couple of bucks, then there's like heat-seeking missiles going against it. What I'm seeing is a market, and it knocks it back down. I'm seeing a market that doesn't want to go higher. I'm seeing a market that basically says, if we have gains, let's take them. It's a very scalper-oriented market. And so what happens is that as long as yields are the same, you have people come in, and you have people want to exit. But right now, we have a lot of exits unless a stock is bulletproof. It gets sellers.
Yeah, it's a pretty volatile morning. I mean, NVIDIA is a prime example of that. Down last night, up pre-market. I think it got as high as maybe 2-3% up just today, and now back down 1%. So, it's digesting the earnings report last night, which, by the way, very strong quarter.
Right. I mean, let's look at this. Okay, so this morning it's at 140, all right? And I'm commenting on it very early, probably on Twitter or whatever.
Yeah.
Then it goes all the way up here, and at this point I say, wait, well, not 160. I said, guys, it can't be that good. Don't come in and buy it up. Because you don't want to buy it up because there's a lot of people who bought it at 141, 140, and they want to just make a quick profit.
Yeah.
There's a lot of scalping going on in the name, and that's because, Jeff, I know this sounds strange, but the conference call was really good, but it was hard. And when you take, we all remember our classes, maybe high school or college. If it's a hard class and you're being graded hard, you're going to go to another place, maybe different class. I think there are people who are on that call and they gave up. They didn't understand it and they moved on, and therefore they were trading blindly. And it's we have, I think, the model that best your Bolton best explains what's great about it.
Yeah, so
in English.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's graded so hard because it's up almost 200% year to date. The market is used to, upside on revenues by multiple billion. Same thing with guidance, multiple billion. And what they do, it was still beats and guidance was above expectations, but no one really knows is 1 billion enough, 2 billion enough, $500 million enough. But in terms of the story, they shipped more Blackwell than they thought in the quarter. Overheating, not a concern. Demand expected to exceed supply for several quarters in fiscal 26. That's for the Blackwell. Sovereign AI initiatives gaining momentum. The cloud customers taking whatever they can really get their hands on. And then over the last couple of weeks, there was this concern about maybe these large language models have kind of reached, like a critical mass that they're stalling out. But they downplayed that as well.
Start your day with my outlook on the daily market every morning at 10:20 a.m. Visit CNBC.com/morningtake to access all the benefits of being a CNBC Investing Club member.
All opinions expressed by Jim Cramer on this podcast and in connection with the CNBC Investing Club are solely Cramer's opinions and do not reflect the opinions of CNBC, NBC Universal, or their parent company or affiliates, and may have been previously disseminated by Cramer on television, radio, internet, or another medium. No specific outcome or profit is guaranteed in connection with your reliance upon or other use of the content from Cramer. The opinions offered in connection with this podcast and the CNBC Investing Club are not an attempt to induce any particular trading behavior, investment, or strategy. You should be aware of the risk of loss in following any strategy or investment discussed in the content from Cramer. To view the full CNBC Investing Club disclaimer, please visit cnbc.com/investing club disclaimer.
Shouldn't every vacation be rewarding? Vrbo thinks so, which is why Vrbo offers One Key Rewards. With One Key, you'll earn rewards on eligible stays that can be used for more stays. Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Relax. You booked a Vrbo.
Investing success relies on two things, skill and stamina. At New York Life Investments, we're an asset management partner built to help you master both. Tap into forward-thinking strategies and real-time insights at NewYorkLifeInvestments.com.
Introducing Instagram Teen Accounts. Automatic protections for teens. With built-in limits for who can contact them and the content they can see. Helping teens safely connect to the people and things that matter most. Plus, teens under 16 require parental approval to change safety settings. New Instagram Teen Accounts. Automatic protections for who can contact them and the content they can see. Learn more at Instagram.com/teenaccounts.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
On today's Bloomberg Intelligence Show, we dig inside the big business stories impacting Wall Street and the global markets.
Each and every week, we provide in-depth research and data on some of the 2,000 companies and 130 industries our analysts cover worldwide.
Today, we'll look at why shares of the IT company Super Microcomputer rose the most since February.
Plus, we'll discuss how a weak housing market impacted quarterly sales at the department store Lowe's.
But first, we dive into corporate earnings from AI giant NVIDIA. The chipmaker delivered a revenue forecast that failed to meet analyst expectations, and this suggests that the company's dizzying growth has its limits.
However, NVIDIA did assure investors that its new product lineup can maintain the company's AI-fueled growth run. For more, Paul was joined by Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst.
I first asked Mandeep for his take on NVIDIA's most recent quarter.
Any slight miss in the networking side, which was the case here, or even a gross margin degradation, which they said will go up in the second half of next year, so it's really a transitory thing. I think overall, the demand side looks pretty solid. They said Jensen called out there will be no capex digestion until the data center spending hits $1 trillion. That's huge. I mean, just think about, how much runway he thinks without a pause. Now, does the market believe it? Probably not, given what we heard at our conference yesterday is it's moving from training to inferencing. And on the inferencing side, there is probably more.
What does inferencing mean?
So once you have a trained model, you are deploying that model in copilots or chatbots, and it's basically a trained model that's being used for answering queries, and that's inferencing, answering queries, or providing some productivity benefit. And that's where, do you really need a high-end NVIDIA chip? The answer is divided. Some people say for the older versions of NVIDIA chips, you could use that for inferencing. The latest one will continue to get used for training. And that's a plausible answer. But as we have learned, there is growing competition on the inferencing side from the likes of AMD, as well as startups like Sambanova, Cerebras, and all these companies are trying to get some portion of that pie.
When you listen to the management team at NVIDIA, where do they say, can they look a year, 2 years in advance? How do they think their business is going to develop?
Yeah, look, the fact that they're saying gross margins will go down to around 71% over the next 2 quarters, but rebound.
71?
71.
Gross margin.
Yes.
Wow.
And it's again, terrific when you look at it from every angle. It's just the way expectations were priced for, it's mid 70%. So the fact that they are going down to 71%, but in Jensen's, case, he called out those margins going back to 75%. So it's really a ramp up of their new architecture, Blackwell, which is causing the transitory gross margin degradation. But once they get that in full production, he expects gross margins to go back to 75%. Now, I do think, again, there will be more competition, but he clearly doesn't believe that to be the case.
All right. Here are just some crazy numbers, folks. Just total revenue. Let's go really simple here. Revenue. Roughly calendar year 22, $27 billion of revenue. Calendar year 24, $128 billion of revenue. Have you seen anything like this in technology?
The closest thing that comes to mind is the build out of the internet infrastructure back in 1999. I think Cisco had a similar ramp up on the networking side, but what's different is NVIDIA clearly has the balance sheet, as well as they are in more products than Cisco was. So Cisco was just providing the networking gear. NVIDIA has a software line, they have a networking business, and then their core chip business. So clearly, NVIDIA is going with the platform approach.
This is a stupid income statement. They have 55% net income margins, and they have no capex to speak of. 2, 3, 4 billion. So the free cash flow is just freakish. So what did they do with the cash?
Well, right now they're doing some share buybacks, but acquisitions may be on the table if the incoming Trump administration loosens the regulations. So,
okay, let's go down that road there. What's the feeling in Silicon Valley in technology about that opportunity? Because, boy, your industry, and particularly some of the bigger companies that you cover, the Amazons of the world, the Googles of the world, they can't do anything these days. Is the expectation that might loosen up?
Well, the overall M&A environment and IPO environment may get better. But in terms of big tech, I doubt anything is changing on that front, especially for the likes of Alphabet and Meta. Probably an Apple or an NVIDIA may be able to do more acquisitions, but I think the companies that are in the crosshairs of, what the incoming administration feels on the consumer side, I doubt they'll allow them to make any further acquisition.
Our thanks to Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst.
Each week, we look at research from Bloomberg NEF, previously known as New Energy Finance.
They're the team at Bloomberg that tracks and analyzes the energy transition from commodities to power, transport, industries, buildings, and ag sectors.
This week, we took a look at what Donald Trump's upcoming presidency will mean for the energy transition.
For more, we are joined by Derek Flakel, Bloomberg BNEF lead U.S. policy analyst. And we first asked Derek for his take on what changes will come next.
First of all, there's a lot of worries about the future of the Inflation Reduction Act, the U.S.'s signature climate subsidy program. We expect that will mostly remain intact. A lot of Republican districts and states are benefiting. 14 House Republicans have signed a letter saying they don't want to see those tax credits repealed hastily, and the Speaker of the House has said that he wants to use a scalpel, not a sledgehammer. So we think a lot of that will survive. Where you're likely to see more change is regulations and some voluntary initiatives like the procurement for clean products from the federal government.
So I'm just looking, you have a great chart graphic here. Fossil fuels are likely to fare well under a Trump administration. Electric vehicles are not. Wouldn't Mr. Musk have something to say about the fate of electric vehicles?
He certainly would, but the question is, what is Tesla's strategy going to be vis-a-vis other electric vehicle producers? Most of the valuation comes from the dream of a robo-taxi, and we've certainly seen some Bloomberg reporting recently saying that Musk is likely to push for a favorable framework on AVs. When it comes to EVs or electric vehicles, he has said, and the business analysts may or may not bear this out, that Tesla would do better, sort of survive the loss of the EV tax credits in a way that some of his EV competitors might not. It ultimately depends on what you and what he thinks Tesla's interest is, whether it's dominating a smaller EV market or having a smaller share of a larger EV market.
Let's move to some of the stuff that feels a little bit dicier, and those are the tax credits that are part of the IRA. So one is a tax credit for carbon that's captured. How you store it and how you capture it is debatable in terms of how much tax credit you receive, and the other has to do with hydrogen. How do we feel about those two policies either staying in place or getting reduced?
So these tax credits are favored by, industrial interests, oil and gas interests. From what I've heard, there's not a lot of Republican appetite to repeal either of those. What you're likely to see is looser regulations on both, which actually strengthens the business case for both. We might see a better outlook for both carbon capture and for hydrogen under Trump administration. Now, as for emissions benefits, the market acceptance of that might be a little bit dicier. But nevertheless, we see the economic case for those being a little bit easier as compliance costs go down.
So I'm just looking, again, winners and losers here. How much of this is a day one type of policy thing versus, boy, this is just take a while, to the extent the Trump administration may want to shift gears on this energy transition? It seems like a lot of stuff has already been spent. There's a lot of investment already in the ground. What's the timing, do you think?
Right. Well, it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about taxes, there's going to be a big tax negotiation taking up probably most of 2025 to do with extending the Trump tax cuts, seeing what happens with the IRA, et cetera. You're likely to see closure on that by the end of the year, but after that will come regulatory changes and so forth. In general, regulatory changes, including those for existing tax credits, take usually about 2 or 3 years, give or take. And so a lot of this stuff can't really happen on day one. You can't really shift the ship on a dime. However, in terms of tariffs, those are things that can be done more or less immediately, though politically that might not fly too well. And programs that are sort of voluntary, like, again, federal procurement of clean products, those could be killed more or less day one by an executive order.
What about wind and solar? So to some extent, a lot has already been thrown into that, and it's hard to see onshore wind and solar. It's hard for me to reconcile that being really stripped away. But the offshore wind space, that has question marks for me.
Yeah, it does have quite a few. If you look at BNEF's modeling for what might happen if the IRA were repealed at the earliest opportunity, which again, we don't think will happen. But even if it did, you would see about a 17% drop overall in the combination of wind, solar, and storage installations. Wind itself, though, would see a much bigger drop because it's very expensive and tax credit dependent. You might see about like 30% drop in onshore wind and an over 40% drop in offshore wind. And that's only based on the financial subsidies, right? Trump has a lot more control over offshore leasing as well as federal permits. There's a pipeline of projects that already have both offshore leases and permits, but a lot of proposed ones don't have that yet. And there's also questions about how the administration would approach litigation against existing offshore wind permits. You might see some of that fall by the wayside depending on how lawsuits go.
Derek, just broadly defined, how committed is Congress as a legislative body to this whole energy transition? Do they feel like it's real, or how do they feel about it?
Are facilities being built in their states?
Yeah, that's
that
probably
may
a good
actually
answer.
change the answer to
Yeah.
that.
Exactly. From what we've tracked in clean tech factory deployments, I think about 90% is going to red or purple that is swing states. So there's a lot of electoral consequences, especially if you zoom down at the district level where overwhelmingly it's Republican districts with cheap land, better labor costs, rich resources. These are the places that are seeing the most investment. And so I think the commitment primarily is to economic development, local opportunity, as well as to some degree onshoring and supply chain diversification and de-risking. And that I think is fairly durable in a bipartisan manner.
Our thanks to Derek Flakel, BNEF lead U.S. policy analyst.
Coming up, we're going to break down how Wall Street banks are plowing money into artificial intelligence as the next big thing.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio, providing in-depth research and data on 2,000 companies and 130 industries. You can access Bloomberg Intelligence via BI Go on the terminal. I'm Paul Sweeney.
And I'm Alex Steele, and this is Bloomberg.
Investing success relies on two things, skill and stamina. At New York Life Investments, we're an asset management partner built to help you master both. Tap into forward-thinking strategies and real-time insights at NewYorkLifeInvestments.com.
In today's data-driven world, you can't base marketing decisions only on the intuition or opinions of people in your company, no matter how experienced they are. You need real data to shape an effective strategy. That's where Ahrefs comes in. Ahrefs is a marketing intelligence platform powered by big data. We've been crawling the entire web 24/7 since 2010, indexing and structuring petabytes of information. Get access to these insights with an Ahrefs subscription and use them to improve your business. It shows you exactly what your target audience is searching for and how you measure up to your competitors. It also pinpoints growth opportunities that you can act on before anyone else. Whether you're making day-to-day marketing decisions or defining your long-term digital strategy, Ahrefs delivers real-time insights that help you grow your brand's visibility and claim market share. With Ahrefs, you don't have to guess what moves the needle. You know. Head over to ahrefs.com to get started. That's AHREFS.com.
You're listening to the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Catch us live weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. Listen on demand wherever you get your podcasts or watch us live on YouTube.
We move next to news on the information technology company Super Micro Computer.
This week, Super Micro Computer shares rose the most since February, and this came after the company hired a new auditor, BDO USA.
Super Micro also filed a plan to come into compliance with NASDAQ listing requirements. If the plan is accepted, Super Micro's deadline for filing its financial disclosure reports will likely be extended to February.
This would allow the company to stay listed on the NASDAQ until a final decision is made. For more, we're joined by Woo Jin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst.
We first asked Woo Jin for his take on this week's news.
The fact that they actually got an auditor, given what they've gone through over the last 2-3 months, is actually positive news for them.
Wooj, when I kind of just look at this story, again, they've had some real concerns with their auditors and some of the auditors' concerns about the risk controls, I guess, at the company. Can you give us your opinion of management of this company and the board of this company?
Yeah. You know, one of the reasons why E&Y resigned as an auditor as part of the 8K filing was that there were some integrity issues that they found as part of trying to get some financial documents. Paul, I haven't seen the word integrity issues in an 8K filing or an auditor resignation since back in the Enron days. I'm not saying that this is an Enron, but this is something that you don't typically find in a filing. So, I have called for, you may need an overhaul of the board or greater independence and possibly change of the CFO because this is not the first rodeo of having delayed filings.
Do you feel like the stock move is justified?
Yeah, so if we think about the recent moves, there's actually been more headline risk that's been driving the stock than the fundamentals. I think much of this is more of a relief rally that they're not going to get delisted. Now, delisting would have meant a couple of things. First of all, they get delisted, and it is going to start some forced selling. But it also would potentially, it would have forced the removal of the S&P 500, which would have been another round of forced selling when the rebalancing comes in December the 5th. So that eliminates that risk for Supermicro, so there is some relief there. But they're still not out of the woods.
Where does this company fit into kind of your part of the tech stack, Wooj, in terms of being a supplier of hardware and components and things like that? Because, it's got $25 billion of, I guess, revenue. I'm just looking at the FA function forecasted for June 25. It's a big company.
Yeah, look, it's all about AI. The question I have is how reliable are those estimates? Keep in mind there's been several coverage suspensions, and I don't know how up-to-date those estimates are.
Who are the customers for Supermicro?
Yeah, so we do know that there's one large cloud customer, which we suspect is Meta, but it's tier 2 cloud customers, a company that may be filing for an IPO called CoreWeave, and also Tesla's xAI. They bought probably about $1.5 billion in equipment from Supermicro this past year.
And Wooj, to your point about the analyst coverage, I just pulled up the ANR function for analyst recommendations. Most or a lot of the analysts have suspended coverage or not rated is kind of what we see. So of the ones that do have a rating on there, 3 buys, 7 holds, and 2 sells. So it sounds like this company has a lot of ground ahead of it to rebuild confidence from the analyst community, probably their customers, and from investors. Is that kind of your thought?
Yeah. Look, I think some of the headline risk has been eliminated for now, or at least extended. They only received an extension from the NASDAQ. The next milestone, quite frankly, is probably February 25th when, if they don't file their filings on time, by that time, the delisting questions will start arising again. They essentially kick the can down the road.
This might be a super silly question. At one point, I probably knew the answer to this. But where does Supermicro sit in the AI play stack?
Yeah, so they're actually in the server space. It's the hardware equipment that helps run the models. Among the U.S. vendors, they actually had the largest amount of AI server sales, larger than Dell and larger than HPE.
So they're very much needed in this market. It's going to be hard to replace them either way, right? They're a needed essential.
Well, that's a good comment and good question. Competition has grown. Dell has actually strengthened their AI chops quite a bit. But I came back from a couple of conferences recently, and we're starting to see other companies with similar capabilities that will be making it much more competitive. And one of the evidence there so far is the lower gross margin. They peaked their gross margin at around 17% a couple of years back when they were the sole player. And now that you have more players coming in, their gross margin in the last couple of quarters went to about 13% and 11%.
Our thanks to Woojin Ho, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst.
This week, we focused on a Bloomberg Big Take story entitled Wall Street Bankers Spot a Fat Payday in $1 trillion AI Hysteria.
You can find it on Bloomberg.com and the terminal. And the story looks at how Wall Street banks are plowing capital into artificial intelligence as the next big thing.
For more, we're joined by one of the story's authors, Neil Callanan, Bloomberg senior editor.
We first asked Neil to talk to us about how much money Wall Street banks are actually steering towards AI.
we're talking about $1 trillion in credit and $2 trillion in overall expenditure on data centers and AI and everything related to that. And basically, what we have at the moment is the banks and private credit providers saying the flow of capital that's needed to fund these things means that we don't even have to compete with each other, because everybody is going to get a slice of the pie regardless of what happens. But having said all that, actually, it's probably the hottest part of financing right now, and margins are quite tight compared with other types of lending. So, less than 2 percentage points if you've got one of these hyperscalers like Amazon or Meta or Alphabet as one of your tenants in one of these data centers. And each one is massive. So, these things are going to cost about $12 billion each to construct. They're about the size of a skyscraper if you put it down sideways, and they're just filled down with rocks of computing power intended to drive AI forward.
Neil, talk to us about this Morgan Stanley dinner you wrote about in the piece.
Yeah, it's a dinner between the bank and a number of private credit firms. Usually these companies are competing quite heavily with each other. Among the invitees are Ares and Blackstone and Apollo, for example. But at that dinner, the kind of mood was like, we don't need to compete in the same way in this area, because there's just a demand for so much capital at the moment and so much credit that we can all make out quite well out of this. And, it's kind of a new gold rush, as it were.
Did that message land? Like, are they all on the same page about that?
I think the fact we got hold of the details suggests perhaps not. And again, the competition seems to be there in terms of the pricing of the loans for the construction of data centers, which are very competitively priced at the moment.
And is this equity financing, debt financing, both, all of the above, public, private? What kind of capital is being raised?
It's pretty much everything. So, a lot of people wouldn't get involved in data centers until such time as they're built. So particularly for the pre-construction works where you're adding the power and stuff, that's very much equity driven at the moment. And then the debt comes in for construction of these data centers, but also for the power and the utilities that are needed to service them as well. And that's coming from a mix of public and private sources.
So this is a totally unfair question. Who do you think is going to win? Like, if they're not all happy-go-lucky, let's work together and there's enough pie for everybody, who's in the lead in this right now?
I think there will be enough pie for everyone. Maybe I'm being naive, Alex, by saying that, but I actually think this is going to be a big driver of credit markets in particular going forward. These bankers have suffered from, private equity's difficulties, meaning there's been less leveraged loans around. That's got to change because these of the checks that need to be written for these. It will also drive a bigger resuscitation in the securitization markets. They've been quite good in the US, but they've been moribund in Europe. So, overall, this should be a very, very positive thing for both banks and private credit.
Will there be some IPOs?
As long as it works. That should be the qualifier. As long as it works. Exactly. There is a chance these things are not going to work, and banks are kind of trying to protect themselves they're giving lower leverage for data centers that are AI focused, and they're charging more for them as well. So that's their attempt to protect themselves if AI doesn't come true in the way people hope.
Well, that's kind of where I wanted to go, Neil, because there's some folks saying, are we really going to get the return on investment, we being these companies that are making these big capital expenditures? And as equity investors, are we going to get the returns from all this spending? So there's a note of caution that's been kind of coming into the AI story a little bit. Are the banks thinking about that as well?
Yeah, 100%. It's something that's definitely on their minds. And one of the ways they protect themselves is those kind of higher returns that they're demanding from AI-focused data centers. Because the risk is if these things don't work out, you're left with an obsolete asset. So you definitely need some downside protection there. There's also been cases of some of these data centers that have been built and can't get connections. So there's already talk of what people are calling zombie data centers. And one of the ways investors can protect themselves against those risks is to actually do the plumbing instead. And we have some stuff about people advising that the utilities and the power providers may be a better way of playing this game rather than investing investing directly into data centers themselves.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up too. It's not just the building of the data center, but especially when you have, say, the report from the information on NVIDIA saying that it's just really hot and it's too hot, and that's why sort of we may see some delays in chips, aka you need air conditioning, you need power, etc. Is there one company that's making a bigger bet on one area of AI versus the other?
I don't think so at this stage, but the difficulty, I mean, well, you could probably cite some of the power companies in Virginia, because Virginia is the kind of capital of data centers globally. The scale of power that's needed for these things is the equivalent, in the US, is the equivalent of 3 New York cities.
Wow.
So that is just huge amount of power. So utilities, particularly around Richmond, which is, as I say, the kind of capital of these things, they're probably the ones who are taking the biggest risk. But one way that people are looking to mitigate that is they're talking about building small nuclear reactors next to these power centers, next to these data centers, to provide the power for them. Because basically what we don't want to happen is for consumers to end up paying higher energy prices in order for people to be able to play on Instagram more than they normally would before.
Our thanks to Neil Callanan, Bloomberg Senior Editor.
Coming up on the program, we'll take a look at why Ford Motor is cutting more jobs in Europe.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio, providing in-depth research and data on 2,000 companies and 130 industries. You can access Bloomberg Intelligence via BI Go on the terminal. I'm Paul Sweeney.
And I'm Alex Steele, and this is Bloomberg.
Investing success relies on 2 things, skill and stamina. At New York Life Investments, we're an asset management partner built to help you master both. Tap into forward-thinking strategies and real-time insights at NewYorkLifeInvestments.com.
In today's data-driven world, you can't base marketing decisions only on the intuition or opinions of people in your company, no matter how experienced they are. You need real data to shape an effective strategy. That's where Ahrefs comes in. Ahrefs is a marketing intelligence platform powered by big data. We've been crawling the entire web 24/7 since 2010, indexing and structuring petabytes of information. Get access to these insights with an Ahrefs subscription and use them to improve your business. It shows you exactly what your target audience is searching for and how you measure up to your competitors. It also pinpoints growth opportunities that you can act on before anyone else. Whether you're making day-to-day marketing decisions or defining your long-term digital strategy, Ahrefs delivers real-time insights that help you grow your brand's visibility and claim market share. With Ahrefs, you don't have to guess what moves the needle. You know. Head over to ahrefs.com to get started. That's AHREFS.com.
You're listening to the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Catch us live weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. You can also listen live on Amazon Alexa from our flagship New York station. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg 1130.
We move next to the home improvement space and Lowe's.
This week, the company reported a decline in comparable sales for the third quarter. This was due to a weak housing market and high interest rates, which have weighed on home improvement spending.
For more, we are joined by Drew Redding, Bloomberg Intelligence U.S. home building analyst.
We first asked Drew to break down this week's results from Lowe's.
Yeah, not too dissimilar from what we heard from Home Depot. It was a beat and raise on same-store sales. That being said, there were some non-core items, as you mentioned. We know we had a prolonged period of warm, dry weather across the U.S., which provided a lift to some of their seasonal and outdoor categories. At the same time, they were beneficiaries of some of the hurricane activity we saw in the South. They called out 100 basis point impact to same-store sales. Home Depot called out 50 basis points. So some transitory items in there. But I think when you look at the core business, while it certainly appears that maybe things have stabilized, I think if you were looking for that inflection point, I don't think you got it yet. We continue to see consumers pressured by the cumulative impact of inflation, economic uncertainty, and housing activity, which is at the lowest level in over a decade.
So, Drew, do you expect then for 2025 consensus to start coming down to reflect that, or just pushed out?
Well, I think the recovery in housing has certainly been pushed out. I think expectations for home improvement as a whole are somewhat depressed. But what you have to keep in mind is, although housing activity is very low, Home Depot and Lowe's will start to lap those comparisons. So strictly from an optics perspective, things will become a little bit easier. So we do think you could start to see a little bit of growth maybe in the back half of next year off of a lower base.
Operationally, how is Lowe's doing, say, compared to Home Depot?
They do have some company-specific things going on, and the two that I'd call out and that they point to are what they're doing in their pro business and what they're doing online. When you compare Home Depot and Lowe's, that's really the big differentiators. Home Depot has a lot more exposure to the professional contractor at 50% of sales. Lowe's only has about 25% exposure to that business, but it's over the last several years since Marvin Ellison came in and took over, it's really been a point of emphasis for the company. They didn't really have a strategy before. They didn't have proper inventory, staffing, the brands that pros needed. So they've made significant investments in that part of the business, not only in getting the product into the store and how they're serving their customers, but through supply chain investments and how they're actually getting that product to their contractors, whether it's on the job site, through online delivery or in-store pickup, things of that nature. At the same time, we're seeing improvement in their online business. Again, they were operating an antiquated platform, which really didn't allow consumers to go in and find the products they need. So they've made significant investments there, and we actually saw mid-single digit growth in that business. So when you look longer term, certainly you need the macro to turn in order for these businesses to return to growth. But I think once that happens, they've made the investments in the appropriate place to capitalize on that turnaround.
Our thanks to Drew Redding, Bloomberg Intelligence U.S. home building analyst.
We move next to earnings from the department store TJX.
The off-price retailer reported overall comp sales that beat analyst expectations.
TJX also raised its earnings outlook for the full year, but lower than expected sales at the company's TJ Maxx and Marshalls stores dampened investor enthusiasm.
For more, we were joined by Mary Ross Gilbert, Bloomberg Intelligence senior equity analyst. We first asked Mary for her take on the numbers.
The way we look at it is that TJX for the quarter, their comp sales came in at 3%. And that was sort of considered, it's at the high end of their estimate. It was below analyst estimates, particularly on the Marmaxx side. And you said that you're a TJ Maxx shopper. They had strength in home goods and also international up 7%. But I think if you look at the outlook, they basically raised the profit outlook, but it was below analyst estimates. So in looking for EPS of as high as $4.15 for the full year, the estimate out there is $4.19, and then for the quarter it's $1.19 versus about $1.15 for the company's guidance. But what we also think with TJX is they like to put out conservative figures. We wouldn't be surprised if they come in at $4.20 for the year, and already the fourth quarter is starting out strong for the company.
So, Mary, who is a TJX shopper? And what's the company saying about that shopper?
Everyone is a TJX shopper, Mary.
That's exactly right. It actually appeals across income bands. But we did notice that when you look at shoppers earning with a household income over $100,000, it's well distributed across that, even above $250,000. And the reason for that is if you look at their assortment, you can actually buy handbags such as Chloe, Burberry, Valentino, and also Bottega Veneta. So here you can get the cream of the crop, but it also appeals to lower income consumers where they have more accessible brands like a Juicy Couture. And you can get Nike in tennis shoes. So it's a wonderful place to treasure hunt across income bands, and so they do have that strong appeal.
So this is what, you've never been in TJ Maxx, right, Paul?
No.
Right, okay. So here's how it goes. In most of the stores, they have this runway section, and the runway section is all the designer stuff that comes from whatever agreements that they have with different other designers or big stores like a Saks. They don't have a Saks, but you get my drift. And then they have that on sale, then they have the clearance there, and you can get some seriously good deals. And then you have other stuff, and you got some food you get housewares, and that's also not related to the home goods part, which is a whole different store.
All this is in a TJ Maxx store.
Yeah, and then you get toys, and you get kids' clothes, and then you get towels, and you get sheets, and it's like, and in all the stores, you get kind of the similar footprint. Did I do justice there, Mary?
You did, absolutely. But they also have beauty, and beauty has been a big draw. So, for example, you could get Clinique or even Laura Mercier. So it has incredible options, again, across the income band, even in beauty. So beauty and fragrance has also been one of the stronger categories for them.
So is there a read-through to other stores, Mary, from this, or is this a unique TJX thing?
You know, if you look at the numbers that came out from Target, it was very disappointing, especially when you had such robust figures coming out of Walmart. And Walmart indicated that a big percentage outperformance was due to that consumer from a household earning over $100,000. So you can see that that consumer is looking for value everywhere. And with Walmart, they're getting those better prices on essentials. And while they're there, they're also shopping apparel, because that's where Target saw some weakness. So some challenges going on with Target, which has always appealed to the premium shopper. So I think that it comes down to execution, and then also the fact that we have this higher income consumer really looking for value. And TJ Maxx and TJX as a company, I mean, they sort of fit that. They're one of the companies that are picking up share.
Our thanks to Mary Ross Gilbert, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Equity Analyst.
We move now to the auto industry and Ford. This week we heard that Ford Motor will look to eliminate another 4,000 jobs in Europe.
The reductions, which amount to about 14% of Ford's Europe workforce, will primarily hit operations in Germany and the UK by the end of 2027.
Now, this comes as the region's transition to electric vehicles is losing traction industry-wide. And for more, we were joined by Craig Trudell, Bloomberg Global Autos editor.
We first asked Craig, what's behind the recent layoffs at Ford?
Yeah, I mean, this is a story that's both sort of one that's bigger than just Ford and yet very acute for them. You know, Europe, we've seen just the last few months, sort of one automaker after another do profit warnings, whether you're talking about Volkswagen or Stellantis or BMW, Mercedes. It's really been sort of across the board that a lot of manufacturers are having trouble with the increase in competition at a time when we're not seeing demand growth. And so, you know, that leads to some real need to kind of take a look at how many people you're employing, how many plants you've got running, and whether you need to take shifts out or even go so far as to potentially take plants down. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, we've seen Volkswagen, you know, for the first time in its history, actually looking at closing plants in Germany. Ford has been pulling back in Europe for quite some time, and they're doing just, you know, sort of more of the same here. They were really trying to kind of, you know, get off to a fresh start and move more aggressively to EVs and some of their competitors, and that hasn't panned out particularly well.
They also said that pricing power on U.S. EVs next year is going to get hit, and then we're counting in those rollbacks of the tax credit of $7,500. Are we going to see more cuts then to the U.S.?
I think for Ford, you know, the amount of investment in electric vehicles has been curtailed pretty significantly. So we may not see a ton of pressure for them, although, you know, we have actually, you know, seen them, you know, already pulling back even some of the existing production of the F-150 Lightning and Mustang Mach-E, their two main electric vehicles. We have a development that Automotive News reported that the Bronco SUV actually will have a reduction in production early next year. So, you know, this is beyond just electric vehicles. I think what we're seeing is maybe sort of a topping out of sales. And I mean, to your question, in terms of the outlook for the U.S. next year, I do think there's some real you know, questions you have to ask yourself about, you know, just how much you can count on electric vehicle demand continuing to grow in the U.S. if Trump follows through with some of the things he was threatening on the campaign trail.
Craig, just 30 seconds. What's the feeling out there today, consensus about demand for EVs? Is it really softening?
Yeah, I mean, I think here in Europe, you know, we were further along in making this transition, and yet that was in large part due to significant and sustained support from governments. And what we've seen is that if that support gets pulled, you see a sort of immediate falling out in terms of demand. And we've seen that in Germany in particular, and that's been very, very troubling.
Our thanks to Craig Trudell, Bloomberg Global Autos editor.
This is the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, available on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Listen live each weekday, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern on Bloomberg.com, the iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and the Bloomberg Business app. You can also watch us live every weekday on YouTube and always on the Bloomberg Terminal.
In today's data-driven world, you need real data to shape an effective marketing strategy. That's where Ahrefs comes in. Ahrefs is a marketing intelligence platform powered by big data. It shows you exactly what your target audience is searching for and how you measure up to your competitors. Whether you're making day-to-day marketing decisions or defining your long-term digital strategy, Ahrefs delivers real-time insights that help you grow your brand. Head over to ahrefs.com to get started. That's ahrefs.com.
This podcast is supported by BetterHelp, offering licensed therapists you can connect with via video, phone, or chat. Here's BetterHelp Head of Clinical Operations Hesyu Joe discussing who can benefit from therapy.
I think a lot of people think that you're supposed to be going to therapy once you're like having panic attacks every day, but before you get to that point, I think once you start even noticing that you feel a little bit off and you can't maintain this harmony that you once had in relationships, that could be a sign that maybe you want to go talk to somebody. There's always a benefit in talking to someone because we can all benefit from improved insight about ourselves and who we are and how we behave with other people. So if you're human, that's like a good indicator that you could benefit from talking to somebody.
Find out if therapy is right for you. Visit BetterHelp.com today. That's BetterHelp.com.
Investing success relies on two things, skill and stamina. At New York Life Investments, we're an asset management partner built to help you master both. Tap into forward-thinking strategies and real-time insights at NewYorkLifeInvestments.com.
If you're a facilities manager at a university, you know students rely on the cafeteria for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the occasional late-night snack. So when a dishwasher breaks down and dirty plates pile up, the mess hall can turn messy in the blink of an eye. Enter Grainger. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast delivery, the product you need now is never far away. So you can turn that dishwasher back into a lean, clean washing machine. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
You're listening to the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Catch us live weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. Listen on demand wherever you get your podcasts or watch us live on YouTube.
One of the most read topics or stories on the Bloomberg Terminal today has to do with Israel. The International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for alleged war crimes. Let's break that down with Dan Williams. He's a reporter for Bloomberg News. He is based in Jerusalem. Dan, give us the story here. What does this really mean? Because the headline kind of jumps out at you here.
It is a dramatic development. We've now seen some 13 and a half months of open warfare between Israel, Hamas, and Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon and other Iranian-backed parties in the region. That has now evolved into open lawfare, with this very important court issuing arrest warrants against the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. Those are arrest warrants that are actually binding on more than 120 countries that are signatories to the treaty that underpins that court's conduct. Israel is not a signatory, neither is the United States. Israel had sought, however, to contest this request for the arrest warrants. That failed, as we discovered today, with the court saying it had rejected the Israeli motions and upheld and actually decided to issue those arrest warrants as sought by the special prosecutor.
Has the United States made any statement on this matter? Because the support for Israel, generally quite strong in the United States.
Indeed, and throughout these proceedings, we're talking about several months of anticipation. I believe the special prosecutor formally filed his request for arrest warrants back in late May. The Biden administration said openly that it thought this was baseless. Israel has obviously been far more vociferous, calling this anti-Semitic, likening it to the infamous Dreyfus trial. I think both countries will be looking to what the next U.S. administration, the Trump administration, will do. And significant parties in that administration are already saying that when the time comes, they will double down on their support for Israel. The question is, what does that mean? Are they going to try to convince like-minded countries in Western Europe to withdraw from the court, or on an individual level to state that they will not abide, they will not honor these arrest warrants? As I said, it's a dramatic development, and I think the Israelis will be strategizing very, very intensely right now.
Why historically has Israel and the United States not been a party to this court?
I think it comes down to a fear for their autonomy. Also, the fact that certainly since the war on terror, the United States has been waging at times quite unilateral national security policies abroad, wars that did not always have international support. I think the argument is that this would effectively intrude on self-determination, self-defense, the sovereign rights of a country. And also they would argue that this court is designed to bring justice to countries where there is no working internal, organic justice system. Now, Israel says its justice system works perfectly fine. It's had the support of some Western countries for that, but it seems that the ICC has decided not to fight in favor of that point of view this time. So in effect, Israel, or at least these two leaders, will be treated like pariahs in many of the countries that are required to abide by it. It's a development that I think Netanyahu will find very, very unwelcome.
I can imagine. Hey, Dan, where is, just to educate us, where is the International Criminal Court? Where is it based? And are there certain countries that have particular influence on this court?
It's at The Hague in the Netherlands. That's also where the International Court of Justice is. That's a court with a slightly different mandate and different jurisdiction. And again, it's an extension of various treaties and conventions that arose, especially after World War II. The bulk of the world's countries are signatories. It means they have standing to argue, to submit. It also requires them to enforce when decisions such as this come down.
All right, Dan, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate that. Dan Williams, he's a reporter for Bloomberg News. He's based in Jerusalem. Again, on the geopolitical front, just another major development. The International Criminal Court issues an arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for alleged war crimes. So we appreciate getting that on-the-ground reporting from Israel.
You're listening to the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Catch us live weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. You can also listen live on Amazon Alexa from our flagship New York station. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg 1130.
All right, offspring number 4 bought NVIDIA. He's down on his trade. And he bought it from his brother who works in the financial services industry. So we were on a conference call yesterday, heated, talking about breaking down the quarter for NVIDIA. I thought the numbers were good, but let's talk to an expert. Mandeep Singh, Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Mandeep, what'd you think of it? The numbers came in, a little bit better than expected. Guidance pretty solid, but again, the whisper was probably a little bit higher. So
yeah, and look, when you are priced for perfection, that NVIDIA is always, any slight miss in the networking side, which was the case here, or even a gross margin degradation, which they said will go up in the second half of next year, so it's really a transitory thing, will have an impact on the stock. And I think overall, the demand side looks pretty solid. They said Jensen called out there will be no capex digestion until the data center spending hits $1 trillion. That's huge. I mean, just think about, how much runway he thinks without a pause. Now, does the market believe it? Probably not, given what we heard at our conference yesterday is it's moving from training to inferencing. And on the inferencing side, there is probably more.
What does inferencing mean?
So once you have a trained model, you are deploying that model in copilots or chatbots.
Okay.
And it's basically a trained model that's being used for answering queries, and that's inferencing, answering queries or, providing some productivity benefit. And that's where, do you really need a high-end NVIDIA chip? The answer is divided. Some people say for the older versions of NVIDIA chips, you could use that for inferencing. The latest one will continue to get used for training. And that's a plausible answer. But as we have learned, there is growing competition on the inferencing side from the likes of AMD, as well as startups like Sambanova, Cerebras, and all these companies are trying to get some portion of that pie.
And folks, Mandeep was referencing a conference he hosted yesterday. He and Anurag Rana, our other technology analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. It was a phenomenal conference. I mean, they had some just amazing speakers there. And the next time you get something in your email saying, hey, come to a BI-sponsored conference, get off your rear end and get to these conferences, because some seriously smart people get together and you learn a lot. I did hosting a couple panels yesterday. Mandeep, so when you listen to the management team at NVIDIA, Where do they say, I mean, can they look a year, 2 years in advance? How do they think their business is going to develop?
Yeah, I mean, look, the fact that they're saying gross margins will go down to around 71% over the next 2 quarters, but rebound
71?
71
Gross margin.
Yes.
Wow.
And it's again terrific when you look at it from every angle. It's just the way expectations were priced for.
Yep.
It's mid 70%. So the fact that they are going down to 71%, but in Jensen's case, he called out those margins going back to 75%. So it's really a ramp up of their new architecture, Blackwell. Transitory gross margin degradation. But once they get that in full production, he expects gross margins to go back to 75%. Now, I do think, again, there will be more competition, but he clearly doesn't believe that to be the case.
All right. I mean, here are just some crazy numbers, folks. Just total revenue. Let's go really simple here. Revenue. Roughly calendar year 22, $27 billion of revenue. Calendar year 24, $128 billion of revenue. Have you seen anything like this in technology?
I mean, the closest thing that comes to mind is the build out of the internet infrastructure back in 1999. I think Cisco had a similar ramp up on the networking side. But what's different is NVIDIA clearly has the balance sheet, as well as they are in more products than Cisco was. So Cisco was just providing the networking gear. NVIDIA has a software line, they have a networking business, and then their core chip business. So clearly, NVIDIA is going with the platform approach.
This is a stupid income statement. They have 55% net income margins, and they have no CapEx to speak of. 2, 3, 4 billion. So the free cash flow is just freakish. So what did they do with the cash?
Well, right now they're doing some share buybacks, but acquisitions may be on the table if the incoming Trump administration loosens the regulations. So,
okay, let's go down that road there. What's the feeling in Silicon Valley in technology about that opportunity? Because, boy, your industry, and particularly some of the bigger companies that you cover, the Amazons of the world, the Googles of the world, they can't do anything these days. Is the expectation that might loosen up?
Well, the overall M&A environment and IPO environment may get better. But in terms of big tech, I doubt anything is changing on that front, especially for the likes of Alphabet and Meta. Probably an Apple or an NVIDIA may be able to do more acquisitions, but I think the companies that are in the crosshairs of what the incoming administration feels on the consumer side, I doubt they'll allow them to make any further acquisitions.
All right, man. Thanks so much for coming in here. Mandeep Singh, Senior Technology Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. He and Anurag Rana threw a great technology conference yesterday, packed full of some really smart investors. Again, folks, the next time you get an invite in your Bloomberg inbox, jump on it, because BI is sponsoring some really good investor conferences.
Investing success relies on 2 things, skill and stamina. At New York Life Investments, we're an asset management partner built to help you master both. Tap into forward-thinking strategies and real-time insights at NewYorkLifeInvestments.com.
Success is more than the final destination. It's a path you take one step at a time. It's discipline, it's teamwork, and it's the drive and passion inside of us that comes before all recognition. It's what Stifel's been doing for over 130 years. Quietly, yet strategically, Stifel's become one of the fastest growing wealth management and investment banking firms in the country. Our financial advisors go beyond traditional wealth management to provide clients with direct access to one of the industry's largest equity research franchises and a leading middle market investment bank. Because success is the drive it takes to keep climbing, the passion to keep investing, the best of each of us made better by the best in all of us. And that is where success meets success. Start your journey at Stifel.com. That's STIFEL.com.
Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
You're listening to the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Catch us live weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. Listen on demand wherever you get your podcasts or watch us live on YouTube.
Let's get back to these markets. Again, we've kind of got red and green on the screen. The Nasdaq's off about 1%, but the S&P and the Dow are up slightly. Let's get a sense of where we go here as we wrap up this earnings season. Marianne Bartels, Chief Investment Strategist at Sanctuary Wealth here. Marianne, thanks so much for joining us here. Love to just step back, maybe get a 30,000-foot view from you on these markets. What are you talking to your clients about here today? Because, boy, a lot has changed in the last couple of weeks with elections and geopolitics and earnings and a lot of moving parts out there.
Well, we just released our 2025 year ahead forecast. And the name of it, or the title of it, is All That's New, That's Old. Yes, we have AI, we have blockchain, augmented technology, and we believe that this is really altering not just the US economy, but the global economies. And we've likened this to similar periods from 1995 to 2000, but also from 25 to 29, where we also had new technologies, although they don't feel like new technologies, the automobile, the railroads. And markets did phenomenally well because economies grew. So we believe we're in this extraordinary, growth cycle being led by right now NVIDIA, which we talked about. They're really altering the next generation of technology. So we have our forecast for the S&P for next year at 7,200 to 7,400.
Wow.
And yes, that means another 20%. But when we went back and analyzed the 90s, from 95 to 2000, we had markets up 20% or higher 5 years in a row. Now, in 97 and 98, we had bear market corrections within the year because we had a Thai baht crisis, we had a Russia default and a long-term capital, a little bit of a financial crisis. But those markets still rallied strongly by the end of the year, and we think we're in a very similar position.
Talk to us about earnings. What did you take away from this earnings cycle? We're just wrapping up with some retailers this week. What is your view of earnings out there? Again, to get to that, any kind of S&P handle with a 7 in front of it, you have to be pretty bullish, I would think, on earnings.
I am. I think there's a lot to do with earnings. Markets really need earnings to grow. And we see the economy growing next year, especially since we've already had a 75 basis point cut by the Fed. Now, they may slow the pace, but they're more in an easing cycle, which we think is going to be very bullish considering the economy is growing around 3% and we're at full employment. The consumer has money to spend. Household net worth is at a record high. When we look at disposable income, there's enough disposable income for the consumer to spend. And as you know, and your viewers know, the consumer really is the main driver of our economy. So we do think the cycle is being led by technology. This year, it's been really all about semis. We think that narrative is shifting a little bit more now to software. Not that we're negative on semis, but we think the pace of their ascent can slow down. And now we see a cycle of software growing as we go into 2025. Another positive for earnings is the steeper yield curve for banks. And we also like the capital markets. Those are important ingredients to keep an economy going. I always say the banks are the heartbeat of the economy, and the private markets, the private credit markets are flush with liquidity to provide to companies. So we're very optimistic, and we see also profit margins growing. So we think we're really in that Goldilocks environment.
Well, I think I may be calling the top in the tech market because my youngest offspring just bought some NVIDIA, so that's got to be the top. So if I wanted to diversify, Marianne, and try to find some value out there, where do I go?
So we think the best, if you're looking for value, we do think the best value is in the financials, particularly in the banks and also the capital markets. Energy is good value. But we don't really see crude oil firming up. We think crude going into 2025 is going to be either a range or to slightly down, especially with the Trump administration. There's concern that will add to supply. And if you add to supply in a weaker demand environment, which we're in particularly because of China, we think that, energy is really not the place to be for 2025. At least for value. So the value is really, I think, best in financials. What's really shocking is, healthcare and staples, which are really called your defensive part of your market, are really falling off a cliff in terms of relative performance. We really don't even see any value in there. So best place for value would be the financials.
Marianne, how about outside the U.S.? Do you guys allocate any money outside of the U.S. markets?
in terms of asset allocation, when you look at asset allocation models over a very long-term period, diversifying internationally does work. But our thesis going into 2025, if we are correct that we're in this new technological advance, most of the technology is being developed here in the United States. And that means you have to own the companies here in the United States. So we see capital flows continuing to come to the United States. So although markets we think can go up outside of the United States, we think the leader of the pack will remain the United States. Now, it may be choppy back and forth, up, down, but by the end of the year, we still think the US will do well. And then you have to consider the US dollar. And we see the US dollar as either being stable to strong. So when you invest overseas, if the dollar strengthens, you lose part of your return. So for 2025, we have an overweight to the US.
All right, Marianne, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Marianne Bartels, she's a chief investment strategist for Sanctuary Wealth, joining us from New York via some Zoom here.
You're listening to the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Catch us live weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. You can also listen live on Amazon Alexa from our flagship New York station. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg 1130.
All right, Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out at Bloomberg. Go over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. All right, Bitcoin, I'm calling it out for Tom Keene. I'm calling it out for Matt Miller, up 1.8%, 96,200. I mean, we are right on that $100,000 level. Let's break down what's happening here. Let's see what could be behind some of this stuff. Michael Regan, he's our crypto team leader. Yes, we have a team of reporters covering crypto at Bloomberg, which means you need a team leader to manage these folks, and that's Michael Regan. He drew the short straw. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. At the election, I'm just going to swag it here. It was about 60,000. Here we are pushing up against 100,000. What accounts for that delta?
Yeah, the expression I keep hearing over and over again, Paul, is paradigm shift. We went from sort of the near death of the entire industry with FTX and all the dominoes that fell after it a few years ago. Biden followed up, the Biden administration followed up with a really fierce crackdown on the industry. Now, what Trump has signaled is a complete 180. Instead of this, highly regulated, very intense scrutiny on the industry, he's talking about, replacing Gary Gensler with a crypto lover, and just, really being friendly to the broader industry of digital assets. But for Bitcoin specifically, it's this promise that Trump made in July at a Bitcoin conference to create what he called a strategic Bitcoin stockpile. So, think of the strategic petroleum reserve, or, we've had strategic wheat reserves in the past. The thinking of him and Cynthia Lummis, his ally in the Senate, the senator from Wyoming, is that if you not only Trump, first of all, the government owns about 200 and change Bitcoin from various criminal asset forfeitures, that sort of thing. I didn't know that. Okay. So that's sort of what Trump has hinted would be the basis for this reserve. Senator Lummis wants to go even further and have the government buy 1 million, nothing short of 1 million Bitcoins. So we're talking about 100 billion.
How many Bitcoins are out there? Do we have?
That's about 5% of the total.
So it's meaningful.
Of the total amount. Yeah. So, a big question mark, a big event risk looming over this market if that bill does not sort of gain more support. So far, she's the only sponsor of it. There's quite a bit of skepticism that she'll be able to get that passed. But the market is thinking there's a good chance of that. And not only that other governments will have to follow suit. If the U.S. suddenly is treating Bitcoin as a major reason